ਸੇ ਕਨੇਹਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨ ਵਿਸਰੇ ਨਾਮ ਸੇ ਕਨੇਹਿਆ ਭੇਦ ਨ ਜਾਣੂ ਮੂਲ ਸਾਈਂ ਜੇਹਿਆ. Whom are they like who forget not the Lord's name? They are like the Lord Himself. Know this, there is absolutely no difference between the two. Ikko Ankar Satgur Prasad, Se Kinehiya. Biography of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji, Gurdwara Rampur Kheda, by Sant Seva Singh. Dedicated to that great soul who came to this mortal world in the will of the Divine Lord, who is infinite bliss, living Himself in transcendental bliss, distributed amongst so many the gift of bliss, merged with the Lord in everlasting bliss, eternal memories of His visit, leaving behind only bliss. Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. Preliminary request. God is infinite. It is very difficult for mortals of this limited realm to comprehend the true extent of our infinite Lord. Trying to understand Him is impossible, as the shallow depths of our intellect cannot fathom the boundless Lord. Trapped in this realm of materialism, man falls into a lazy slumber, becoming oblivious and indifferent to the existence of the infinite being. So, from time to time, the omnipotent, almighty Lord appears on this world stage in the form of a saint to rekindle our innermost desire to unite with Him and remind lost souls the message that this is your once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet the Lord of the universe. Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya. To write the biography of such a blessed and saintly personality who came to this world with the Lord's divine blessings is extremely difficult. For what is said of holy saints? They give the gift of spiritual life, apply men to devotion of the Lord, and make men meet with God. Ji daan de, bhakti layan, harsyo layan milaye. Fulfilling the true mission of spreading the gospel of Vaheguru, this true saint mingled with the Almighty. Our fifth Guru says of true saints, "What glories of saints can I describe? Unfathomable is their knowledge, and I know not their worth. Santan ki mehma kavan vikhano, agad bodh kich mit nahi jano." For almost 7 to 8 years, the Sikh Sangat had asked on several occasions for a biography to be written about the life of Babaji. Many a time the thought repeatedly arose within me that whatever I had seen personally of Babaji's life, what he had told me directly, or the spiritual guidance I had gained from Babaji's time on earth should somehow be put to paper. Again I would lose heart thinking that only a highly spiritual, blessed soul possessing the most sublime imagination can write about the teachings of such a revered soul. To write about the feats of a spiritually complete and highly developed soul cannot be done justice by those who are not as spiritually evolved as Babaji was. Much time passed in this state of confusion, and I was thus unable to write the life teachings of this truly great saint. Again, with the inspiration and blessings of the Sangat, taking shelter of the true Guru, and abiding by the urge of obtaining blessings from Babaji, I ventured to write the biography of this perfect saint, a divine soul, a saint soldier, a complete Gursikh, Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. The basis of this biography of the great saint is the audio cassettes which he recorded in 1970 and contains the main spiritual experiences of his life. Secondly, with the grace of the true Guru, this humble servant had the good fortune of having continuous company of the great saint for up to 35 years, until Babaji breathed his last. Thirdly, I inquired and collated as much information as I could from many Sikhs who met Babaji and received numerous spiritual instructions from him during his lifetime. Throughout the book, only those life-changing incidents are recounted that will give the reader inspiration and spiritual teachings on the life of a true Gursikh. This book endeavours to inspire the reader to follow the path of the Khalsa saint. Thus, I have avoided the need to include non-essential details of his life. In this age of materialism, time is an expensive commodity. Little spare time is available to read about spirituality, so only the essential details of Babaji's life that will give the reader guidance are included here. This humble servant will consider this endeavour a success if even one soul is inspired by the pious guidance of this biography and attains unity with the great Guru. The life of the great saint was purely a Gursikh life, and it contained not an iota of his personal intellect. Whatever the Guru has written the principles of the true Sikh to be, Babaji was the living embodiment of that vision. Need for an English translation. In 1994-95, this humble servant had an opportunity to visit countries like the USA, Canada and England. The Sangat of the said countries, and especially their children, had heard about the biography of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji, but could not read the Punjabi version. Taking note of their request, I was inspired to have the book translated and accepted their desire to have an English version released. I came to Yuba city from Houston and stayed with Sardar Sukhbir Singh Rai for a month. He also stressed the need for a translation of Say Kinehiya in English. Though we speak and understand Punjabi, we can't read it. We have immense faith and love for Guru's teachings, but want that faith to arise from the bottom of our being. Sardar Sukhbir Singh Rai did not just give the mere suggestion, but was also forthcoming with a donation of Rs 50,000 for this noble translation. After meeting the Sangat in Canada, I reached the United Kingdom and stayed there with my younger brother Sardar Harbinder Singh Tillon, with whom I shared my thoughts about the translation. He too warmly encouraged me and offered to help with the remaining expenditure of this project. He was in favour of speedy action for this cause, and with God's grace and blessings donated Rs 50,000 for this translation. Arriving back in India, I tried different ways to get the translation of the biography Say Kinehiya accomplished. Unable to find a suitable person to take on the task, I was disappointed. Then I prayed to the great Guru to devise or evolve some means so that this translation could be accomplished with his blessings. The great Guru heard my prayer. One day, Sardar Pula Singh Malli, an MA English Political Science, BSc B.Ed, and his wife, Bibi Nirmal Kaur, Principal SHGN Girls Senior Secondary School, Gardiwala, came to the Gurdwara Sahib to pay their respects. After having something to eat, I shared with them my thoughts of translating Babaji's biography, Say Kinehiya. They consulted each other for a few minutes and then graciously accepted the task. I advised them, "It is a difficult job, but if the great Guru showers his blessings, only then can this pious work be accomplished." I felt great relief when Sardar Pula Singh Malli accepted the task to translate the book. After a few days, the fortunate couple returned to Gurdwara Sahib to seek permission and the blessings of the Guru to start this great task. An ardas was done at the feet of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and the translation started in earnest. With the Guru's blessings, the translation was completed within 4 or 5 months. The hard work, firm belief and pious devotion with which Mr. and Mrs. Pula Singh Malli served are praiseworthy. I pray that the great Guru blesses them with higher spirit, profound intellect and love for other Gursikhs, so that in future they are better able to serve the Sangat. Sardar Chetan Singh, who is an Assistant Director, Language Department Punjab, belongs to the village Goindpur, Gardiwala. Since childhood, he has remained in the close company of Babaji. He is leading a very pious Gursikh life. This young man has gone through the difficult task of repeatedly proofreading the text and giving it a new shape and style. Our ardas is for God to bless him accordingly for his service. I am deeply thankful to Sardar Lember Singh Pullar, owner of Amrit Preet Computer Systems, for typesetting the book in such a short period. He also helped a great deal in getting the book printed in its present attractive form. Our ardas is for the great Guru to bless him. Even though this book has been translated into English, some of our youngsters from the United Kingdom, Canada and America have found it difficult to understand the full meanings of the contents of the previous editions. This is due to the difference in the nature of their spoken and written English. The meanings of Gurbani were given in this book, but some of the actual quotes from Gurbani were not there. Hence, this made it hard to grasp which sentence from Gurbani had been stated. Dr. Gurinder Pal Singh Diler from the United Kingdom willingly took the responsibility to simplify and adjust the translation according to the needs of the youngsters in the stated foreign countries, and also to reinstate the missing quotations from Gurbani in Roman English, which he has done with full conviction and dedication. Ravinder Kaur from Leicester, United Kingdom, also assisted Dr. Gurinder Pal Singh Diler and worked hard to complete this noble task to give this book a new form for the intended audience, for which I am truly grateful. It is difficult to express my gratitude to all those whose helpful insights and endurance in the face of my unending demands on their time made this book possible. Their observations and suggestions helped bring coherence and consistency to the more unclear segments of the book. The hard work and firm belief with which Dr. Gurinder Pal Singh Diler and Ravinder Kaur have served is truly a praiseworthy endeavour. I pray from my heart to the great Satguru to bless them with Namdan, higher spirit, superior intellect and love for Gursikhi, so that in future too they may serve in a better and noble way. If anything written deviates from the Guru's teachings, then please consider this to be my personal error and find it in your hearts to pardon me. If any devotee has any suggestions with regard to this book, or has something they feel should be published about Babaji's personal and spiritual life, please send the material to us so that it can be included in the next edition. Thanking you, servant of the Sadh Sangat, Sant Seva Singh Ji, Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. Acknowledgements by various prominent personalities. With the rise of knowledge, wickedness disappears. This meritorious holy book, Se Kinehiya, has been studied and reflected over, in which Sant Baba Seva Singh Ji has recounted the life of a highly respected, benevolent and great saint, Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji, who possessed supreme spiritual knowledge. The concept of this book is for the benefit of all those who have a desire to learn about Sikhism. This book will become a lighthouse to those who are drifting away from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and have no faith in Gurmat. It will put forth guidelines for other seekers of spiritual knowledge. Reading this book will instill deep faith and devotion upon every word of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The qualities of Amrit, Sadh Sangat, Gurmat, Naam recitation and selfless service will be inculcated. Reading this book will convert and transmute many lives into gems and diamonds. It relates different methods of attaining oneness with the true Guru, firmness in Gurmat, the technique of Naam Simran and its benefits. Such a praiseworthy holy book is needed in these modern times. Servant of the Guru Panth, Thakur Singh, Jatha Pindrawala Mehta, Damdami Taksal. The deserted mount was inhabited. Great Guru Ramdas Ji has said, amongst men, blessed is that mortal who imparts spiritual instruction for the good of others. God's name he enjoins and preaches unto others. Through God's name is the world emancipated. Oye Purkh Purani Tan Jan hai, Updes kare Paropkarya, har naam dridave, har naam sunave, har namme jag nistariya. Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji was just such a man as described above. The man who attained a colossal degree of supremacy in spiritual enlightenment, a true follower of the Guru's teachings, perfect saint-soldier, follower of the path led by Guruji. Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji of Rampur Kheda, district Hoshiarpur, came and settled at the deserted and barren mound called Athe, later known as Rampur Kheda. The people of the area feared this barren place and knew it to be haunted and possessed by evil spirits. The great saint transformed the deserted place into a magnificent place of worship through constant meditation on Almighty God. This place blossomed into the center for Sikh missionary preaching and meditation. In time, its fragrance spread far and wide, proclaiming Naam in every corner of the world. Hundreds of thousands of mortals were baptized into the fold of Sikhism and were securely soldiered spiritually to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Thus, these devotees were able to cross the world ocean in this harsh age of Kali Yuga. There was an acute need to bring forth and publish details of the life of such a gifted soul for the benefit of the people at large. Lives of such rare personalities become the guiding stars for generations of spiritual seekers of Gurmat way of life. Reading the biographies inspires one to attain the ultimate true goal of life, union with God. This is your chance to meet the Lord of the universe. Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya. In this tremendous project and with great effort, Baba Sant Seva Singh Ji, the successor of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji, has done an admirable service to humanity in bringing to light this rare book on Gurmukh living. I hope true spiritual seekers will gain guidance in attaining unity with the Almighty Lord. Humble servant Baba Sarabjot Singh, the 17th generation of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, Guru Throne of Baba Sahib Singh Ji Bedi, Una Sahib, Himachal Pradesh. Ik Oankar Satgur Prasad. Great is the Guru and those who are blessed by him. Bhagat Ravidas Ji says in the Bilawal Rag, amongst the scholars, warriors, canopied kings and others, there is no equal to the Lord's devoted slave. Pandit Sur Chhatarpat Raja Bhagat Barabar aur na koi. A true devotee who is in tune with Vaheguru, in constant praise and admiration of God, is the master of all humanity. Guru Nanak Dev Ji in the Japji Sahib has revealed this truth. He to whom the Lord grants his praise and elogizing, O Nanak, he is the King of Kings. Jisnu bakshe sift salaha, Nanak Paatsahi Paatsaha. Throughout Gurbani, the mortal is given guidance to leave all other means and adopt Naam recitation. This fact is emphasized by Gurbani, that saint and devotee become acceptable to the Lord with whom God is appeased. Wise are the persons who meditate on their Lord. Sant Bhagat Parwan Jo Prabh Paya, Sei Bichakhan Jant Jini Hartyaya. It is not child's play either, nor is it an easy task to be accepted in the Lord's court. It involves a struggle to vanquish the ego and adopt His sweet will as the way to God. The person who follows His will is termed a Sikh. It is a challenging way of life. By adopting this path, one merges with the Almighty when the Guru showers His grace. The praise of such a Gursikh is beyond the realm of language and explanation. Such a Gursikh is highly esteemed in Gurbani. I ever make obeisance unto the Gursikh who treads in the Guru's path. This Gursikh ko ho sad namaskari, jo Gur ke paane Gursikh chalya. True spiritual seekers are the real assets of this universe. They are like the useful trees that provide deeply comforting shade and delicious fruit to the weary traveler. They are like a mobile university of spiritual knowledge, giving useful guidance to all walks of life. These saintly persons have earned the wealth of Naam with great effort, so their every word and deed becomes a lighthouse to the curious spiritual seeker. Although the Creator is invisible and not seen readily with these eyes, His presence is felt in those persons who are in tune with the invisible force. Their sight has a soothing effect upon the mind and soul, repairing our faith in God. For this reason, our ancestors have prayed to God to bless us with a company of saints. Meeting with such saints reminds us that we too must recite His name. Sei pyare mel jina milya tera naam chit aave. Of these attuned, imbued with Naam and blessed personalities of the Khalsa Panth, Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji of Rampur Kheda occupied a unique place. His glowing and spiritually radiant face would exude peace and tranquility all around. With his constant meditation, this once barren place became a blooming center for preaching Sikhism. Due to his pious Gurmat preachings, many mortals were baptized and became worthy of sitting as Gursikhs in the lap of our great Guru. Babaji loved all Gursikhs equally, as one big, common family of Guru Sahib. It is commonly observed that ordinary saints and sadhus are indifferent to the Sikh way of life and code of conduct. Not so with Babaji. He was very firm in his belief in Gurbani and the code of living given to us by our Guru. Even in his old age, Babaji would wear a 1-foot-long sword in his belt, the Gatra. This firm belief in the Sikh way of life attracted many devotees of the area who eventually became baptized. This humble servant, Joginder Singh, met with this holy soul in Talwada town in around 1970. The Gurmat Samagam for recitation of meditation on Naam was indescribable in terms of spiritual gains that one earns by attending. However, the personal Gurmat way of life that Babaji led left a deep and lasting impression upon my mind. Normally, I have seen that the congregation would serve ordinary saints, but here an aged Sikh saint would be seen serving food to the congregation. My joy knew no bounds and I was overwhelmed. His politeness, humility, affection and sense of unity with all Gursikhs left me spellbound. The program of meditation at the Naam meditation camps was so well planned that nobody would feel tired and no one had the time to gossip either. Starting at 2 a.m., right up until the evening, the current of Naam and Gurbani flowed. I became addicted to the meditation camps to such an extent that I would arrive well before the camp started in order to gain the maximum benefit of the Guru Ward Company. This continued for 4 years with the grace of God. On one hand, Babaji had immense faith and love for Gurbani, which he gained through constant spiritual effort, and on the other, he was always eager to render service to the Panth. He had a burning desire that all followers of Sikhism be baptized one day. Whenever he would organize a program for Kirtan and Katha, it would be followed by a baptism ceremony, Amrit Prachar. He would emphatically say, no one can have a link to the Creator unless he becomes a baptized Sikh and becomes Guru Ward. The Sikhs from the surrounding areas would in their spare time go to see Babaji and receive training in reading and understanding Gurbani. This is called Sandhya. He used to recite one Benti Chaupai prayer over and above his personal schedule of prayers for the benefit and betterment of the Khalsa Panth. Babaji would encourage others to recite an extra prayer for the Panth too. He often told us that the immediate future is terrifying and destructive for the Panth. On many occasions, he did hard penance over 40 days when he would recite Gurbani constantly for the protection of the Khalsa Panth. During this tenure, he would talk very sparingly and involve himself completely in Gurbani whilst living in his small hut. With this zeal, he and his followers joined the crusade, the Dharm Yudh Morcha, started by the Khalsa Panth in 1982. Wherever we go and sit, let us talk good, skim and drink only this nectar. Jithe jaye behiye, pala kahiye, chol amrit pijiye. On this crusade, he converted the jail and any situation into a place of worship and meditation of Gurbani. The chief minister of that time was one of his followers. He forbid Babaji to join the crusade politely, but Babaji did not agree. He left all soft options and obligations to stand on the side of the warriors to save the religion. He stood by the Khalsa Panth even at the cost to his own health. By the order of the great Guru, they come near the Lord, but disclose not their secret to anyone. Hon nazeek khudaye de, ped na kise den. The aforementioned is exactly suited in describing this great saint. He always concealed himself and tried to enjoin everyone to realize the Almighty. There is no denying that those Gursikhs who earn the wealth of Naam are followed by miraculous phenomena. The 9 treasures and 18 miraculous powers go after him who keeps enshrined the Lord's name within his mind. Nav nidhi 18 siddhi piche lagiyan fire, jo har hirde sada vasaye. The greatness of such Gursikhs lies in the fact that they never bother about these miraculous powers. Instead of being distracted, they follow the path of Naam meditation without looking here or there. The allure of miraculous powers cannot distract the true devotee from the path of Naam meditation. Due to the grace of Naam meditation, words spoken by such saints become true. They never use the power for fame, personal gain, and greatness. They do not feign personal greatness. On the contrary, they want the greatness of the Lord to be recognized. Yes, the Creator blesses such holy souls with greatness. God loves His praise and slaves who praise Him, hence causes His slaves to be acclaimed. Har apni vadiyai pavdi, jan ka jaykar karai. Naam is the master key to gain all the heights of material and spiritual progress. Whatever we ask from Naam, we get it. It is the order of Gurbani that all glories are in the Lord's name. So remember, thou your God's name. If man fixes his mind on his God's name, he obtains all the things he asks for. Sab vadiyaiyan har naam vich, har gurmukh ਧਿਆਈਐ, je vast mangiye sai paiyẹ, je naam chit ਲਾਈਐ. The Simran of Naam is food for the soul. With it the soul becomes strong and healthy. Remember the name over and over again. Nanak, it is the only support of the soul. Simar naam barambar, Nanak jiye ka eh adhar. Babaji conducted a unique experiment based on the lines of Gurbani from Sukhmani Sahib. His name is the food for the hungry. He proved in this experiment that Naam Simran is the complete diet for human life. He spent 40 days in high moral spirits without having taken food or water. An atheist in this materialistic world may think it untrue, but those lucky few who have faith in Gurbani, its true followers, understand this completely. Gurbani is eternally true throughout the ages. God's name is my food of 36 varieties, partaking of which I am satiated. Har naam hamara pojan 36 prakar, jit khaiye hamko tripat bhai. When Naam is food for the body and soul, it is also a wonderful medicine which can bring about miraculous cures. Babaji used this miraculous medicine himself and encouraged others to use it too. By the use of medicine of Naam, Bhai Avtar Singh and Bhai Sher Singh were cured of chronic illnesses. They too then immersed themselves in Naam. If someone would give Babaji credit for curing anyone, he would reply like a true, humble, self-effacing Gursikh that the miraculous powers belong to Gurbani. He would say, "The great Guru has cured them. I was only entrusted with the duty to recite Gurbani for them." In this context, another point is worth mentioning. Bhai Sher Singh Ji's ailment was partly cured when he started sweeping the Gurdwara courtyard every day. This was his penance issued by the 5 beloved ones. After this, the great Guru appeared in a vision in his dream to direct him to the physician who would cure him. Thus, the true Guru used the curative powers of Gurbani to provide a remedy to his ailment. From this incident, we learn the lesson that one should not waste the valuable gift of Gurbani on the upkeep of this perishable body. The medicines are effective when the Lord Himself stands in their midst. Aukhad aaye ras vich aap khaloya. There is no doubt that a Gurmat imbibed way of life in which one meditates on Naam constantly is not touched by physical illness. If due to past karmic debts one does fall victim to an illness, then to use Gurbani and taking the shelter of the Vaheguru does no harm. It must be remembered that Naam medicine only becomes effective when it pleases the Lord, when it is His will. Here I recall an incident when Babaji was ill and being treated in hospital in Amritsar. One day he was very ill and Dr. Harnam Singh asked, "Babaji, you are in tune with the Creator. Why don't you beseech Him to cure you?" Babaji laughed and said, "Dr. Sahib, what is the use of begging for a cure for this perishable body? One day it must perish. If not today, then tomorrow. Now there is only one demand, and that is to recite His name with the last breath and mingle with Him." Whatever spiritual achievements Babaji gained were due to the grace of the Guru and his complete faith in Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Before starting any work, he would bow, pay homage and ask for the Guru's permission in the form of a hukamnama. If anyone invited him to their house, he would reply that if the Guru wills him to have a glimpse of the Sangat, then he would come. He would perform an ardas at the feet of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and ask permission from the Almighty first. If the Guru gave permission, he would go, otherwise not. Even the dates for the Gurmat meditation camps, the Naam Abhyas Kamai Samagam, were affixed in this manner. Thus he had completely surrendered himself to the Lord. Even though Babaji had a firm belief in Gurmat way of life, he always had due regard and respect for the thoughts of others. One example of this to follow would help Gursikh families immensely. My mother left for her heavenly abode. Sahaj Path was recited for her departed soul. All near and dear kith and kin were invited to attend the last prayers and ardas for her. This humble servant, Bhai Joginder Singh Talwara, sent a message to Babaji through our close friend Dr. Pritam Singh, asking Babaji to attend the ceremony. It was made clear to Dr. Pritam Singh to tell Babaji that the Bhog ceremony of the Sahaj Path will be completed at Mudhavni only. Dr. Pritam Singh gave Babaji the letter of invitation and the verbal message too. After receiving the message, Babaji fell silent and replied, "We should attend on the basis that we are all linked at Gursikhs into one family of the Guru." Thus, Babaji participated in the final prayer ceremony of my mother and obliged me. This is a shining example of the regard Babaji had for all Gursikhs. He showed practically that we are all Gursikhs of the Guru, belonging to one family of the Guru. Despite ideological differences, opinions on issues, he never sacrificed mutual love, respect and cooperation among Gursikhs. The great Guru likes the fact that in spite of differences, Gursikhs sit together with mutual respect and honor for one another. So the task of writing this book about the supreme saint and true follower of Guru is praiseworthy. The motive behind writing this book is only to describe the boons and blessings showered on Gursikhs who adopt the Guru-ward path to salvation. It is to inspire the newcomer to spirituality on their path to salvation. This book shows the greatness of Vaheguru, of Naam meditation, of the Guru and of blessed persons who toiled hard to earn the wealth of Naam. In doing so, they were accepted at the door of Waheguru. They deserve to be called great. Profitable is the birth and the advent of the Lord's slave, who has praised the Lord of such meritorious children. Safal janam har jan ka upjaya, jin kino saut bidata. Humble servant Joginder Singh Talwara, Amritsar. They become perfect persons and waver not. Say Kinehiya is the biography of that great saint of the 20th century, Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji, written simplistically and innocently, whose gentle words depict and reflect a natural instinct for devotion. Through constant recitation of Naam, love for mankind, selfless service of humanity, and sacred unity with Gurmat way of life, Sant Ji acquired great spiritual heights, achieved only by rare beings. Attaining immovable peace in an atmosphere of pious and musical Gurbani, Sant Seva Singh, a devoted servant of Baba Harnam Singh Ji, has created this unique work, Say Kinehiya. The merits of simplicity and spontaneity have entered the text so profoundly that the truth is a witness unto itself. This humble servant has witnessed the Gurmukh way of life led by Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji closely. He conquered his mind in the real sense and shunned egoism, vanity, jealousy at every moment in his every action until the very end of his life. The scenes and incidents in this book are saturated with the sweet simplicity of spiritual pleasures like the fragrance of the morning breeze. These incidents bring forth a clear picture surrounding the deep mysteries of Gurbani in front of the Khalsa Panth. The saint author Sant Seva Singh Ji has elevated himself above ego, understanding the eternal contribution of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji to human life, and then created this unique biography. In the second decade of the 20th century, Sant Atar Singh Ji, Mastuana district Sangrur, rekindled the divine light of Sikhism in the Malwa region of Punjab, reorienting the disease-stricken towards the Sikh faith. Similarly, Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji made Gurdwara Rampur Kheda, district Hoshiarpur, Punjab, a centre for devotion, knowledge and the Gurmat way of life in the Doaba region, thus blessing the land with the divine touch of the great Guru. To enlighten the ideals of Sant Baba Atar Singh Ji Mastuana, his true devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji, a renowned seasoned scholar, jumped into the arena and wrote a beautiful biography of Sant Baba Atar Singh Ji. It can be considered the good fortune of the Khalsa Panth that the true devotee of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji is with us, a true devotee of such high standards who is fully absorbed in a practical Sikh way of life, stands a natural testimony to the pious deeds of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. I have read of many selfless miracles related to the life of Baba Harnam Singh Ji over the past few days, sitting completely absorbed in the book Say Kinehiya. It is my firm belief that the tender life of the great saint and his sincerity towards Sikh ideals will give solace and guidance to our wounded nation passing through its present crisis. Just 2 months and 15 days before Babaji passed away, I witnessed with my own eyes his high morale and divinely inspired sublime mood. After seeing Babaji, I was fully convinced by what the King of Martyrs, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, writes in Sukhmani Sahib. They become perfect persons and waver not. Puran Purkh nahi dolane. Sant Seva Singh Ji has penned this elevated state of being in the chapter called Arrest in a Religious Crusade. The Sant did not court arrest under social or political custom. His high-spirited morale was indifferent to political trends and opinions. Despite his old age and physical weakness, he sat fearlessly and in a transcendental mood on his way to court arrest, with a long history of past martyrs and crusaders behind him. He was sitting in perfect peace and immovable calmness. That particular moment turned his life into a long lyrical poem. His blissful, radiant face was emanating the message, no evil person will be able to eliminate the identity of the Khalsa Panth. His journey was actually a martyrdom, which culminated into its perfect end on the 4th of January 1983. Sant Seva Singh Ji, while portraying the picture of his spiritual guide, has also painted a portrait of the Khalsa and his way of spiritual living. The lucky Singhs reading this biography will be able to follow the path shown by the 10th Guru. Professor Harnam Singh Mehboob, Khalsa College, Gardiwala, District Hoshiarpur. How to tell the greatness of a saint? How can one tell the greatness of a saint who is fathomless with this limited intellect? What glories of the saint can I describe? Unfathomable is their knowledge, and I know not their worth. संतन की महिमा कवन विखानो, अगाध बोध किछ मित नहीं जानो. Only a seeker of spiritual knowledge, a true follower of divine path, who has spiritual insight, can describe and write about the great spiritual personality of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. Babaji, who spoke, thought and lived the truth, to him I can only pay this heartfelt tribute in a few lines. The man who was in complete unison with the Almighty, there the Lord converses with His beloved saints. Pagat Sang Prab Gost Karat. He was able to talk with the Almighty in person and a firm believer in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. He knew the eternal truth, was a pious human being within and outwardly. He was a manifestation of the complete Khalsa, its traditions and way of life, leading a dedicated life based on the principles laid down by Guru Nanak Dev Ji up to the teachings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. He was a true incarnate of the person who recited Naam himself and then persuaded others to follow this path too. He was an exemplary man of his word, practicing what he preached. Whoever met him was drawn to him, and instead of leaving him was drawn closer and closer. His saintly personality radiated a strange sense of magnetism, affection, such that everyone who met with him would think that he loved them more than anyone else in the world. Drenched in love for the Almighty, he distributed this divine love to others around him. His way of teaching was simple and effective. Whatever he said in life, he would practice it himself. There is one incident in this book that while doing prayers of Sukhmani Sahib, he came across the line, "He gives food to the hungry." He wanted to know if a person could indeed survive on Naam alone, without food and water. To verify the truth of Gurbani, he experimented over 40 days by not eating or drinking anything and taking the nourishment of the Lord's name. Locked in his hut, he only recited the name of God and emerged 40 days later without any physical detriment. I remember asking Babaji when he stayed with me here in England to clarify and expand on this incident. Babaji emphatically told me, "We ate or drank nothing for 40 days. I was inquisitive and replied, "Babaji, water is most essential for human survival. Didn't you even drink water?" I felt silent and thought to myself about how someone could survive 40 days without water. Babaji read my mind and replied, "Harbinder Singh Ji, I did not drink water or eat anything because I felt no thirst or hunger for water or food." So, to authenticate the words of Gurbani, he undertook this experiment. God's name is my food of 36 varieties, partaking of which I am satiated. हर नाम हमारा भोजन 36 प्रकार, जित खाइए हमको तृप्त भई. He was a firm believer in Gurbani and often said, "Every word of Gurbani is true, and whatever I have obtained is from the feet of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji." If I have seen anyone worshipping Gurbani as the embodiment of God, then it is Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. Starting early in the morning after bathing, he would do his Nitnem, Naam meditation and then with his own hands wash the altar where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was to be installed. He would clean the palanquin, decorate the robes and sheets before placing Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji over his head and bringing Guruji to enthrone upon the pedestal called the Manji Sahib. The robes and sheets would be immaculately straight and ironed. In his old age, he would stand next to Guruji's throne to oversee the installation of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Before starting any job, he would seek the permission of Guruji by taking a hukamnama from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. If permission was granted, only then would he proceed, no matter how big the emergency was. If any devotee sought his advice, he would not just give his opinion. He would seek the blessings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and not assert his own ego. He would take the devotee to the Gurdwara and ask him to do ardas in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. He would offer ardas before eating, drinking and before undertaking any sort of activity. May my lust, wrath, avarice, worldly love and ego depart. Nanak has sought your protection. O Lord of my divine Guru, have mercy upon me. Kaam krodh ar lobh moh binas jaye ahmev, Nanak prav sarnagati kar prasad Gurudev. Regarding the woes of the mind, Babaji would say, make supplication before the Guru. Every Gursikh should communicate with the great Guru through ardas. If any of the 5 instincts of lust, wrath, greed, attachment, pride and vanity try to overpower the mortal, then that person should immediately engross himself or herself in prayer. The Guru will provide that soul with shelter from these instincts. A true believer is helped and guided through Gurbani. When he visited England, I once asked, Babaji, what is the need to read Gurbani when we don't understand its meanings? Babaji replied, Gurbani is the Guru. It has the power to eliminate darkness. I repeated my question differently and said, if we do not understand Gurbani that we read, how will it help us? He replied, if when reading Gurbani you do not follow its meanings, even then try to be attentive to the words spoken. Whatever you utter, listen and read the words affectionately, then Gurbani automatically shows its greatness and reveals its meanings clearly in due time. The need is for pure emotion and devotion when reading and listening. Babaji gave the utmost regard to Sangat. He would say, in the saints' congregation the Lord abides. As such, it was his routine to serve the Sangat with his own hands. He would always sit in the rows, that is the Pangat, with the rest of the Sangat when taking langar. Nitnem was recited in groups so that everyone benefited. To do Nitnem in a group is more beneficial as, like the Asdirakta tree, abiding with sandalwood tree, gains its scent, O Lord, you are the sandalwood. I have acquired your qualities. Jio chandan sang base nim birkha, gun chandan ke baske. The consciousness rises when sitting in the company of holy persons. Moreover, any errors in your prayers are removed whilst reading Gurbani. If some devotee would question, show me the path, O saints, how can I meet my Lord? Main dasyo marg santoho, kyun Prabhu milaiya? Babaji would ask the devotee to sit with him when he was meditating. The devotee would be told the method of controlling the mind and techniques of meditation. Sometimes to a devotee lacking in spiritual achievement or lapsed on the spiritual path, Babaji would say, where there is a guide to tell the way, there is no one willing to follow, and where there is someone to ask, there is no one to guide. But when the two aspects are united, there is nothing incomplete left. Any devotee could meet him without reservations except when he was engrossed in his personal meditation. There were no barriers to him. His doors were always open to help the poor and the needy. In this world, such persons are rare to find. Babaji was so liberal and broad-minded that if someone committed an error and asked for forgiveness, felt remorse and vowed to reform his or her ways, he would forgive them there and then. He would never make him conscious of his mistake in future. You are without enmity and your saints are pure. Babaji was very punctual and kept his promises. I remember he promised a family that he would attend their Bhog ceremony at Rasulpur near Tanda Urmur. The day before and on the appointed day, there was torrential rain. All communication came down and the roads became impassable. In the morning, he began to say that he had promised to be at the Bhog ceremony in Rasulpur. So after he had finished his morning nitnem, he set off on foot to the Bhog in Rasulpur. The family in Rasulpur had given up home, thinking that Babaji would not come in this weather. They were all wonderstruck when Babaji arrived and greeted them with the Guru's Fateh, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. He stuck to one more principle in his life, and that was to recite Benti Chaupai Sahib at least 5 times whenever travelling en route to somewhere, and then do Ardas. He would recite 27 Benti Chaupai parts for the upliftment and divine protection of the Khalsa Panth. His whole life was dedicated to this cause. He had the utmost respect for the sword and hair and considered them a divine gift from God and Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He would keep the loose hair from combing his hair and burn them respectfully. Many others who followed Gurmat and the spiritual path, seeking true Naam, came into very close contact with Babaji and knew him far better than I did. I did not come into the company of Babaji to meet the Almighty. Due to some predestined good deeds, my parents saw it fit to put me in the company of such a holy person. No doubt I had the company of Babaji, but remained indifferent. However, the pious, fragrant soul did not abandon its nature of spreading the fragrance of Naam, and as such overlooked my demerits and faults. It was a unique blessing over me that the great saint, whenever I felt sad, gloomy or lonely due to the lack of Sangat in the materialistic world, came to this country twice to bless me with his company. My mind blossomed with pleasure and was in bliss, recalling his words as he embraced me. I thought Kakaji is very sad, so I should go and see him. When he last came to see me in England, I shared with him some incidents of my life which I couldn't share previously. We sat in a quiet place where the great saint blessed me with many boons and blessings. These boons have stood with me through thick and thin in the struggles of my life. Whoever came into his affectionate embrace became his throughout life. Even today, countless devotees baptized when Babaji was there are seen in high spirits, ever ready and firm in their Gursikh resolve. These devotees truly bear witness to the Guru's word that the holy man saves himself, saves his entire lineage, and reforms his life too. Aap tare kul sagle tare, Gurmukh janam savaranya. As is the law of nature, this physical body does not last forever. He departed for his heavenly abode, living and dying in the Guru's will. No doubt the veil of someone has slipped out of the hand, but the link of that thought never snaps. The link and shelter of the human body may not remain, but the bonds of blissful thoughts does not fade. It is strengthened through the teachings and spoken word. We can say about the great saints, "Blessed is the lineage, blessed the father, and blessed the mother who gave birth to God's slave. They who with each breath and morsel remember the Lord God, those men of God, look beauteous in the true court." Tan so vans, tan so pita, tan so mata, jin jan jane, jin saas giras tyaya mera har har, se sachi dargah har jan bane. In the end, I humbly pray to all Gursikhs who had the company of the great saint, were inspired and met the Almighty to bless me with the boon to carry on the Gursikh way of life with devotion and humility unto my last breath. Give me your blessings, O friends, that I may attain union with my Master. Deo sajjan asisadiyan, jo hove sahib se mel. Humble servant Harbinder Singh Tillon, 43 Park Hall Road, Wolverhampton, UK. इको ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निरभਉ निर्वैर अकाल मूरत आजूनी सैभंग गुरप्रसाद। सोही महला पंजवां। भाग ठड़े हर संत तुम्हारे, जिन घर धन हरनामा, परवान गणी सेई ए आए, सफल तिना के कामा। मेरे राम हर जन के हों बल जाई, केसा का कर चवर डुलावा, चरण तूड़ मुख लाई रहाओ। जन्म मरण दोहूं में नाही, जन परोपकारी आए, जी दान दे भगति लायन, हरस्यों लैन मिलाए। सच्चा अमर सच्ची पातशाही, सच्चे सेती राते, सच्चा सुख सच्ची वडियाई, जिसके से तिन जाते। पखा फेरी पानी टोवा, हर जन के पीसण पीस कमावा। नानक की प्रभ पास बिनंती, तेरे जन देखण पावा। Your saints are very fortunate. Their homes are filled with the wealth of the Lord's name. Their birth is approved and their actions are fruitful. O my Lord, I am a sacrifice to the humble servants of the Lord. I make my hair into a fan and wave it over them. I apply the dust of their feet to my face. Pause. Those generous, humble beings are above both birth and death. They give the gift of the soul and practice devotional worship. They inspire others to meet the Lord. True are their commands and true are their empires. They are attuned to the truth. True is their happiness and true is their greatness. They know the Lord to whom they belong. I wave the fan over them, carry water for them, and grind corn for the humble servants of the Lord. Nanak offers this prayer to God. Please grant me the sight of your humble servants. Chapter 1. Birth and Early Childhood. Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji was born in 1897 during the month of Asar at village Tugga Kala, district Hoshiarpur, Punjab. This sacred soul was the third son of deeply religious and Gursikh parents by the name of Sardar Achar Singh and Bibi Narayan Kaur. Babaji's father was a farmer and both his parents were of pious and gentle nature. Babaji had 3 brothers and 2 sisters. His eldest brother was Sardar Meher Singh, second eldest Sardar Tara Singh, and the youngest was Sardar Lashman Singh. His 2 sisters were Bibi Jwali Ji and Bibi Rukman Kaur Ji. Babaji's father used to carry out his family's duties and responsibilities with great involvement and worked hard with honesty, whilst his mother used to look after the family. Babaji's mother used to rise well before dawn and after bathing would go to the village Gurdwara to pray and receive God's blessings. She would carry out all her household chores and duties whilst reciting Mool Mantra all the time. Sardar Achar Singh was truly devoted to Vaheguru. He would go to the Gurdwara every day on the way to his farm. Such was his devotion to God that every Sangrand he would go to Kangamai Gurdwara taking food and milk for the langar. On his cart, he would take other people from the village along with him to listen to the Kirtan and Katha. As a child, Babaji would often get the chance to go with his father to Kangamai Gurdwara. Babaji's mother had specifically instructed him to always walk with due care and caution lest we step on small insects and ants. She would instruct Babaji not to disturb birds' nests or break their eggs. He was also told not to steal or quarrel with others. In the evenings, without fail, Babaji's father would tell them a religious story from our scriptures. In this manner, the righteous teachings and conduct taught by Babaji's parents helped to unravel his saintly disposition. From early childhood, Babaji's desire was to become a saint and imbibe the holy teachings of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. With encouragement from his father, Babaji would try to recite the Mool Mantra continuously. Babaji was less interested in playing with children, though he would enjoy physical exercise in order to keep fit. He had a strong and solid build, which would allow him to overcome his companions in sport with ease. At the turn of the century, few resources were available for education and schools were only found in big cities. Consequently, Babaji was unable to receive schooling or education due to lack of schools in his area. However, as was a common practice in those days, the village Gurdwara priest would teach Gurmukhi and Gurbani to the children. Babaji's intense desire was to learn Gurmukhi script so that he could read and recite Gurbani as soon as possible. To this end, Babaji learned to read and write Gurbani from Gurdwara Sahib, Granthi. Thus he was able to acquire a good command of Punjabi to read, study and understand our scriptures and historical books. Chapter 2. Marriage. As was the age-old tradition, parents usually betrothed their children at a young age. At the age of about 8, Babaji's parents arranged his marriage to Bibi Gyan Kaur of a nearby village called Nangalpure, Jattan district, Hoshiarpur. Babaji used to say that he pleaded with his mother, "Dear mother, I request not to be married as I do not wish to become a family man." His request notwithstanding, the marriage took place at the insistence of Babaji's parents, as if to complete a preordained destiny. A little over a year has passed. Bibi Gyan Kaur had not even visited Babaji's house at Tugga village a second time when she fell victim to plague and passed away to her heavenly abode. Babaji's parents-in-law approached Sardar Achar Singh with a view to betroth their younger daughter to Babaji. When Babaji came to know of this new development, he firmly and with great determination declined the offer to his mother. "I don't wish to be a family man at all. If you try to marry me again, this bride too will not live long. So please drop the idea of getting me married." Babaji's firm and prophetic words melted his mother's sentiments, and she duly declined the match proposed by the in-laws. Babaji spent all his life as a chaste, celibate, saint soldier, attuning his conscious mind to the Guru's lotus feet. Thus he fulfilled the Guru's words, "He whose eyes gaze not upon the beauty of others' wives, who serves the holy and bears the love to his saints, who with his ears hears not slander of anyone, who deems himself the worst of all, who by the Guru's grace renounces wickedness, who banishes his mind's desires from his soul, and who conquers his lust and is free from the 5 sinful instincts. Nanak, one amongst million, there is scarcely such a person above these worldly attractions. Par treh roop na pikhe netar, sad ki tahal sant sang het. Chapter 3. In service of an Udasi saint. As described, from an early age, Babaji was determined not to follow a conventional married life and wanted to devote his whole life effort to attain God by becoming a sadhu. During these days, 2 men from Babaji's village left their homes to become sadhus, but within a year had returned disenchanted. No sooner had one of them come home that he started working back in his fields, farming the land. The second man came home and for about 6 months thereafter set about giving holy ashes from his campfire to troubled people, supposedly to bring them good fortune and ward off bad spirits and omens. After a while he too gave up his ascetic robes, got married and started working. Babaji used to say that looking at these so-called sadhus used to arouse a sense of grievance against sadhus and made him question that if after a couple of years one is to give into worldly pleasures and material attachments, then what is the use of leaving and renouncing your home in the first place? Surely it is more worthwhile to remain at home, go about your daily chores, remembering God by enshrining His name in your heart. Inside Babaji, there was a deep yearning to meet God. To fulfill his longing, his soul needed guidance. Whenever Babaji came to know of any holy saint visiting his area, he would go to meet him. He would keenly observe their way of living, demeanor and meditation in order to gain an insight to the path of salvation. During these days, one such Udasi sadhu named Santokh Das came to Babaji's village. He set up a camp in a deserted old tomb beside a pond outside the village. At first, Babaji did not go to see the sadhu. One day it started to rain, but the sadhu sat with great poise through the rain and did not get up to go into the village to beg for food or shelter. It rained continuously for 3 days, and Babaji observed the sadhu from a distance every morning and evening to check if the sadhu had perhaps left the tomb. The sadhu, true to his name, Santokh Das, means contentment and patience, had remained steadfast for 3 days, and his fortitude impressed Babaji deeply. Babaji immediately gathered some dry wood, food and water from home and brought them to the sadhu. Babaji made a small fire and served food to the sadhu, bringing much joy and satisfaction to Babaji's heart. Any grievance Babaji had against such ascetic sadhus vanished from his mind after witnessing the patience and content actions of Santokh Das. Each day in the morning and evening, Babaji would take food and dry firewood for the sadhu. Since there was no fresh water at the tomb, Babaji would carry as many buckets of water the sadhu requested from the village to the tomb. Babaji would sit a while with the sadhu, learn about meditation, and the rest of the time he would help his father farm the land. He would work harder than his brothers to help his father plough the fields. In this way, the Gurbani of Bhagat Nam Dev Ji was fulfilled. With your hands and feet perform all your daily work, but let your mind be attuned with the Immaculate Lord. Haath paun kar kam sab Cheet Naranjan Nal. Babaji would fulfill his family obligations and carry out his spiritual duties of meditation. As Guru Nanak Dev Ji had fed some hungry sadhu as a child, so this great saint soldier of Guru Nanak Dev Ji served the Udasi sadhu with food and water. Babaji served the sadhu out of respect, but did not serve him with the intention of becoming an Udasi sadhu. All the while he remained steadfast in his belief and a true follower of Gurmat. Throughout the day he would recite the Gur Mantar and the Mool Mantar. After a few years of serving Sadhu Santokh Das, the sadhu tried to tempt Babaji to follow his ways of meditation. Santokh Das tried to convince Babaji, recite some mystical charms for 40 consecutive days and you will be rewarded with miraculous powers such as commanding the spirits of the Hindu gods like Hanuman and Bhairav, who will fulfill your every wish and command. Babaji declined this offer saying, I yearn to meet Vaheguru, Almighty Lord, the Creator and not His creation. I do not want to follow the path of wealth and miracles because these mystical powers entice you into greed and attachment, thus taking a person away from God. As Satguru Amar Das Ji says, riches and the supernatural spiritual powers of the Siddhas are all emotional attachments. Through them, the Naam, the name of the Lord, does not come to dwell in the mind. Riddh Siddh sab moh hai, Naam na vase man aaye. He himself is the supreme master of all. Wealth and miraculous spiritual powers and all other external tastes and pleasures are all like beads on a string. Chapter 4. Disenchantment with Sadhu Santokh Das. For 11 long years, without fail, Babaji served the Udasi saint. One day, whilst working in the fields, an intense thought overwhelmed him. Who am I? Leaving his work aside, he sat down and thought, I am not just a mere body. Some conscious force within me is driving me. With this thought in mind, he decided to ask the sadhu about this question and so set off to meet him immediately. Upon arriving at the tomb, he bowed respectfully to the sadhu and asked him, Who am I? The holy sadhu listened intently but remained silent. After a short period, he answered, Harnam Singh, if you wish to know the answer to your question, then become my disciple by putting ash in your hair. It is noteworthy that as a mark of renouncing worldly possessions and attachment, disciples of Udasi cult rub ashes into their hair and body. Babaji, being a Sikh, had immense respect for his unshorn hair, which is the glorious crown gifted to a Sikh by the Almighty God. He was deeply hurt by the sadhu's request and thought, "Surely this sadhu thinks of me as a Sikh, which I am indeed. I have mistakenly been serving the sadhu, thinking him to be without prejudice for anyone. Surely he discriminates between a Sikh and a Udasi." Babaji replied immediately, "I serve you thinking you to be without prejudice, treating all humanity as one. If you can answer my question without making me a disciple and rubbing ashes into my hair, then please do so. Otherwise, I am not ready to be a disciple or rub ash on my God-given gift of Kesh. It is better that I do not ask you for spiritual guidance in the future." From that day onwards, any hope that Babaji had of getting spiritual guidance from Sadhu Santokh Das was broken. Disillusioned, his mainstay and only hope for spiritual guidance now was Vaheguru. "Nanak, my mainstay of hope is the Creator alone, and I have renounced all other hopes." Nanak tek pei karte ki, hor aas badani lahe. Chapter 5. Spiritual Guidance from Sikh Saints. Disenchanted with the advice from the Udasi Sadhu, Babaji began to search for contemporary Sikh saints to quench his thirst for spiritual knowledge and enlightenment. Babaji was hoping to find a Sikh saint who had attained enlightenment and union with Vaheguru. Furthermore, he hoped that such a saint could vouch for the spiritual bliss obtained by meditation on Gurbani. After a great deal of searching, Babaji could find no Sikh saint who would give him such a guarantee, because all the saints will impart their spiritual knowledge about Sikh Dharma only, on condition that one became a disciple of their way of life. It was as if all these saints used the spiritual knowledge of Guru Granth Sahib Ji to further their own name. Many a time Babaji would spend days discussing the importance of Guru Granth Sahib Ji being the word of God, the only true Guru. However, these saints would not give up their insistence on believing in a living person to be a Guru. Babaji was steadfast in his belief that Guru Gobind Singh Ji had enthroned Guru Granth Sahib Ji as the Guru of the Sikhs. He instructed us that the word of God, Shabad, is the spiritual teacher, that is the Guru, and not to place our faith in a living Guru. Furthermore, Babaji thought to himself that once a living Guru dies, one would need to go looking for another Guru to replace the first one. Babaji knew that all Sikhs sing the praise of Guru Granth Sahib Ji at the end of the Ardas with love and devotion that, by the order of the timeless Vaheguru, started this enlightened path. All Sikhs are ordered that your Guru is the Granth. In Guru Granth Sahib Ji believe, it is the manifestation of all 10 Gurus. Whosoever wishes to glimpse God, find Him enshrined in the Word. Agya bhai akal ki tabe chalayo panth, sab Sikhan ko hukum hai, Guru manyo Granth. This divine order of our 10th spiritual master, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, invoked the ultimate truth that Guru Granth Sahib Ji is indeed the Word of God to us to follow and believe. If we Sikhs do not follow the orders of our father, then who else will we follow? Furthermore, our fourth Guru, Guru Ramdas Ji, gives us the order of the Almighty Vaheguru that the Word of God is the Guru. The Guru is the Word of God. Within Gurbani is embodied the whole nectar of immortality. If the follower acts upon the message enjoined in the Gurbani, the Guru in person saves the follower of Gurbani. Bani Guru, Guru hai Bani, which Bani Amrit Sare, Gurbani kahe, Sevak Jan Manne, Partak Guru Nistare. And the word of God, Shabad, is his Guru and spiritual guide, profound and unfathomable. Without the Shabad, this world has gone insane. Sabad Gur Pira, Geher Gambira, Bin Sabde, Jag Bohranam. And the true Guru is the Word, and the Word is the true Guru. The Holy Word shows the way to emancipation. Satgur Bachan, Bachan hai Satgur, Padar Mukt Janavego. And the Word is my Guru upon whom this disciple attunes his consciousness. Sabad Guru Surt Tun Chela. Many divine orders are to be found in Guru Granth Sahib Ji, which state Gurbani, the word of God, is the true Guru or spiritual guide. Babaji saw all mankind as brethren and disliked the idea of having spiritual masters and disciples. Babaji experienced further disappointment through his meetings with various saints. Having lost his hope in worldly spiritual guides, his last and only hope of enlightenment lay in Vaheguru alone. He felt, O my soul, grasp the support of one Lord, forsake hope of all others. O Nanak, meditating on Naam, the name of the Lord, your affairs will be resolved. Tar jiere ik tek tu, lahe bidani aas. O my mind, place your hope in God, your beloved, who shall carry you across and save all your family. Mere man, aas kar har pritam apne ki, jo tuj tare tera kutam sab chadai. Chapter 6. Taking shelter of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. When his searching for enlightenment proved fruitless, Babaji was moved to deep sadness. 2 or 3 days passed with him, stricken with grief, unable to answer his question. At last he went to the Gurdwara in his village. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned, and with utmost humility he bowed and prayed in front of Guruji. As Guru Ram Das Ji has uttered, Now I have come to you, my Lord, Master, weary. Now that I have sought your sanctuary, O my Lord, Master, it is up to you to save me or slay me. Pause. Clever words and praise of people I have burnt in a fire. Whether I am praised as good or called bad, I have surrendered my body and being to you. My Lord, Master, whoever seeks your refuge, mercifully do you preserve him with your grace. Nanak, your servant, has entered the sanctuary. O Venerable Lord, preserve my honor. Ab hum chali Thakur pe haar, jab hum saran Prabhu ki aaye, Rakh Prabhu paave maar, rahao, lokan ki chaturai upama, te basantar jar, koi pala kaho, paave bura kaho, hum tan diyo hai tar, जो आवत शरण ठाकुर प्रभ तुमरी, तिस राखो कृपा तार, जन नानक शरण तुम्हारी हर जियो, राखो लाज मुरार. And as the 5th Guru Arjan Dev Ji says, all other havens I have seen, your shelter is the only one that remains for me. Avar oat main sagli dekhi, ek teri oat rahai hai. O true God, I have abandoned all hope and now present myself in front of you to seek your sanctuary. Please bless and grant me refuge by merging me into your form. From now on, I will not leave your haven or spread my hands in front of another to ask for spiritual boons. Besieged Babaji. Babaji used to tell us that he couldn't remember how long he spent in loving prayer in front of Guruji. In this deep state of supplication, Babaji heard a voice saying, Harnam Singh, take Amrit and become one with the Guru. You will acquire the state of bliss you crave and yearn for. Do not be dejected. This was it. Henceforth, Babaji's questions were answered and his yearning desire to meet the true Guru gained direction. A few days later, Babaji travelled to Takht Sri Keshkar Sahib, Anandpur, taking Amrit from the 5 beloved ones. Thus he set off on his Gursikh journey as Guruji described. Dear Gursikh friend, do as your Guru bids and follow his righteous steps. Now Babaji had received true guidance from God. He was excited and eager all the while to see a vision of the Almighty Vaheguru. Babaji would rise well before dawn and after taking a bath, would recite his sacred Nitnem. He then performed all duties and tasks given to him by his brothers. Babaji's father passed away when he was aged 10, so all the brothers worked and farmed the land together. He would carry on reciting the Mool Mantra while working. If for some reason he couldn't recite Mool Mantra, he would start repeating the Guru Mantra, Vaheguru. Thus his every breath was captured in meditation of the Lord, and every breath was tinged with loving remembrance of God. All the time Babaji's yearning to meet with Vaheguru grew more intense, like the pangs of separation felt by a wife long separated from her husband. This yearning welled up deep felt prayer from his soul that, my beloved Lord, I praise you ever. As long as I have breath in my body, if I forget you ever for a moment, I deem it equal to 50 years. Hiyo jio tudno sada salahi pyare, jichar kat antar hai asa, ik pal khin visre, tu swami jano bars pachasa. Now the pain of separation from God Almighty was unbearable. Guruji, separation from you is worse than torture with pincers used to clinch flesh. O merciful Lord, union with you alone can turn this unbearable pain into bliss of your glimpse. So dear God, bless me and shower me with your grace, prayed Babaji with deep devotion and hope. The pincers of separation are hard to bear. If only the Master would come to me, then, O Nanak, I would then attain all true comforts. Vichohe jambur khame navanjan gakhade, jeso tani milan, Nanak sukh samvuhu sach. Chapter 7. The Willpower of Babaji. Babaji used to mention that during the years he spent serving Sadhu Santokh Das in his village, one day he casually told Babaji that when a youth steps into manhood, he should lower his gaze as a mark of humility. For those who do not are often deceived by what they see. The Sadhu's words became engraved on Babaji's heart. When Babaji was turning home that day, a young lady was turning the corner in the street. Upon seeing Babaji, this young lady pulled her veil over her face, as was the custom in those days. As a measure of modesty, young women would cover themselves in front of men. Babaji thought, this woman covered her face in my presence because she considers me grown up. I must therefore behave like an elder and lower my gaze. The next day, when Babaji was going towards the fields to work, a respectable elder from the village saw him passing by and called out to Babaji. On calling him over, he said, Harnam Singh, I need to advise you on a matter. Do not take me wrongly. Babaji replied very politely, Bapuji, please say what you must without hesitation. I trust it will be for my benefit. The old gentleman said, Man's youth is like a flooded river of emotions. If one loses their foothold in the water, you are carried with the water and only good fortune of your destiny can save you. You are a deeply religious youth. Be vigilant of your mind and careful of your emotions. Do not look upon anyone with vanity or lust. That's all. This alone is the way to save yourself from misdeeds. This advice from the elder reinforced Babaji's earlier conviction. Miraculously, the old man's words sank deep and firmly into his being. This incident gave Babaji such great fortitude and willpower that for 34 years he lived amongst his family and the village. He never looked upon another woman with bad intention. He would go about his daily work in and around his house with his gaze lowered in respect and humility. As a result of this thinking, lustful thoughts would never arise in his mind or cloud his consciousness. Except for his mother, Babaji would avoid trivial chit-chat with other women. Thus, in his behavior, he fulfilled the words of Bhagat Namdev Ji. He who forsakes another's wealth, he who forsakes another's woman, near him alone does God abide. Par tan, par tara, par hari, take nikat, base nar hari. He whose eyes gaze not upon the beauty of another's wife, who serves the holy saints lovingly. Par treya roop na pekha netar, saad ki tahal, sant sanghet. These lines of Gurbani became the pillar of Babaji's chastity. He did not feel any temptation from desires in attaining spiritual heights. He believed that the eyes play a major role in making our mind wander outside. Whatever a man sees with his eyes is received by the mind, and under the attraction of materialistic things, the mind then wanders outwardly. The more we try to control this extrovert nature of the mind, the quicker we'll be able to concentrate our minds on meditation. All spiritual achievements are proportional to the concentration of our mind. It is essential that the mind be controlled by restraining the eyes. Chapter 8. Relocation from Tugga to Sargodha. By now, Babaji was 21 years old. At about this time, Babaji's elder brother, Bhai Tara Singh, bought some farmland in a village called Chak 119 near Sargodha. This is now in Pakistan. The whole family, including Babaji, moved from their ancestral village Tugga to district Sargodha. On their new farmland, all 4 brothers, including Babaji, would use oxen to plough the fields from dawn until the evening. He would then come home with his brothers and prepare fodder for the cattle by hand, as in those days there were no machines to prepare and shed the hay. After the day's hard work, he would wash and bathe before his evening meal. Thereafter, Babaji would go to the nearby canal a short distance from the village, where it was quiet, to recitate his evening prayers of Rahras. He would then meditate on the Gur Mantra and Mool Mantra late into the night. If he felt drowsy due to tiredness from his daytime work, he would splash water in his eyes to keep awake. Failing this, if he still felt lethargic, he would stand in the cold water of the canal and carry on with his Simran, recitation and remembrance. When he felt cold, he would climb out, sit beside the canal, cross-legged on the ground, and carry on with his Simran. By about midnight, he would return home and rest. He would sleep for about 3 hours, then he would get up, bathe, and recite his morning Nitnem. He would then get ready to help his brothers with the task of ploughing and farming. Babaji used to say that there wasn't a single day that he lagged behind his brothers in getting up for work. Guruji's grace was such that in due course, his need to sleep was so little that even a few moments of shut-eye during the night was enough sleep for the whole day. With God's grace, Babaji would feel no physical or mental fatigue despite so little sleep. At about 5 o'clock, he would pick up the plough and head towards the farm with his brothers. All 4 brothers would plough the fields in the line, and Babaji would keep his oxen in between the others. In one hand he would have his rosary and in the other the plough handle. He would speak very little unless he was spoken to. The oxen would carry on following the oxen in front, while Babaji would be sowing the seed of God's word through recitation. Thus Babaji fulfilled the words of Gurbani. Make your mind the plough, good deeds the job of farming, make your body the field, water it with the virtue of modesty, sow the seed of the Lord's name, contentment the implement to till the soil, and the garb of humility the fence. Pause. Man hali kirsani karni, saram pani tan khet, naam beej santokh suhaga, rakh gribi ves. Whilst ploughing, Babaji would recite many shabds, many times. He would recite 32 rosaries a day of one particular hymn. Then after 40 days of reciting the shabad, he would pledge this effort through ardas to the Guru and start another shabad. All the time he would meditate on the Mool Mantra. Among some of the shabads that he would recite were: Remain steadfast in the home of yourself, O beloved servant of the Lord. The true Guru shall resolve all your affairs. Pause. The Transcendental Lord has struck down the wicked and the evil. The Creator has preserved the honor of His servants. The king and emperors, all are under His power. He drinks deeply of the most sublime essence of the ambrosial name. Meditate fearlessly on the Lord God. Joining the Sadh Sangat, the company of the holy, this gift is given. Nanak has entered the sanctuary of God, the inner knower, the searcher of hearts. He grasps the support of God, his Lord and Master. Gaudi Mahalla Panjwa, Thir kar baiso harjan pyare, Satgur tumre kaaj suare, Rahao, Dust, Doot Parmesar mare, Janki Paj, Rakhi Kartare, Badshah Shah Sab Vas Kar Dine, Amrit Naam Maha Ras Pine, Nirpo Hoye Pajo Bhagwan, Sadh Sangat Milkino Dan, Saran Pare Prab Antar Jami, Nanak Ot Pakri Prab Swami. And the restorer of what was taken away, the liberator from captivity, the formless Lord, the destroyer of pain. I do not know about karma and good deeds. I do not know about dharma and righteous living. I am so greedy, chasing after Maya. I go by the name of God's devotees. Please save this honor of yours. O dear Lord, you are the honor of the dishonored. You make the untrustworthy worthy. O my Lord of the universe, I am a sacrifice to your almighty creative power. Pause. Like the child, innocently making thousands of mistakes, his father teaches and scolds him many times, but still he hugs him close in his embrace. Please forgive my past actions, God, and place me on your path for the future. The Lord, the inner knower, the searcher of hearts, knows all about my state of mind. So whom else shall I go and speak to? The Lord of the universe is not pleased by mere recitation of words. If it is pleasing to His will, He preserves our honor. I have seen all other shelters, but yours alone remains for me. Becoming kind and compassionate, God, the Lord and the Master Himself, listens to my prayer. He unites me in union with the perfect true Guru. All the cares and anxieties of my mind are dispelled. The Lord has placed the medicine of Naam into my mouth. Servant Nanak abides in peace. Sorat Mahalla Panjwa. Gai bohod, bandi chod, nirankar dukhdari, karam na jana, taram na jana, lobi maya tari. And very fortunate and modest are the brides who meet with their Lord the King. Through their Guru, the divine light shines within them, and they merge in the name of the Lord. Vadbhagiya sohagni jina gurmukh milya har rai, antar jot pargasiya, Nanak naam samaye. And God is the nourisher, God gives salvation, God is benevolent, God is limitless, God destroyer of all, God creator of all, God without name, God beyond temptations. Chachri Chand, Gobinde Mukinde Udhare Apare Hariyang Kariyang Nirname Akame. And excruciating pain, countless killings, reincarnation, poverty and terrible misery are all destroyed by meditating in remembrance on the Lord's name, O Nanak, just as fire reduces piles of hay to ashes. Kor Dukhang Anakhatyang Janam Daridrang Mahabikhyadang Mitant Sagal Simrant Harnam Nanak Jaise Pavak Kasat Pasam Karot. And the Supreme Lord God has protected my head and forehead. The Transcendental Lord has protected my hands and body. O God, my Lord and Master, has saved my soul. The Lord of the universe has saved my wealth and feet. The merciful Guru has protected everything and destroyed my fear and sufferings. God is the lover of His devotees, the Master of the masterless. Nanak has entered the sanctuary of the imperishable, primal Lord God. Sir Mastak Rakhya Par Brahm, Hast Kaya Rakhya Parmesware, Atam Rakhya Gopal Swami, Tan Charan Rakhya Jagdishware, Sarva Rakhya Gurdyale, Pay Dukh Banasane, Bhagat Vishal Anath Nathe, Saran Nanak Purk Achutte. These and many other hymns were chanted by Babaji in succession time and again. Despite being so busy with work and personal meditation, he would take out time to learn how to read and pronounce Gurbani of the Guru Granth Sahib Ji correctly. Bhai Hardit Singh Ji, who was a learned and scholarly Sikh, lived in a nearby village. Babaji would travel to this nearby village in order to get Santhya. While travelling between the two villages, Babaji committed to memory Sukhmani Sahib and Asa Ji Devar by reading from a gutka. He incorporated these two prayers into a schedule of daily prayers to recite. In the evening, it became the daily routine of Babaji to listen to stories and tales of our Gurus and Sikhs from various historical texts, usually read to him by his younger brother, Bhai Thakur Singh Ji. In this way, not only was he gaining spiritual insight from Gurbani and meeting with scholarly Sikhs, but also gained further spiritual wisdom from listening to holy scriptures. When one scripture was finished, he would start another one. He thus continued with fortitude in this routine. Standing or sitting down, contemplate the Lord Almighty. Night and day indulge in this good labour. Uthath baithath har har tyaiye, andin sukrit kariye rahao. Babaji not only studied and learned from Guru Granth Sahib Ji and other Sikh scriptures, he also studied scriptures from other religions. Thus he deepened his knowledge and understanding of other faiths. The fruit of the study of different religions and their scriptures was an awareness that all holy texts are to be respected as having their own truth to reveal. However, our Guru in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji have placed the treasure of God's knowledge. The straightforward but simple path to attain God is enlightened upon the seeker of divine truth through Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, which no other holy scripture can equal. To this end, we all must follow the path enlightened and revealed by Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji with all our faith. Chapter 9. Visitation by Guru Nanak Dev Ji and a poisonous snake. One evening, Babaji sat in deep meditation next to a small canal near his home. Suddenly, Babaji's attention was drawn to a rustle of dry leaves, a little distance from where he was sitting. It was a moonlit night. Babaji saw the brown and yellow outline of a snake, about 2 to 3 feet long, slithering towards him. It was raised its hood and lung forward a few feet at a time. The snake had only moved a few lengths towards him when Babaji thought, the next time the snake lunges forward, it will surely land on me. Babaji recounted, at that very instant, instead of fear and panic, a clear reasoning sprang to my mind that surely the light of God resides in this poisonous snake too. Maybe the great Guru has sent the snake to test my resolve and faith. Maybe Guruji wishes to test how attached I am to this body. My mind became calm and steady and with immovable faith. Instead, on its next move, the snake raised its head and landed on my shoes next to my feet. The snake then fell still on the shoes. As Babaji told us, this was a poisonous snake particular to that region of Pakistan. He looked upon the snake, which now lowered its hood, circled around Babaji, and wriggled away towards the direction from which it came. Witnessing the miracle, my mind melted in gratitude to the Almighty God. Every pore of my body erupted in joyous gratitude to Almighty Vaheguru. Blessed and graced is God who protects His humblest servants from harm, even from poisonous snakes. Praised be to the Almighty. His will bears upon all His creations. Babaji continued, my mind was drenched in gratitude and thanksgiving to Almighty God, whilst my inner being was absorbed in deep waves of meditation, overcome by a tide of joyous ecstasy. A little while later, still in deep state, a sensation of intense, resplendent light dawned upon me, and this light surrounded and bathed me inside. My soul was relishing such peace and tranquility and pleasure that cannot be described in words. Babaji was deeply engrossed in the state of being and meditation. The intensity of the light he felt grew further. Lo, and behold, the great Baba Guru Nanak Dev Ji appeared in person before Babaji's very eyes. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji appeared vividly and placed his sacred hand on Babaji's head in order to bless him. In the next moment, Babaji felt as if Guru Nanak Dev Ji was inside his being and outside, whilst his hand was still resting on his head. That was it. What else remained to be asked? The great Guru has banished even the slightest shadow of doubt in my being. All that remained was pure and complete bliss and total tranquility. Sublime pleasure blossomed inside with boundless joy at the visitation of the blessed Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Kabir, how can I describe the extent of joy immersed in the Lord's feet? Its sublime glory cannot be described. It has to be experienced and seen for oneself. Kabir, चरण कमल की मौज को कह कैसे उन्मान, कहबे को शोभा नहीं, देखा ही परवान. That state of pleasure and bliss cannot be described in words, but can only be realized and experienced in person only. The infinite Lord is impossible to describe in words alone. Says Kabir, the mute has stated the molasses, but what can he say about it if he is asked? Kaho Kabir gunge gud khaya, पूछे तो क्या कहिए? Kabir, seeing my Lord, how can I describe him? No one can be satisfied or believe my words. The Lord is just as he is. I dwell in delight singing his glorious praises. Kabir, देख के क्या कहो, कह न को पतियाए, हर जैसा तैसा ओही रहो, हरख गुन गाए. In this state of sublime bliss, I do not remember when Guruji disappeared. I came to realize the sensation of time only when my attention was drawn outside to the noise of the morning train that used to pass near the village. However, my inner calmness, spiritual bliss, and the radiant light all remained with me. I relished and enjoyed the spiritual bliss with great pleasure until the sun came up. It became very hot and I returned home at about 11 o'clock, recalled Babaji. He had something to eat and returned to the same place to carry on meditating. No doubt I felt deep waves of ecstasy and spiritual bliss when I meditated again, but it was less intense than the night before, when Guruji had blessed me with an audience. Nonetheless, the events of the night previous had left me feeling a great closeness inside and outside to the great Guru, within and around me, with this resplendent and radiant aura which did not recede even when the night fell. Even in the dark, this light was so intense that it appeared brighter than the light from many suns put together, Babaji told us. Babaji became a little concerned with the glow of the outer light, that people may see this light, drawing attention to him and becoming the focus of idolatry and worship. This would give rise to a sense of vanity in the mind and become an obstacle to meeting the Lord. Kabir has made many students and disciples, but has not made God his friend. He set out on a journey to meet the Lord, but his mind deserted him halfway. Chale the har bilan ko biche atkyo cheet. Babaji prayed to the Almighty with all humility to control this outer light, but to keep his consciousness connected inwardly with him. The great Guru heard Babaji's plea and controlled the outer appearance of light. However, he kept showering his sublime grace and light inwardly upon him. Chapter 10. 10th Guru appears in a dream to elder brother. Babaji used to mention that despite his routine of rigorous spiritual meditation, he would work just as hard as his brothers on their farm. Without specific effort, constant remembrance and meditation continued inside him. After finishing his work, Babaji would sit beside the canal near the village and immerse himself in blissful remembrance of the Almighty God. Babaji used to tell us that about 15 days after the vision of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the 10th Master, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, appeared in a dream to his elder brother, Bhai Tara Singh Ji, instructing him, "Spare Bhai Harnam Singh from his work routine now. He has been assigned some other duty." At daybreak the next morning, Bhai Tara Singh called all brothers together. Narrating his dream to them, he finally conceded, "Consider it a real vision or a dream, but Guruji has instructed me to spare Harnam Singh. My mind is convinced. I have complete faith and I should listen to the order of Guruji." All the brothers agreed unanimously that Bhai Harnam Singh had to work hard during the day and meditate all night. The three brothers remarked in a united voice, "You can do whatever you please. You are free from doing farm work from now on." Babaji replied, "The workload is heavy, so we need to seek a farmhand or a worker. When you find an appropriate labourer, I will stop working then." In a matter of a day, a hard-working, faithful farm worker was hired to take up the work done by Babaji. Now, with the time that was previously spent working on the farm, Babaji would diligently spend it in remembrance. He would leave after breakfast for some hills near the village. There he would continue in meditation and recitation of Naam until the afternoon, when he would return home for some light refreshment. In the afternoon he would return to these hills, where he would sit in remembrance of the Almighty God. He would return home at night to eat and sleep a little until 2 a.m. Arising at 2 a.m., he would bathe, recite his Nitnem, and he would then visit and pay homage to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at the Gurdwara, obtain blessings before returning to the idyllic serene hills to meditate on the one Almighty Lord. He would thus make meditation of God his true vocation. Meditate on the Naam of the one Lord. All other jobs are useless in comparison. In his efforts he was fulfilling and realizing the words, the work of earning the true wealth of loving the true Lord. Chapter 11. Visitation by the 10th Guru. Babaji's family had a purpose-built room in their fields where one would lodge for the night and watch over the crops. Any time Babaji wanted to meditate in solitude or had any spare time, he would often come and sit in this solitary room on the farm. One summer, during the particularly hot month of May or June, Babaji sat indoors out of the sun reciting the Mool Mantra. Suddenly the door opened. There entered a Gursikh with a very radiant and enlightened face and stood before Babaji. Babaji told us, we greeted each other by saying, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. The Gursikh spoke, you must get ready. The 10th Master, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, is about to grace you with an audience. The prospect of a visit by the 10th Guru left me thrilled and elated. Babaji told us, we both stepped outside in readiness for the visit of Guru Gobind Singh Ji Maharaj. At a short distance from the west, I saw Guruji riding a horse accompanied by 4 other Sikhs. Guruji's horse came near and stood still. With utmost reverence, I bowed and touched Guruji's feet in the stirrup. Guru Gobind Singh Ji smiled and walked his steed ahead. After a short distance, he disappeared. I was completely enthralled and wonderstruck with this visit. The Gursikh who had come to announce the impending arrival of Guruji stayed and stood beside Babaji. He asked Babaji, Pai Harnam Singh, you should be extremely happy and full of bliss, yet you look astonished and gloomy somewhat. What is the reason? Babaji replied, I am gloomy because Guruji blessed me with his vision, but he did not say anything to me. The Gursikh said, Guruji is very pleased with your meditation, thus he has blessed you with a visit. He did not grant you a conversation as you do not recite Jap Sahib in your daily Nitnem. Babaji replied, Jap Sahib is very difficult to read and recite, so instead of reading Jap Sahib, I read Sukhni Sahib or Asa Diwar daily. The Gursikh replied, Guruji has ordered us to recite Jap Sahib as a part of our daily Nitnem, so we must follow his orders and appease him, thus obtaining his blessings. If a Sikh reads other prayers of his own choosing, so be it. However, he or she is deprived of the blessings of Guruji by not fulfilling the edict of Guruji. A Gursikh who reads the daily prayers prescribed to us by the 5 beloved ones during Amrit ceremony and then in addition meditates on and recites other prayers certainly appeases Guruji. He who does not obey the Guruji's edict is deprived of his blessings. After that day, no matter how long it took Babaji to recite Jap Sahib, he never completed his Nitnem without saying the prayer of Jap Sahib. In time he learned the prayers of Jap Sahib off by heart so that he could complete his Nitnem anywhere without the need for the Gutka. Gurbani also enjoins us to obey God's command. Obeying his command, man becomes acceptable and he obtains a place in the Lord's mansion. Hukam maniye hove parvan ta khasme ka mahal paisi. And he who submits to the Lord's order is taken into his treasury. Hukam rajai jo challe so pave khajane. In the matter of appeasing the Guru and obtaining his blessing, there is no relaxation or pretense. In following the commandments of our Guru, he alone is the true disciple, friend and kinsman and brother who walks in the Guru's will. He who walks according to his own will, brother, he is separated from the Lord and suffers injury. So Sikh Sakha bandab hai pai, je gur ke paane vich aave. Apne paane jo challe pai, vichhad chota khave. In Sikhism, obeying the command of the Guru is the ultimate aim. The Lord Almighty accepts one who abides by the Guru's order. In reality, Sikhism is about obedience of the Guru's will. Whoever obeys the will of God, that person becomes acceptable to the Lord. Hukam manne so jan parvan. And a true disciple bows to the will of Lord. Then the disciple finds peace in obeying the will. In his will, the disciple worships and remembers the Lord. In his will does the true disciple merge in the Lord. Gurmukh hukam manne seh kera hukme hi sukh paye. Hukmo seve hukam arade. Hukme samay samaye. Baba Lehna obeyed the orders and every command of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. He carried out the orders with a glad heart, without question. Due to his obedience, Guru Nanak Dev Ji blessed Pai Lehna Ji by instilling his own divine light in him, thus transforming Pai Lehna Ji into Guru Angad Dev Ji. He who obeys the Guru's edict was acceptable. Whoever submits to the Lord's will is blessed with peace. The Lord has command over the heads of kings and emperors. Hukam manne soi sukh paye, hukum sir saha paat saha hai. And if you obey the Guru's order, then you shall meet him. Then alone shall ego depart from within you. Hukam manne ta har mile, ta vicho homme jaye. So, for a good Sikh, the teachings given to us by the 5 beloved ones during baptism are akin to the Guru's order. One must endeavor to follow the Guru's order, else be deprived of his blessings and grace. Chapter 12. Correct time for the prayer called Chandi Diwar. Babaji used to recite the prayer of Chandi Diwar daily as a part of his Nitnem. This is a prayer composed by the 10th Guru describing a battle between demons and the goddess called Chandi. It is usually recited by Sikhs during war. Many a time a question would arise in his mind as to how many times and at what time one should recite the prayer of Chandi Diwar. Babaji asked many saints and sadhus regarding this question but could not get a satisfactory answer. One evening, at his room in the fields, after reciting the evening prayer of Rehras, Babaji went on to recite the prayer of Chandi Diwar. After completing the prayer, he prepared to retire by saying his last prayer of Sohila. It was a moonlit night and the doors of the room in which he was sleeping were open. As he had just laid down, he noticed 2 men approaching at a short distance. Babaji thought to himself that if these pedestrians were just travellers, he would offer them food and shelter for the night, and if they were robbers, then he would challenge them in combat. No sooner had the thought entered his mind that miraculously one of the Singhs came beside him and grabbed his feet. The other one seized Babaji's head and pinned him down onto the bed. Babaji used to tell us, I was unable to move from the bed. A thought entered my mind that these 2 who have moved faster than the speed of light in order to grasp me are neither robbers nor travellers. These 2 must be Shaheed Singhs, the immortal souls of Sikh martyrs. I began to recite the Mool Mantra. I had only uttered the Mool Mantra twice when the Singh who held my head down let go, followed by the second Singh who was holding my feet. Babaji got up and the Shaheed Singhs explained, we did not come here to fight with you or seize you, but to answer your question regarding the correct time to recite the prayer of Chandi Diwar. As you thought about offering us a fight, we came and immediately seized you as we did. The Shaheed Singh continued, if you start reciting the prayer of Chandi Diwar after sunset, then one must keep reciting it continuously throughout the night until dawn. 2 or more Singhs may take turns to recite this prayer through the night. It is alright to do so. One must sit upon a clean mat or bed, bathing before reciting the prayer. An oil lamp lit with clarified butter should be kept alight throughout the night. During the day, one can recite Chandi Diwar as many times as one wants. There is no specific practice to recite the prayer except that one reads the prayer with devotion and understanding. After explaining these instructions, the Singhs disappeared through the door towards the direction they had come from. Chapter 13. Meditating on Mool Mantra at Anandpur Sahib. Babaji was now devoting a lot of time to deep meditation on the name of God. One day, an overpowering urge took hold of him. It was compelling him to go to Anandpur Sahib and meditate at that sacred place where in 1699 Guru Gobind Singh Ji had created the Sacred Saint Soldier Order of the Khalsa. Anandpur Sahib was first bought by Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji on the banks of the Satluj river in the village of Lakhowal. At Anandpur Sahib, Guruji not only laid down the foundations of the Khalsa way of life, but also astonished the world with many miraculous deeds. He laid down the foundation of the spiritual road to enlightenment upon which the world could follow his footsteps. As per his own words, I am the servant of the Almighty, come into this world to witness the divine play unfold. He blessed the land of Anandpur with his sacred presence for many years. The wish to visit Anandpur Sahib and meditate at this sacred place penetrated deeper into Babaji's heart. A few days later, Babaji told his family of his plans to visit Anandpur Sahib and left Sargodha immediately for the sacred place. After paying homage at Takht Keshkar Sahib, he came to Fort Anandgarh Sahib to stay. Anandgarh fort was built by Guru Gobind Singh Ji to defend the town of Anandpur Sahib. At that time, the Sant Kinehiya Singh Ji was in charge of carrying out the building services of the fort. He gave Babaji a room to stay and rest in. The next day, Babaji became engrossed in meditation of Mool Mantra as he had planned. Along with his daily Nitnem, he would recite 32 rosaries. Each rosary has 108 beads daily of the Mool Mantra. He would then have some langar just once a day. Any extra time Babaji had, he would help crush rocks. He would help crush rocks into gravel and carry them in a basket to help with the construction of Takht Keshgar Sahib. For 6 months, Babaji fulfilled his heart's desire to meditate at Anandpur Sahib, and he participated in the selfless service to the Guru. The great Guru showered many spiritual blessings upon Babaji. After 6 months, Babaji offered Deg Prasad, a consecrated sweet dish made from flour, pure butter, sugar and water, given as an offering to Guruji and distributed to the congregation at Keshgar Sahib, and returned home to Sargodha, paying homage and visiting many historical gurdwaras on his pilgrimage. Chapter 14. Curing Sardar Avtar Singh Diler with Gurbani. During these days, Sardar Avtar Singh Diler, who was Babaji's nephew, fell ill in the prime of his youth with an incurable arthritis. His whole body became stiff and immobile. Day and night he would groan in excruciating pain. He had a constant burning sensation in his body all the time. His parents had grown weary of his constant groaning and crying. His in-laws took him to their home to look after him. He was treated with Ayurvedic and allopathic medicines, but to no effect. On the contrary, his health and woes increased. Finally, he was admitted to Mayo Hospital in Lahore, Pakistan. After 6 months of treatment, there was no improvement in his health. His strength and body deteriorated. As Guru Sahib says, "When adversity surrounds you, all the associates and friends depart, and no one comes near you to help." On his return from Anandpur Sahib to Sargodha, Babaji's mother told him of Sardar Avtar Singh's illness. He went over to see Sardar Avtar Singh at his house and inquire about his health. Babaji entered the room where Sardar Avtar Singh lay groaning in pain. No sooner had Babaji entered the room that Sardar Avtar Singh felt some relief from his pain. He immediately felt some peace and calmness in the presence of Babaji, as well as a slight improvement in his pains. Babaji returned home a short while later after visiting Sardar Avtar Singh. A few days later, Babaji went to visit Sardar Avtar Singh again. Once more he felt some relief in his pain and felt mentally uplifted in the presence of Babaji. So much so that he even talked a little to Babaji. As he was getting ready to leave, Sardar Avtar Singh requested, "Babaji, please bless me with your grace." Babaji replied spontaneously, "Say Vaheguru, Vaheguru," instead of crying and groaning. Avtar Singh replied, "It is beyond me, Babaji, even to say Vaheguru." Babaji returned to his home and Sardar Avtar Singh confessed to his mother, "If you want me to be cured, then please request Chacha Ji to bless me." Sardar Avtar Singh's mother asked Babaji's mother to ask him if he could do something to cure Sardar Avtar Singh, as all other hopes and remedies and treatments had failed to cure him. Babaji's mother requested him to help Sardar Avtar Singh, pleading that he was the only son and heir in his family. At his mother's request, Babaji agreed to help Sardar Avtar Singh, replying, "I cannot return your plea unfulfilled, mother. Though my heart doesn't wish to get involved, I am ready to help Sardar Avtar Singh, but only at your request." As Guruji says in Sukhmani Sahib, the God-conscious being is steeped in humility. The God-conscious being delights in doing good to others. Brahmgyani Parupkar Umaha. He does good to others even at detriment to himself. Apna bigar birana sande. Now Babaji would go to see Sardar Avtar Singh daily after completing his own Nitnem. He would put a clean cloth on the floor, lay Sardar Avtar Singh beside him, and would then recite aloud 32 rosaries of prayer below so that Sardar Avtar Singh could hear it. The Supreme Lord God has protected my head and forehead. The Transcendental Lord has protected my hands and body. God, my Lord and Master, has saved my soul. The Lord of the universe has saved my wealth and feet. The merciful Guru has protected everything and destroyed my fear and suffering. God is the lover of his devotees. The Master of the Masterless, Nanak, has entered the sanctuary of the impeachable primal Lord God. Sir Mastak Rakhya Par Brahmang, Hast Kaya Rakhya Parmeswarai, Atam Rakhya Gopal Swami, Tan Chan Rakhya Jagdishwarai, Sarv Rakhya Gur Dyalai, Pay Dukh Banasne, Bhagat Vachal Anath Nathe, Saran Nanak, Purkh Achutte. Babaji recalled that it was only a few days since he had started the above routine of reciting prayer. On this particular day, he had just recited 2 rosaries when suddenly a Shaheed Singh appeared and grabbed Babaji with one hand behind his neck and placed his other hand at the bottom of Babaji's spine, trying to bend him forward. He tried a second time to push Babaji. When the Shaheed Singh tried to kneel Babaji over the third time, Babaji said, "Come in front of me and tell me who you are. What do you want?" A second Shaheed Singh was standing beside Babaji, who replied, "This atheist you are trying to save through prayer doesn't deserve to be helped." This man stood on stage and publicly denounced, maligned and insulted Guru Nanak Dev Ji in words that cannot be mentioned. We would have killed him there and then. Instead, we decided to kill him slowly and make him suffer as much as possible. Now you are praying on his behalf for him to be forgiven? Babaji asked the Shaheed Singhs, "If you order it, I will get him to beg pardon of you." The Shaheed Singh replied, "Bhai Harnam Singh, what use is his pardon now? We only troubled him in order to make him suffer for his mistake. We will release him now, but he does not deserve to be pardoned." After saying these words, both Singhs disappeared. Babaji told us that for 3 days following the visit of the Shaheed Singhs, there remained fingerprints on his neck where the Shaheed Singhs had grabbed him. The hand marks remained sore to touch and his neck was stiff for the following 3 days. After this incident, Sardar Avtar Singh's health improved with every day that passed. After 40 days, a Bhog ceremony to thank Almighty God was performed. Now the same Sardar Avtar Singh, who could not even get up from his bed without help, began to walk about himself unaided. In a few weeks, he was stout and healthy. Babaji questioned Sardar Avtar Singh about the incident narrated to him by Shaheed Singhs. He disclosed to Sardar Avtar Singh how he had come to know of Sardar Avtar Singh's indiscretion. Babaji later came to know that Sardar Avtar Singh had become a communist, as in those days there was a wave of Marxist thinking among the youth. He was even a Congress worker and in his college days was a Marxist supporter. He advised Sardar Avtar Singh to follow the footsteps of the great Guru in future, with reverence, awe, respect and affection. As long as Sardar Avtar Singh remembered his agonizing ordeal, he continued to remember God by reciting Gurbani. After a while, he slipped in his routine of recitation of Gurbani and remembering God Almighty. After his encounter with death and despair from the world, he ought to have forsaken his worldly attachment and tied a firm knot of attachment to the Guru's feet. Alas, without good destiny, one cannot serve the Lord. Bin Paga Gur Sevya na jaye. Even so, Babaji repeatedly appealed to Sardar Avtar Singh to adopt a Gursikh way of life, devoted to the faith and Guru. When Sardar Avtar Singh was working as a block development officer in Punga district, Hoshiarpur, he was finally inspired by Babaji to be baptized. Due to the karma of past destiny, he eventually faltered in his vows and fell from grace of the Guru. These days he is living in Livingston, California, USA, serving as president of the Gurdwara. Through service, he is trying to atone for his previous misdeeds. Chapter 15. Curing Colonel Pyara Singh under the Guru's auspice. The medicine of Naam cured Sardar Avtar Singh's incurable illness, and the whole incident became the talk of the town, particularly among friends and relatives. Many were wonderstruck, questioning as to how the best medicine from the most learned doctors failed to cure him, yet somehow he had been cured. Everyone who heard of this miraculous cure was curious to find out how this person had been cured. When they learned that Sardar Avatar Singh had been cured by the bountiful medicine of Guru Shabad without taking any medicine, they would be astonished and a deep yearning to meet with Babaji would spring up in their hearts. Sardar Avatar Singh had a friend called Pyara Singh. He was a gifted student of King George Royal Indian Military School, Jalandhar. He was selected as a second lieutenant in the British Army Artillery Unit. Before getting his commission as an officer, he had to undergo a medical examination. The eye specialist, Colonel Dr. Basu, failed Pyara Singh because of his short-sightedness. As a result, Pyara Singh was only eligible to serve as a regular soldier. He served as a soldier for 2 years and was then promoted to the rank of a Havaldar and transferred to Lahore barracks. Here, Pyara Singh met up with Bhai Vadava Singh and inquired about Sardar Avatar Singh's illness. Bhai Vadava Singh replied, "He is in good health and was cured of his terrible illness. He was cured by the medicine of Naam administered to him by the saintly Bhai Harnam Singh, who has great spiritual fortitude and strength within him. The same invalid Avatar Singh now goes about his daily work rejuvenated with health." Pyara Singh was completely astonished and expressed a desire to see Avatar Singh for himself and meet the Venerable Bhai Harnam Singh in person. At an arranged date, both of them set off to meet Avatar Singh at his home in Chak 119 Sargodha, Pakistan. Upon arriving, they exchanged greetings and news of their health with one another. In his own words, Avatar Singh described in detail how Babaji had cured him through Naam recitation. The three of them decided to meet Babaji in person and help with the eyesight of Pyara Singh. All of them arrived at Babaji's house. Sardar Vadava Singh and Avatar Singh introduced Sardar Pyara Singh and told Babaji about his failed medical examination due to his eyesight. They told him how Pyara Singh was due to have a second examination as ordered by the Military Promotion Board. If the board passed his application, he would be promoted to the rank of a second lieutenant. They petitioned Babaji, "Please could you bless him accordingly so he may pass his medical examination." After listening patiently to their polite request, Babaji replied, "Only the great Guru is omnipotent. You should come to the Gurdwara at 7 a.m. with Prasad. We will pray at the feet of the Lord Almighty. He alone is capable of blessing us with boons." At the appointed time, the three of them arrived to meet Babaji at the Gurdwara. As per his everyday routine, Babaji had arrived to obtain the blessings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. After kneeling in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Babaji prayed with folded hands to the Almighty Lord on behalf of Pyara Singh. Babaji then read the Hukamnama, a holy order of the Guru which is read from the scriptures of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and literally means the holy order or edict from Guru Granth Sahib. He then turned to Pyara Singh and said, "Your prayer has been answered and your wish has been sanctioned by our true father." He then got up and walked over to the passage in front of the palanquin where the congregation kneels in front of Guru Sahib. Babaji then picked up a pinch of dust, walked up to Sardar Pyara Singh and applied the dust to both his eyes. Babaji then said, "Go now, the board will not be able to fail you." After receiving the blessings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Sardar Pyara Singh went to Lahore. The following week, Pyara Singh attended the medical examination. An English doctor, who was also the chairman of the promotional board, carried out the examination. Sardar Pyara Singh read all the words from A to Z with great ease. The doctor repeated the test to satisfy himself and said, "Which stupid doctor has failed you on your eyesight and you ruined your life? Your eyesight is perfectly normal." The chairman of the board recommended reinstating Sardar Pyara Singh as a commissioned officer at the rank of second lieutenant there and then. Pyara Singh was reinstated and retired many years later as a colonel. Where all means and efforts known to man fail, then heartfelt, humble prayer to invoke God's grace always bears fruit. What else remained to be gained when blessed by the Guru and his congregation? As Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us, that when one is blessed, then the cripple crosses over the mountain, the fool becomes a wise man, the blind man sees the three worlds. By meeting with the true Guru and being purified, This is the glory of the Sadh Sangat and the company of the holy. Listen, O friends, filth is washed away, millions of sins are dispelled, and the consciousness becomes immaculate and pure. Pause. Such is devotional worship of the Lord of the universe that the ant can overpower the elephant. Whoever the Lord makes his own is blessed with the gift of fearlessness. The lion becomes a cat, and the mountain looks like a blade of glass. Those who worked for half a shell will be judged very wealthy. What glorious greatness of yours can I describe, O Lord of infinite excellence? Please bless me with your mercy and grant me your name. O Nanak, I am lost without your blessed vision. Bilawal Mahalla Panjwa. Pingal Parbat Par Pare, Khal Chatur Bakita, Andale Tripavan Sujya, Gurpet Punita, Mehma Sadhu Sang Ki, Sunho Mere Mita, Mail Khoi, Kot Ag Hare, Nirmal Pay Chita Rahao. ऐसी भगत गोविंद की कीट हस्ती जीता, जो जो कीनो अपनो तिस अपै दान दीता, सिंह बिलाई होए गयो तृण मेर दखीता, शर्म करते दम आड़ को ते गनी तनीता, कवन वडाई कह सको बेअंत गुनीता, कर कृपा मोह नाम देओ नानक दर सरिता. The omnipresent Almighty Vaheguru is the giver of all boons. Any gift can be obtained through His grace and selfless service of God. God makes the lowly followers into leaders and fulfills the hopes of those who have given up hope. By His grace, a poor, destitute becomes a wealthy tycoon. God Almighty can banish the illnesses of the sick and the diseased. God blesses His devotees with devotion, faith, and the boon of remembrance of the Almighty Lord. Those who were left behind, the Lord brings them to the front. He fulfills the hope of the hopeless. He makes the poor rich and cures the illnesses of the ill. He blesses His devotees with devotion. They sing the kirtan of the praises of the Lord's name. O Nanak, those who serve the Guru find the Supreme Lord God, the Great Giver. Pachang krodh agrinave narasang as purne, nirdhan puang tanvante, रोगियंग रोग खंडने, भगत्यंग भगत दानंग, राम नाम गुण कीर्तने, पार ब्रह्म पुरख दातारे, नानक गुर सेवा के ना लभते. Chapter 16. Treasure diary of invaluable reflections is burned. As a wealthy tycoon conceals his wealth and reveals only a small part of it when it is utmost need, similarly, Babaji hesitated in revealing the treasure of Naam graced upon him by the true Guru. Whatever boons or spiritual insights he was blessed with through Naam meditation, he bore and observed quietly within his heart. With the Guru's blessings, he lived amongst the ordinary world without attracting undue attention to himself. In the early days of his spiritual transformation, when Guruji blessed him with a visitation, spiritual insights or knowledge, Babaji would pen down these experiences in a diary. Babaji began to write these self-experience exchange of words with the great Guru so that any true follower may attune himself with Almighty after his mortal body turned into ashes. Babaji neither allowed anybody to call him a saint, nor any utmost respected addressing words were allowed to be used for him. He used to say, "We are all the children of the true Guru, so we are brothers. Therefore, we should address each other as Pai Sahib." Moreover, the position of Pai Sahib is the highest in the Guru's home. So the old companions of Babaji used to address him as Pai Sahib and even now use it. But due to old age, he was addressed as Babaji by the remaining Sangat. Babaji would pen down these experiences in a diary. Babaji began to write these personal spiritual experiences with the great Guru. Babaji wished these experiences to be published after his death so that any follower may read about them and attune himself with the Almighty. The diary was kept under lock and key in a wardrobe. Once, a companion of Babaji was staying the night at his house in Chak 119 Sargodha. As was his routine, Babaji went to his favorite place to meditate beside the canal near his house well before dawn. For some reason the wardrobe was left unlocked. Notwithstanding his curiosity, this companion could not help himself and read the sacred diary. After 3 or 4 hours, when Babaji returned, the companion addressed Babaji, "Pai Sahib, Guruji has blessed you with his visions, talked and visited you on numerous occasions, yet you have never revealed any of this to us." Babaji inquired, "How do you know that I have talked to and had visions of the true Guru?" This companion admitted then, "I have read your handwritten diary that was in your wardrobe. In it you have penned down all these utterances and visitations by the true Guru." Babaji said gravely, "You have not done a good deed. It is not good to unravel someone's spiritual secrets, so what is done. I request politely that you do not disclose the secrets of diary to anyone from now onwards." That companion did not keep his word. Over time, he revealed to all his friends and companions the spiritual heights Babaji has achieved, as written in his diary. In time, people who found out about the true spiritual accomplishments of Babaji started to come and see him, demanding to read the diary or to be told about conversations and visits by the great Guru. Babaji would try to detract them from such topics and put these people off. One day a thought came to Babaji that if anyone else reads this diary, then they will tell many others about the spiritual gifts that had been given to me by Guruji. Soon people will start coming with worldly demands and ask for selfish boons and materialistic things. If I refuse to help them, they will return disappointed. If their desires are fulfilled, then they will encourage even more people to come, and soon they will venerate me instead of God. This will give rise to vanity and attachment to this world. The mind will be entangled in these pursuits. As Bhagat Kabirji says, Kabir has made many students and disciples, but has not made God his friend. He set out on a journey to meet the Lord, but his mind deserted him halfway. Kabir, Sikh sakha bahut kiye, कैसो कियो न मीत, चाले थे हर मिलन को, बीचे अटक्यो जीत. One had started meditating on Naam for salvation and to meet the Lord Almighty, not to entice people to revere and worship me. If the feeling of benevolence becomes great before the time of salvation of the soul arrives, then it may become a hurdle in my spiritual progress towards redemption of the soul. Babaji used to say that after much thought, he decided not to write down his spiritual experiences in the future, and the diary he kept was put in the fire and burnt. Had the written diary and all the spiritual experiences of Babaji survived, then today they would have become an invaluable treasure for future generations of spiritual seekers of Naam. However, God's will is done. On 24th September 1970, at the age of 73, Babaji narrated some of his experiences and life incidents which were recorded on an audio cassette. It is still kept in the library and forms a large part of this biography compiled by his humble servant, Sant Seva Singh Ji. Chapter 17. Medicine of Naam is effective when God stands amidst. When Avtar Singh was cured by the medicine of Naam, he went to visit his friends in Lahore. His friends were astonished and surprised to see his recovery. They inquired about his health and how he managed to recover. Avtar Singh endearingly narrated his miraculous cure by Gurbani and the curative effects its recitation had on him. Pai Vadava Singh and Pai Bakshish Singh, son of Pag Singh village, Bala district, Hoshiarpur, were deeply impressed after hearing about this incident. At the time, both these gentlemen were studying together at FC College, Lahore. Both of them came to meet Babaji at Chak 119 Sargoda and exchanged views about the principles of Sikhism. They were both deeply impressed by the personality of Babaji and, inspired by the newly found knowledge of Sikhism, started reading Gurbani. Sardar Vadava Singh was from a village called Sudhar near Ludhiana. His father worked in the military accounts department in Lahore. Sardar Vadava Singh was living with his parents at Lahore barracks while studying at the college mentioned above. A relative called Pai Sher Singh, son of Sundar Singh, was often very sick with an unknown illness. Vadhava Singh narrated the whole tale of Avtar Singh and how he was cured by Gurbani with the involvement of Babaji to his uncle Pai Sher Singh. Pai Sher Singh ji persuaded Pai Vadhava Singh to take him to Babaji so that, following any advice given by Babaji, he too could be cured. Sardar Vadhava Singh took his uncle Pai Sher Singh to meet Babaji at Chak 119 Sargoda. They stayed the night with Babaji, and the next morning Pai Sher Singh narrated his condition and illness to Babaji. Babaji replied that you should take Amrit and thus obtain refuge in the haven that is our great Guru. The true Guru cures not only physical ailments of his Gursikhs but all manner of spiritual maladies as well. Thus he reforms their life in this world and the world hereafter. On a chosen day, Pai Sher Singh along with many of his companions and family took Amrit at the Gurdwara in Sadar Bazar, Lahore. On the same day, Pai Vadhava Singh and the rest of his family took baptism and obtained refuge in the feet of the great Guru. Pai Sher Singh was illiterate and unable to read or write. As such, Paisa was ordered to recite the Mool Mantar on a rosary instead of reading his Nitnem by the 5 beloved ones, that is the Panch Pyaras, who administer Amrit in the baptism ceremony. To be cured of his ailment, he was ordered to sweep the Gurdwara as an act of selfless service. After staying in Lahore for a few days, Pai Sher Singh returned to his village Sudar. There he immersed himself in reciting the Mool Mantra daily and carrying out the teachings imbibed by the 5 beloved ones at his baptism. He would arise well before dawn and go to the Gurdwara to sweep the floor and the courtyard. Whilst there he would sit in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and recite the Mool Mantra as a part of his daily Nitnem. He would then listen to the daily edict, that is the Hukamnama, before coming home to rest. Even when lying down, he would carry on reciting the Mool Mantra. With the grace of the Guru, so profound was his devotion that he forgot all worldly affairs and his soul became attuned to the Mool Mantra and the Gur Mantra. After about 6 months, early one morning, Guru Gobind Singh Ji appeared in front of Pai Sher Singh Ji and ordered, Sher Singh, there is a physician by the name of Harnam Singh in old Ludhiana. Go to him, he will cure you. At daybreak, accompanied by someone from his family and after making numerous inquiries, Pai Sher Singh found the physician Harnam Singh just as the true Guru had foretold. The physician asked in detail about Pai Sher Singh's illness and then prescribed some medicines. After a few days of taking this medicine, Pai Sher Singh was cured. Pai Sher Singh Ji had tried numerous remedies before, but with no improvement at all. This cure was a blessing wrapped up in the guise of medicine. I have grown weary of treating myself with many medicines. How can this deceit be eradicated without the Guru? Aukhad kar thaki bahut tere, kyo dukh chuke bin gur mere. And the medicine of Naam becomes effectual when the Lord stands amidst. Aukhad aaye ras vich aap khaloya. Pai Sher Singh was already cured by the grace and benevolent vision of the Guru. The medicine was just an excuse to bring about a complete cure. After this incident, Pai Sher Singh developed tremendous faith in the true Guru. With the grace of the Guru, he was completely cured. He now worked vigorously in his fields and simultaneously followed the Guru's edict. Whether standing, sitting or sleeping, meditate on your Lord. Walking this path, sing the praise of the Lord Master. Uthat baitat sovat yaiye, marg chalat hare harth gaiye. Therefore he made a profitable job of working and reciting his name. All the while he would pray, O bountiful Lord, forget me not and bless me with your Naam. This alone is the fervent request of Nanak. O Lord, day and night may I sing your praises. Visar nahi datar apna naam deho, gun gawa din raat, Nanak chao eho. Pai Sahib would perform all his worldly duties, yet his mind would be immersed and attuned in the dear Lord, thus accumulating the invaluable treasures of his Naam. As Guruji says, why apply your mind to anything but the Lord? Standing, sitting, sleeping and when walking, forever and ever meditate on your Lord. Kahe ek bina chit laiye, uthas baithas sovat jagat, sada sada har tyaiye. This truly noble deed uplifted Bhai Sher Singh to new spiritual heights, yet all the while he continued his humble duty of sweeping the floor of the Gurdwara. Chapter 18. Wardrobe lock is opened by prayer. As per his daily routine, Bhai Sher Singh was reciting Mool Mantar after sweeping the Guru floor. 4 or 5 other devotees who used to come daily to bow to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji sat in the Gurdwara waiting to gain a glimpse of the true Guru. The priest had mislaid the keys to the lock of the wardrobe where all the covers and robes of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji were kept. These are called rumalas. These ornate covers are decorated over Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. After searching high and low, the key could not be found. All the rumalas were locked in the wardrobe. Finally, the other devotees decided to break open the lock of the wardrobe. Bhai Sher Singh was deep in meditation and infused with resolute faith in the true Guru. Instead of breaking the lock of the wardrobe, he counselled the rest of the Sangat to pray to the Almighty God. Ardas has immense power in it, and I believe Guruji will open the lock when he hears our prayer. All those present listened to the words of Bhai Sher Singh, and one of the devotees requested Bhai Sahib to conduct the Ardas. Bhai Sahib agreed and prepared himself to submit his supplication to the Vaheguru. Reciting whatever he could of Ardas, he beseeched the Almighty, invoking the name of 10 Gurus and Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji to open the lock on the wardrobe. After bowing to the true Guru, he walked up to the wardrobe, and as soon as he touched the lock, it opened. Everyone was astonished. The lock on the wardrobe opened, but simultaneously the inner spiritual locks of Bhai Sher Singh were opened too. The true Guru showered immense blessings on him, giving him deep insight and spiritual knowledge. How the great Guru empowered him to serve others, how his words were blessed to come true, and how he was given the gift of prophecy is a subject of separate discussion. Thus, those who suffered from leprosy were cured when Bhai Sher Singh Ji would pray for them in the lotus feet of the Guru. As such, the wife of Shamsher Singh, the Inspector General of Punjab Police at that time, was cured of leprosy when Bhai Sher Singh Ji did Ardas for her well-being. Those who have seen Bhai Sher Singh know how deep a spiritual insight Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji has bestowed upon him. Any devotee who came to him for deliverance from impediments, Bhai Sahib would be able to see into their past lives and point out what misdeeds had led them to their present suffering and agony in this life. This humble servant, Sant Seva Singh, had the opportunity and honour of meeting Bhai Sher Singh on many occasions. He would often come to Rampur Kheda to meet and pay respects to Babaji, which afforded this humble servant further opportunity to meet Bhai Sher Singh. As Guruji says, the 9 treasures and 18 miraculous powers follow him, whoever enshrines the name of the Lord in his mind. Nav nidhi 18 siddhi piche lagiyan fire, jo har hirde sada vasaye. When one is blessed with the concentration of mind through meditation on Naam, then such spiritual gifts of insight and miraculous powers are obtained with ease. Babaji used to say that the pursuit of such miraculous powers distracts the true seeker from obtaining the supreme position of union with the Almighty Lord. Even if a Gursikh achieves such powers, he or she must not use them without the express wishes of the true Guru. These powers must be endured within. He who absorbs and bears these spiritual powers within becomes one with the indestructible Lord. The absolute, formless, eternally unchanging, immeasurable Lord cannot be measured. Says Nanak, whoever endures the unendurable, this state belongs to him alone. Nirgun Nirankar Avnasi, Atullo Tulyo Najavat, Koh Nanak, Ajar Jin Jarya, Tishi Ko Ban Avat. Chapter 19. Chak 119 Sargoda, a center for Naam lovers. As Bhai Gurdas Ji says, an addict loves to meet another addict. A non-addict meets a non-addict. Gamblers like the company of gamblers. Thieves admire the company of other thieves. Cheats fraud the masses with mutual cooperation. Clowns enjoy the company of other clowns. Slanderers enjoy the company of other gossip mongers. Swimmers praise other strong swimmers. Sufferers share their woes with others who have woes. Similarly, a good Sikh lives for the company of holy people. Amli rachan amliyan, Sofi Sofi mel karande, Juari Juariyan, ve karmi ve karm rachande, Chora Chora pir hadi, Thag Thagga mil des thagande, Maskariyan mil maskare, Chugla chugal, O mahe milande, Mantaru Mantaruan, Taru Taru tar tarande, Dukhyare Dukhyariyan, Mil Mil apne dukh ravande, Saad Sangat Gursikh Vasande. It is only natural that where there is a fragrant flower in blossom, butterflies and bees will be drawn from afar to the fragrance and become satisfied only when they taste the nectar. So it was with Babaji. His soul was overflowing with fragrance of Naam of the true Guru. To share in this fragrance of Naam, devotees and Gursikhs would travel from near and far to meet Babaji and taste the nectar of that Naam. Some would come to stay a day or two, others a week, at their leisure. They would enjoy the company of Babaji and stay various lengths of time depending on leave from their worldly affairs. A few of these blessed Sikhs like Bhai Sher Singh Ji, Sant Sadhu Singh Ji, Sant Mangal Singh Ji, Bhai Gurbaksh Singh Ji and Bhai Vadava Singh Ji are worth mentioning. Chapter 20. Babaji's soul travels to save a devotee from a misdeed. By this time, Babaji has achieved great spiritual accomplishments through constant meditation of Naam, so much so that he could consciously separate his soul from his physical body and travel in astral form. We, the lovers of this perishable body, made of the 5 basic elements, think it impossible to separate the soul from the physical body, or think it absurd to be able to move as an astral body, because we measure everything according to our real world and thoughts. These abilities are minor for those who have adopted Naam. Dr. Paivir Singh Ji has clarified this subject in his sacred book, Uche Khandan de Kautak, Miracles of a Higher Dimension. Pyare da Pyara, Lover's Lover, and Raja Shiv Nab Singh. In these books, he has written how the soul of a deeply meditative person, through recitation of Naam, leaves the physical body, feels itself free, lighter, and enjoys the openness of the spiritual and physical realms of the universe. The soul, after leaving the body, observes that the body, made of the 5 elements by God, is separate from and a different entity to the soul. The great saints who through meditation and concentration of the mind can differentiate their soul from their body just like taking clothes off, they can travel to any part of the universe as a separate entity without obstruction. They can re-enter their concrete physical body when they wish to. Paramhans Yoganandji writes in Autobiography of a Yogi about such incidents as well, whereby his guru and other yogis could easily leave their physical body and travel to various places. Their astral bodies would appear real to the devotees who saw them. The need is for one to reach such a level of mental concentration, otherwise such abilities are but minor fruits of the power of meditation on Naam. The astral body of Babaji could travel wherever he wished in the blink of an eye to talk and meet devotees. A devotee who experienced Babaji's astral body would feel he was talking with him as a real person in physical form. One evening, Babaji was immersed in meditation, following Rehras. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a devotee who was very close to Babaji. In his deep state of meditation, Babaji saw that this person has set off to commit a deed that was immoral. The thought of sexual gratification had overpowered his consciousness. Babaji thought that if an effort to save this person was not made, then quite possibly this man would repent his misdeed. As Guruji says, only for a momentary sexual pleasure, misery for many years is suffered. This immoral thought, which has compelled the body on the path to fulfill its desire, may land its owner into the deep well of damnation. It is one's duty to save him as this person is our well-wisher, thought Babaji. Babaji prayed unto Guruji's feet with his astral body, left his physical body in Sargodha. Babaji's astral body reached the devotee who had set off on his way to Lahore. Babaji asked him, Paiji, where are you going? We have come all this way to meet you. The sight of Babaji and his words stopped the devotee in his tracks. The overpowering thought that was leading him to commit an act of disrepute vanished, and this devotee was overcome with shame and repentance. The devotee returned home with Babaji, and as they neared the house, to his surprise, Babaji vanished. He looked everywhere, but Babaji was not to be found. The great saint had already left and returned to Sargodha to re-enter his physical body. This devotee rested at home and the next day set off towards Sargodha to meet Babaji and ask for his forgiveness. Babaji inspired him to follow the Guru's teachings with greater resolve and advised that if in future an immoral thought is overpowering the consciousness, then turn to the great Guru who is all-pervasive, omnipotent, omnipresent and with all of us all the time. Beseech him with a supplication as he sees all our deeds and all our thoughts. The deed done in secrecy assuredly comes to light even though one were to do it underground. Andar kamana sar par ugde ਭਾਵੇਂ koi ਬਹਿ ਧਰਤੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਮਾਈ. And he knows the innermost feelings of everybody and recognizes the pain of every good or bad. ਘਟ ਘਟ ਕੇ ਅੰਤਰ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਤ ਭਲੇ ਬੁਰੇ ਕੀ ਪੀਰ ਪਛਾਨਤ. A person commits an immoral deed when they know that no one is watching over them, but if they remember the words below of the great Guruji, then they can be saved from evil deeds. From whom do you hide your evil deeds? Since the all-pervasive Lord is holding you, my ever-present Lord pervades in all places. Luk kamave kiste ja vekhe sada hadur, than thanantar rav reha prabh mera parpur. And behind many screens the mortal commits sins, but instant they are laid bare to the world. Anak padde mein kamave vikar, khin mein pragat hoye sansar. Bad deeds once committed lead a person to the cycle of countless births and deaths. The poor soul should continue to pray at the feet of God Almighty, then He will show mercy. Beseech the Lord, as Guru Arjan Dev Ji says, regarding your mind's woe, make supplication before the Guru, forsake your cleverness, and dedicate unto Him your mind and body. Ji ki birtha hoye, so gur pe ardas kar, chod syanap sagal, man tan arab tar. Surrendering one's evil intellect and praying to Vaheguru from the bottom of the heart, one becomes worthy of the Guru's grace and all boons are granted. Taking heed of the inspirational advice given by Babaji, the devotee repented his past misdeeds and promised to follow Guruji's principles more closely. Another incident like this. This humble servant will not think it unworthy to mention a similar incident that occurred around 1953. As it happened, a Gurmukh, one whose life is centered towards the Guru's teachings, a Gurmukh's family that was devoted to Babaji lived in Model Town, Jalandhar. They had 2 daughters and 1 son. The family married their only son to a girl in England. Being from a rich family, this son had not been used to doing much labor, but in a foreign country he had to struggle hard. Being alone in a new country, away from the love of his family, he became lonely and dejected. To this end he wrote a letter to his mother explaining his lonely plight and his intention to give up work and come home as soon as possible. Having read the letter, the mother became very distraught and went to see Babaji. The mother pleaded with Babaji, explaining that it was with great effort and expense that the family has sent our son to England, but now he is planning to return. If he comes back to India, then his wife will have to come back too. If his wife refuses to come back, then it will create great turmoil in the family. She pleaded with Babaji to suggest a solution to this problem. Babaji consoled the lady, urging her not to be dejected. Pray with devotion from the bottom of your heart in front of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, who is without doubt the living and spiritual embodiment of the 10 Gurus. He continued, Secondly, apart from your own Nitnem, recite Japji 5 times a day in the name of your son. Pray to Almighty to bless your son, and verily the great Guru will hear your prayers and bless your son. The mother agreed, bowed in front of Guru Granth Sahib Ji and returned to Jalandhar. Some 2 weeks later, brimming with delight, the lady returned to see Babaji. After exchanging Gur Fateh, she inquired, "Please tell, is there any news from your son?" The lady replied, "You have blessed him immensely. I have brought his letter to show you. However, I am puzzled by what he has written in his letter." The lady handed over the letter to Babaji and he asked me to read the letter. The letter started with a Gur Fateh and the son wrote, "As already decided, I had planned to return to India post-haste. Last Sunday, in a very gloomy mood, I sat in a quiet corner of the park saying my prayers, as I had not gone to work that day. Suddenly, Sant Babaji of Rampur Khera came up to me and talked to me for almost half an hour. I told him of my intention of going back home to India and how I was burdened with despair. Babaji consoled and persuaded me that there was no need to return to India. He counselled that when the mind despairs and you are sad, then meditate after having said your daily prayers. With humble supplication, request the great Guru. From that day, I now feel uplifted. I go to work daily and my plan to return to India, for which I have wrote to you in my last letter, is shelved. I have decided to stay here in England. Please do not worry about me." I was so impressed at the sight of Babaji sitting next to me that I completely forgot to ask him whose house he was staying at whilst in England. "So, can you go to Rampur Kheda and ask one of the attendant Sikhs there as to where and with whom Babaji is staying in England? Please ask them how long he is staying in England and send me a reply by return post." I read out the above letter to Babaji. Babaji heard the contents of the letter and taking the letter from me, tore it into pieces. He turned to the lady and instructed her not to publicize this incident to anyone. "Please tell your son to steadfastly recite his prayers and carry on with reciting the prayers of Japji Sahib that you have promised to do for your son. Do not write to your son regarding this episode." Babaji then got up and walked to an open fire to destroy the letter. After the lady had departed, Babaji told me, "Great Guruji has blessed me such that my soul can travel freely as an astral body to any place in the world, whilst my physical body is still seated here. Those who perceive me cannot tell whether it is my real physical body or my astral body that they are seeing. This is a special blessing bestowed upon me by the Almighty. So, in this manner, this exalted great soul would live amongst the physical world, and when deeply immersed in meditation, would free himself from the physical body to travel the world in his astral body to meet and help many devotees, to advise devotees of their spiritual potential with his astral body in the physical and spiritual world, and to enjoy the bliss of the highest spiritual dimensions was but a minor achievement for Babaji." Chapter 21. Bravest is he who grapples with the mind. Although many episodes in Babaji's life may seem trivial, yet with closer observation, these apparently insignificant incidents reveal a hidden source of great motivation and inspiration. Those devotees who try to learn from these fountains of inspiration will find many obstacles removed from their spiritual journey, and their life will become easy and pleasant. Babaji once told us, "Back in my village in Chak 119, I would walk to the next village every few days to visit a fellow companion who was ill. On the way, I had to walk past a large field of ripe and sweet sugarcane. As I was nearing the field, I felt a desire to choose some sweet sugarcane. I thought to myself that as I walked by the field, I would pick up a couple of sugarcanes from it. With this thought, a tussle started within my mind. My inner voice of consciousness whispered that undoubtedly the field wouldn't lose much if I removed 1 or 2 sugarcanes, but taking sugarcane without consent is theft. Theft is theft, whether it is of a penny or 1,000 pounds. The great Guru has warned us against stealing in that he says, "No one can take responsibility for a thief. How can what a thief does be good?" A second voice arose within and answered that we too are farmers. Whenever a needy person wants some vegetables or sugarcane, they take it from our fields regardless. They don't bother to ask for permission, do they? With this thought came an answer from my conscience, that even though such people take fruit and vegetables from our fields without permission, we still do not hold a good opinion of their behavior, do we? We still describe them as thieves and think that heaven knows which desperate person has stolen product from our field at odd hours and damaged the crop while stealing. We still try to catch such a person red-handed stealing from our fields. My inner voice goaded me to think about what people will say if I was caught grabbing a couple of sugarcanes. Surely they will say that Harnam Singh wears the garb of a Gurmukh, claiming to follow a spiritual path, but given half a chance, he steals like any ordinary man. Whenever people will talk of your indiscretion, you will be defamed, and so too will be the name of the Guru and Sikhism. This cannot be allowed to happen at any cost. I cannot take the sugarcanes. As these thoughts unraveled and weaved in my mind, I drew closer to the sugarcane field. By now my mind had concocted another plan. I would go up to the field, call out to the owner of the field, Sardar Uttam Singh, and tell him that I am taking a couple of sugarcanes from his field, if it was all right with him. In this way, I wouldn't be stealing from the owner of the field. My inner consciousness began to recite spontaneously the words, "Placing reliance on you, O mind, who is that have not fallen? You are bewitched, my mammon. This is the way to hell. O vicious mind, no faith can be placed in you. You are exceedingly drunk with sin. The foot chain of the donkey is removed only when the load is put on its back. You destroy the merit of contemplation and penance and self-mortification, and you shall suffer agony at the hands of Yama's rod. O shameless buffoon, why do you not remember God? You shall suffer the pain of rebirth. Kavan kavan nahi patriya, tumri partit, maha mohini mohya, nark ki reet, man khuthar, तेरा नहीं बिसास, तू महा उद्मादा। खर का पैखर तो छूटे, जो ऊपर लादा रहाओ, जप तप संजम, तुम खंडे, जम के दुख डांड, सिमरे नाही जोन दुख, निर्लज्जे पांड। In order to fulfill your lowly desires, O mind, you make many a lame excuse and put forward many an argument. O my mind, if you are destined to have sugarcane from this field, you will get it. Be patient and content. Have resolve and faith upon Guru's word and the fruit of your destiny. O mind, do not make me a thief just to fulfill the sensuous but petty desire of taste. I will not give in to thee, O mind. In this conflict of mind, the voice of the desire-ridden lower mind was silenced and beaten by the true voice of conscience. A voice from inside rose up. O my mind, remain steadfast, then you shall bear no injury. E man merya, tu thir raho, chot na khave ram. O my mind, be brave, don't abandon your principles for petty and sensuous pleasures. The tussle within the mind was still carrying on when I came to the sugarcane field. I had only walked past about half of the field's length when Sardar Uttam Singh appeared from the midst of the sugarcane crop, clutching an armful of broken and discarded shoots of sugarcane. Standing a few feet away from me, he saw me and reverently exchanged Guru Fateh with me. I was astonished yet ashamed of myself to see Sardar Uttam Singh. After exchanging Guru Fateh, he continued, "Some contemptible person goes through my sugarcane field, stealing the sugarcane and discarding the leafy shoots in the middle of the field." Sardar Uttam Singh showed me the leaves he was clutching and remarked, "These are freshly broken shoots from yesterday. For a few days now I have been sitting amongst the sugarcane, lying in wait for the culprit. If I catch him, he'll be taught a good lesson and dragged publicly in front of the village council. Even now I was lying in wait to watch the thief, hidden amidst my crop. Then I saw you coming and thought, thank God, I have glimpsed the presence of a holy man like Harnam Singh. Even though I was lying in wait to catch the thief, I have been blessed with your company. All morning I have been sitting in the heat, in wait of the culprit, and I am tired now. So, wherever you are going, please take a short break from your journey and sit with me a while as I wish to ask you some questions regarding Sikhism and Gurmat. You can answer my questions and remove my doubts." He pointed over to a densely shaded tree and said, "Please sit on the bed under the shade. I will bring some sugarcanes for us to have whilst we discuss Gurmat. You will do me a great honor by letting me serve you some sugarcane and by discussing Gurmat." Babaji used to tell us, "I tried to persuade Sardar Uttam Singh to allow me to go on with my journey, as I was in a hurry, but his affectionate manner overpowered me. He went to the field to collect some sugarcanes, and I sat under the shady tree. I was thanking Almighty Lord on the one hand, at the same time feeling guilty and ashamed on the other. The superconscious rebuked the lower mind. 'O weak and feeble mind, had I at your instigation broken those sugarcanes, I would have been declared a thief. Not only that, I would have been blamed for the theft of the sugarcane by the real thief.' God only knows how many other people Sardar Uttam Singh would have told about how Sardar Harnam Singh was the culprit, stealing sugarcane from his field. I would have been defamed that Harnam Singh looks like a Gurmukh fellow but steals so expertly that he will even call out to the owners before he steals. The higher mind was scolding and rebuking the lower evil mind, which was shamed into silence. At the same time, my faith in God and resolve in destiny grew even stronger. My conscience explained further that had I broken the sugarcane at the behest of my wicked mind, I would have been labelled a thief forever. Yet I would have got the sugarcane without stealing, and as destined by God, I did not have to give in to my wicked mind. Instead, Uttam Singh offered me the sugarcane with great love and respect. Babaji used to say, from that day onwards, I was determined not to believe the mind, as it always drags you to the bad side. We should listen carefully to the soft, faint tone of the inner conscious, which advises one to resist temptation of misdeeds and act upon guidance. Thus, Baba Kabirji cautions us to guard against the mind as follows. Kabir, the mind knows everything, yet knowingly commits sins. What use is the lamp in his hand, if man still falls into the well? Kabir, man jane sab baat, janat hi augan kare, kahe ki kuslat, haath deep kuए pare. In spite of knowing the merits or demerits of a sinful act, the mind still persuades one towards evil. Everyone knows that theft, adultery, cheating, robbery, lying, etc. are bad deeds, but the mind still drags one to commit such deeds. The punishment for these acts is borne by the body in this world and by the soul in the next world. To be saved from the evil machinations of the mind, we should use the touchstone, that is Gurbani, to evaluate whether a deed is sinful or not. If the mind still refuses to yield to righteous action, then as Bhagat Kabirji says, beating and thrashing this mind, he applies it to the touchstone of the Lord's love. That person obtains perfect salvation. Kut kut man kasvati lave, so kutan mukt bau pave. The mind must be allowed to direct our actions under the command of Gurbani. Only then can we save ourselves from bad deeds. If we follow the leadership of our mind, it will tempt the body to commit all manner of absurd and ridiculous deeds of demerit. Suffers ever in loss, the perverse wander in doubt, the blind infidel remembers not the Lord. How can he obtain insight? Manmukh tota nit hai, par main parmaye. Manmukh and na chetei, kyun darshan paye. The person overwhelmed with base desires, such as lust and anger, does not know what is righteous or not. He or she cannot evaluate what is the right place or time for righteous action. The egocentric knows not how to speak. Within them is lust, pride and anger. They distinguish not between right and wrong. They ever think evil. In the Lord's court they are held to account. They are then judged as false. Manmukh bol na janani, una andar kaam krodh ahankar. Thau kuthau na janani, sada chitve bekar. Dargah lekha mangiye, othe hoye kudyar. In order to please the Almighty, we should always abandon the teachings of the mind. Though it is difficult to let go of the devious machinations of the mind, one should remember what the great Guru advised us to do. O mind, renounce your cleverness, however hard this task may be. Receive instructions from the great Guru. Reflect upon the Lord's name night and day. We should always listen to the Guru's word instead of the mind's false arguments. Man ki mat tyago, harjan, eh baat kutheni, andin har har naam tyavo, gur satguru ki mat leni. Instead of listening to the immortal teachings of the mind, one should listen to the Guru's true gospel. Forsake your mind's cleverness and hearken it to the Guru's gospel. Man ki mat tyagiye suniye updes. Chapter 22. Meditation in Lahore. Deeply impressed by Babaji's way of life, Bhai Udawa Singh once requested Babaji to come and stay with him in Lahore so that others could avail themselves of his pious company too. Babaji accepted this affectionate invitation to come and meditate in Lahore. The family prepared a quiet and peaceful room for Babaji to stay in and meditate without disturbance. All day Babaji would be immersed in meditation and imbued with the Lord's remembrance. In the evening, Babaji would sit with the family to recite the evening prayer of Rehras, after which he imparted knowledge and teachings of Sikhism to the family. Babaji would similarly recite the morning Nitnem amongst the family. As the family had a separate room in which Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned, Babaji would pay homage to the true Guru at home instead of going to the local Gurdwara. As a matter of principle, Babaji would only eat after he had paid respect to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. One day, after completing his Nitnem, Babaji went to pray and pay his respect to Guruji, when a question arose in his mind. How is it that Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji embodies the spirit of the 10 Gurus? With this thought in mind, he bowed to Guruji, paid obeisance, got up and pronounced Guru Fateh. As he did so, he looked up to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and saw the intensely radiant forms of the 10 Gurus arising out of the palanquin. The room was filled with radiant, incandescent light. His eyes were finding it difficult to bear the intense brightness of the light. A few seconds later, the radiant forms of the Guru appeared to transform into one bright, radiant, glowing light, and one by one merged into the body of the Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Then the forms of the Gurus would reappear one by one out of the body of the true Guru. This transformation of the 10 Gurus from and into the body of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji happened 3 times. Now all that Babaji could perceive was the glowing radiant light around Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji that was spreading into the rest of the room. Babaji thanked the Almighty and felt that this miracle was performed by God to answer his question. In Babaji's mind, there was deep contentment and faith that God, the embodiment of light, has caused himself to be called Guru Nanak. From him Angad Dev became the Guru, whom he forthwith united with the Lord. Showering his benediction, Angad Dev established Amar Das as the true Guru. Amar Das has blessed Guru Ram Das Ji with the ambrosial umbrella. Says Mathura, seeing the vision of Guru Ram Das, nectar sweet became the speech of Arjan Dev. With these eyes see the embodiment of the approved disciple Arjan Dev, the 5th Guru. Jot Roop Har Aap Guru Nanak Kahayo, Tate Angad Payo, Tat Syo Tat Milayo, Angad Kirpa Tar, Amar Satguru Thir Kiyo, Amar Das Amrit Chatar Guru Rame Diyo, Guru Ram Das Darsan Pars, Keh Mathura Amrit Bayan, Murat Panch Parman Purak, Gur Arjun Pikho Nain. The divine light which manifested within the body of Guru Nanak Dev Ji then passed through each of the 10 Gurus. The same divine light passed in and is now seated in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. It is only our vision that is distorted and clouded, unable to see this reality. This is the reason we meditate on Naam, so that the grime of sin is washed from our eyes and the illusion of doubt is banished from within us. May the Almighty remove this doubt that makes us perceive the Gurus and Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as separate entities, when in fact they are one and the same divine light. May we too recognize this divine light as the living embodiment of the Almighty Lord. May we get guidance from the living Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The 10th Master Guru Gobind Singh Ji tells us, "All know the Lord in His different forms. The rare one recognizes Him as one. The one who knows this is a blessed one. Pin pin roop sabho kar jana, ek roop kinhu pehchana. Jin jana tin hi siddh pai, bin samjhe siddh haath na aayi." Babaji spent a considerable time enjoying the divine miracle that had just occurred. He then read a hukamnama from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. After bowing and paying his respects to true Guru, he returned to his room to immerse himself in meditation of Naam, overflowing with bliss at witnessing this miracle. At Lahore, Babaji spent 40-odd days in a state of divine elation and returned to Sargodha to resume his meditation. O saints, through the Lord's name the mortal is saved. Standing or sitting down, contemplate the Lord. Night and day, do these good deeds. Pause. Santo, Ram naam nistariye, uthat baithat har har tyaiye, andin sukit kariye rahao. And contemplate the one name, fruitless are all other affairs. Japo ta eko nama, avar narafal kama rahao. Chapter 23. Experience of the country's partition. The great saint Baba Harnam Singh Ji spent 29 years in the graceful area of Sargodha, immersed in contemplation and meditation. One day, during a state of deep meditation, Babaji perceived that the land on which they are settled and farmed would need to be abandoned. A horrific scene of people migrating as refugees, great looting and murderous riots flashed before his spiritual vision. The words of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji in Babar Bani. This is the Bani uttered by Guru Nanak Dev Ji when he witnessed the massacre of people in Ahmedabad at the hands of the Mughal invader Babur, who came from Samarkand, Uzbekistan, materialized before his eyes. He saw how neighbors who lived like brethren, with mutual love and respect, helping each other in times of need, now turned on one another with hatred. Nature fueled their instincts of hatred and alienated friends and neighbors from one another. Genocide turned the ground red with blood. Witnessing such horrific scenes, Babaji became pensive at the impending havoc to befall God's creation. The next day, seeing him such a pensive mood, Babaji's elder brother asked him the reason for his dejected mood. "If we have inconvenienced you in any way, then please let us know without hesitation, and we will try to sort out any obstacles or problems to the best of our ability," reassured his elder brother Bhai Tara Singh. On asking once or twice, Babaji tried to detract from telling his older brother what the matter was, but then he agreed to talk and called all his brothers together. He narrated to them the prophetic vision and told them, "We will have to abandon this land that we are settled on and return to our country. Countless people will become homeless, refugees, and have to migrate on both sides. The signs of great destruction are visible." After listening to Babaji, his youngest brother broke the silence and said, "A farmer does not leave his land even after death. You are telling us to leave it now when we are alive and well? How can this be possible? We bought this uncultivated land, and with hard work day and night, today it's productive land for farming." Babaji answered politely, "You asked the reason for my dejected mood. Whatever insight the true Guru granted me, I have shared with you. Regarding the land, it is your collective decision whether to leave or not." Almost 4 months passed. Babaji thought to himself, "I take food and shelter in this household, and they are attached to me through deep worldly relations as brothers. I should try to persuade them one more time so that they may be spared from forthcoming disaster." So Babaji assembled his brothers, repeated his warning, and told them about his premonition. Babaji asked them, "If you don't want to leave, so be it, but at least send mother and the ladies of the house with the necessary things to our native village in Tuga. The impending hour of disaster is nearing upon us." He added further, Someone has reliably informed me that cheap farmland is for sale near the city of Bari, Rajasthan. Many Punjabis have bought land there and turned them into productive farms. Please sell some land here and buy a piece of land with the proceeds in Rajasthan." As nature would have it, the brothers agreed to Babaji's request. Bhai Tara Singh, along with the ladies of the house, set off towards their ancestral village with only the most essential items. After staying in Tuga for a week, Bhai Tara Singh returned to Sargodha. With the consent of all the brothers, Bhai Tara Singh then went to see the land for sale in a village called Kareruwa, near the city of Bahri, Rajasthan. After inspecting the land, he was pleased with it and returned with the good news to Sargodha. The family sold a piece of land in Sargodha, added some more money and bought about 50 acres of land in the village of Kareruwa. Chapter 24. Moving from Sargodha to Kareruwa village. After buying land in the state of Dholpur, Rajasthan, the next step was to reclaim the land, making it productive and establish some accommodation. In order to ease their workload, all three brothers jointly requested Babaji to help a little in farming and resettling the land. Babaji replied, "What is your command?" The brothers replied politely, "It is not proper for us to involve you in farming again, but if you take up residence in the new farm, then both ends of our family needs can be met. One, you can supervise the tenants who cultivate the land. Secondly, you can carry on regardless with your meditation and Simran. To enable you to stay there, we will build you a small farm lodge. As Bhagat Kabirji says, the whole world belongs to the saint of the Lord." Babaji had no particular attachment to any one place. Moreover, he felt intuitively that he would be leaving this place soon. So he happily agreed to their request and bid farewell to the land of Sargodha, where he had spent almost 30 years of his life in blissful divine communion with the Lord. He arrived at Kareruwa village a few days later with his brother Bhai Tara Singh. A small river passed through the farm and the brothers had constructed a small lodge with a couple of rooms on the farm. After taking care of the arrangements, Bhai Tara Singh returned to Sargodha. Tenants who would farm the land were soon found. As per his routine, Babaji would arise a few hours before dawn. After bathing, he would immerse himself in contemplative meditation. At dawn, he would complete his nitnem, after which he would go to the village Gurdwara to pay homage to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. He would listen to the Hukamnama and return home to eat and rest a little. After a short rest, he would resume his program of reciting hymns from Gurbani. He would then go to the farm and supervise any work until the afternoon. In the evening, he would recite Rehras Sohla before he retired for the night. While his body rested, his soul would remain immersed in meditation at the lotus feet of the Lord. This land was very sparsely populated, barren with thick shrubs and jungle all around. There were wild animals like lions, leopards, etc. So much so that at a short distance from where Babaji used to stay was a small river, and on the embankment of a river a lion had made a small den for itself. Any deer or prey that would come for a drink of water was pounced upon by the lion and made a meal of. Being close by, Babaji often witnessed the lion hunting its prey. The lion never threatened or looked upon Babaji in anger. "Farida, if you submit yourself to me, then the whole world will be yours. Farida, je tu mera hoye rahe, sab jag tera hoye." The native villagers and disciples discovered that Babaji had left Sargodha. The villagers of Kareruwa found out that Babaji would come to the Gurdwara every day to perform prayers and worship Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. As a result of this, the villagers would come in large numbers to the Gurdwara every day to listen to Babaji explain the Hukamnama. So much so that farmers would stop their ploughing and come to the Gurdwara in order to listen to Babaji's daily discourse of the Gurbani. He would explain the meanings of Gurbani and the Hukamnama. In particular, he would extol the virtues of meditation and renunciation of alcohol and meat. Being a wild area, the locals were fond of hunting and home-brewed alcohol. Babaji often thought that if our Punjabi brethren did not stop abusing alcohol, then our society would be swept away in the tide of alcohol abuse and immorality. The local king of Dholpur state and the host community, which has respect for hard-working and industrious Punjabis, now will lose respect for them in future. Where alcohol and meat are used frequently, one's character becomes immoral and base instincts like anger and lust overpower higher principles. In a character riddled with base desires and instincts, the mind does not immerse easily in meditation. There is not the slightest link between an emotion-driven mind and meditation. The persuasive message of Gurbani, explained with conviction by Babaji, convinced many to give up meat and alcohol. Many now got ready to take Amrit and be baptized by the 5 beloved ones. Babaji invited 5 highly spiritual Sikhs and arranged for a baptism ceremony. He also gathered the necessary kakards too. These are also known as the 5 Ks. They are the 5 symbols of baptized Sikh, and these symbols are worn all the time. They are the kirpan, a small ceremonial sword, kesh, uncut hair, kanga, a small comb, kada, a steel bangle, and the kashera, special shorts. The 5 Singhs were sent written invitations, and they arrived on the due date to administer baptism, when 20 or so villagers took Amrit. Within a few months, in the village of Kinehiya, there was a congregation of devoted Sikhs who assembled in the morning and evening at the Gurdwara. They would avail themselves of the company of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, getting the added benefit of being given guidance on spiritual matters and Gurbani by Babaji. The number in the congregation grew day by day until in due course the whole village became devotees and Sikhs of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. An old associate of Babaji, Sant Sadhu Singh Ji, joined Babaji at Kinehiya village. Sant Sadhu Singh Ji took up residence at the Gurdwara. As the size of the congregation grew, so the size of the Gurdwara building increased accordingly. The Gurdwara is now a beautiful, grand building to behold. Sant Sadhu Singh Ji is serving the Gurdwara with great zeal and enthusiasm. Chapter 25. Meeting Dr. Kartar Singh. A short distance from Kinehiya village was a small city called Bari. People from the surrounding areas would visit the markets at the city for their necessities like clothes, tea, etc. If anyone became ill, they would have to travel to the city for their medicine. A Punjabi doctor called Dr. Kartar Singh used to run his practice in this small city. Punjabi people from the locality would generally visit Dr. Kartar Singh for their medicinal treatment. Dr. Singh was an atheist, and any leisure time he had, he spent persuading people with gusto about the futility of believing in God. Impressed by his arguments, many became atheists. Babaji too came to hear of this makeshift center for preaching atheism. Taking some time out from his meditation, Babaji went to meet Dr. Kartar Singh at his practice. The doctor treated Babaji as any other patient of his and asked him what his ailment was. Babaji replied, "I have nothing wrong with me physically and have come only to meet you and listen to your views." The doctor was very pleased to receive a willing listener who had obviously travelled some distance. Normally he would have to persuade people to listen to his views on atheism. After offering some refreshment to Babaji, the doctor launched straight into his lecture, which was as follows. Look how simple-minded and innocent the people of our country are. No one has ever seen the Supreme Being, nor can he be seen with these eyes, neither does he have any physical body, nor can anyone show another person if God exists. Such a being that has no entity is worshipped as God. What's more, people who are praying to him day and night have given him numerous names. How can one pin their hopes on a being which cannot be seen? How can that non-existent entity listen to our prayers? What purpose of ours will it fulfill or serve? Yes, this much is true, that due to people's whimsical and delusional hopes, some others profit from their vulnerability. The doctor continued his lecture and Babaji listened patiently. The doctor put forward many eloquent and impassioned arguments to prove that God does not exist. Babaji asked the doctor politely, "Dr. Saab, according to your own words, you only acknowledge the existence of those things that can be seen by your eyes. Those objects which cannot be seen, you believe do not exist. Dear Dr. Saab, to see God is a distant concept to visualize. Even some of His creations cannot be seen, but only perceived through our senses. For example, has anyone seen the bitterness of a chili? You can see sugar but cannot see its sweetness. Similarly, you give quinine pills for malaria to many patients every day, but cannot see the bitterness of the tablets. Many things in nature can be seen outwardly, but their hidden merits or nature cannot be seen readily. The doctor interrupted, "Brother, no doubt sweetness of sugar or bitterness of quinine cannot be seen, but it can still be tasted and we therefore know that it exists." Babaji replied, "They can only feel but not see. Here is a glass of milk before us. Can you see the butter that is hidden within the milk? Even if you put your hand into the milk, you cannot bring out the butter from the milk. Even upon drinking the milk, you cannot taste or see the butter in the milk. If, however, a milkman heats the milk and curdles it, then churns it and whisks the milk at the right temperature, he will be able to remove the butter from the milk. If he now melts the butter, he can cream off the ghee, that is clarified butter. Now, if this milkman tells you how to remove butter from the milk, but you steadfastly assert your view that there is no butter in the milk because you cannot see it, taste it, smell it, or touch it in that milk, then is it not your own ignorance to admit that the butter does not come from milk? However, it is not your fault that you are not convinced by someone else's explanation of butter coming from milk. If, however, you yourself prepare milk, whisk, and churn it at the right temperature, you too will demonstrate first-hand that butter indeed can be removed from milk, providing you follow the correct method of preparing the milk. Another example given to us by Guruji tells us that fire lies dormant in firewood, but cannot be seen. It does not follow that because we cannot see fire in firewood, that fire does not exist. If we wish to experience a fire, we only need to rub some bamboo together to create a fire and release the heat energy within the firewood. Our fifth Guru has described the above two examples as follows. As fire is contained in all timber and butter in all milk, so in high and low he resides. The Lord of wealth is all-pervading. The hearts and minds of all human beings, O saints, he pervades all hearts. The perfect Lord is fully contained in all. In the water and dry land, the Lord pervades. Pause. Nanak sings the praise of the treasures of virtues. The true Guru has dispelled his doubts. The omnipresent Lord is contained amongst all, though ever distant from them. Sagal banaspat mein basantar, sagal doodh mein ghiya, ऊंच नीच में ज्योत समाणी, कट कट माधो जिया, संतो कट कट रेहा समायो, पूरन पूर रहो सर्व में, जलथल रमया आयो रहाओ, गुण निधान नानक जस गावे, सतगुरु परम चुकायो, सर्व निवासी सदा अलेपा, सब में रेहा समायो. Just as fire cannot be seen in a piece of wood and butter is hidden within milk but is not seen, similarly, God resides in all His creations, regardless of whether they are rich or poor, great or small. Alas, He cannot be seen with these eyes and that we possess. If you yearn to see God and wish to manifest God in reality, then it is clear from Gurbani that you will need to make a special effort to see the Almighty. What effort will you adopt? Namely, to sing the Lord's praise, who is the treasure of all virtues. You will have to adopt the method of singing the praises of the all-pervasive Lord. Dear doctor, your eyes will need the spectacles of devotion to see God. As Bhagat Kabirji says, ever perform thou the Lord's service. Wear these spectacles and see Him present everywhere. Kar fakar dayam laye chasme, jahan tahan maujood. If we concentrate and quieten our minds of thoughts, then the omnipresent Lord's presence will become apparent in a short while. If you fix your mind even for a moment, then the Lord shall be seen present before you. Tuk dam karari jo karo, hajar hajur khudaye. Dear doctor, what greater guarantee can be given by those who have seen the Lord, as Bhagat Faridji says, meet thy Lord right now, O Farid, if you restrain the desires that distract your mind. Aaj milawa Sikh Farid, takim kunjadiyan mano machindadiyan. And bind the pugnacious passions of the mind, attain your beauteous Lord. Tundar bado sundar pavo. Dear Doctor, the need is for one to walk the path of enlightenment to God. Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us about this path. Sitting down, wash and perfume the vessel, then go and fetch the milk in it. Good actions are the milk. Ferment the milk with meditation, then leave it without desire. Curdle the milk with contemplation of the name of the Lord. Fruitless are all other affairs. Pause. Make your mind the hand piece, being ever awake the cord to churn the milk. Uttering the name with the tongue, the milk is churned. In this manner, gather the ambrosial butter. Make the mind bathe in the tank of truth, the abode for the Lord. Make offerings of devotion to please Him. The servant who serves the Lord by offering his very life remains absorbed in his Lord. Others utter your praise, merely reciting your praise, they depart. There is no equal to your Lord. Devotionless slave Nanak praise may ever sing the praises of the true Lord. Panda toye bais thoop dev ho, to dude ko jav ho. Dood karam fund surt samayan, hoye niras jamav ho. Japo ta eko nama, avar nirafal kama rahao. E man iti haath karo, fun netro neend na aave. Rasna naam japo tab mathiye, in vid amrit pav ho. Man sampat jit sat sarnavan, pavan pati tripat kare. Puja pran sevak je seve, in vid sahib ravat rahe. Kehde keh jave, tum sar avar na koi. Pagat heen nanak jan jampe, hon salahi sacha soi. Listen, Dr. Sahib. If it is a matter of sight, then people all around the world feel sleepy, hungry, and are subject to pain, pleasure, happiness, sadness, lust, anger, greed, affection, and vanity. These are all emotions that are experienced. If we ask someone, no matter how wise, to show us where sleep or hunger is, what will they think of our wisdom? We all feel sleep and hunger but cannot show where they come from. We can quantify to an extent what they are, but only subjectively. Nonetheless, only the person who experiences these emotions can describe or feel them. Look, Dr. Sahib, look at how science has progressed. Scientists can measure blood pressure, temperature, etc., but have not invented instruments fine enough to measure the imperceptible existence of God. Neither hunger or greed, nor lust or anger, etc., can be measured accurately. No one has measured his or her form or quantity in person. Only the person overpowered by these instincts can feel their influence. Dr. Kartar Singh was listening intently to Babaji. Babaji continued, Dr. Sahib, scientists have discovered electricity and produced light bulbs, giving us great convenience and luxury. Electricity was already present in nature, but due to our ignorance, we were unable to utilize it until recently. Some scientists have devised ways to demonstrate the existence of electricity which otherwise cannot be seen. According to the instructions given by scientists to the government, it has built power stations and built cables to carry electricity. However, until this was done, we were all unaware of the existence of and the usefulness of electricity. Similarly, if we want to manifest or reveal Almighty Lord, who is all-pervasive in the form of energy and derive pleasure from the eternal source of energy, then we will have to follow the advice of those blessed ones who have seen the Almighty after undertaking many struggles and toiled hard. As you say, God is invisible. But the great Guru says that, O man, you do not have the eyes to see God. The eyes with which God can be seen are different from the eyes that see the world. Nanak, there are some other eyes with which the beloved spouse can be seen. So how can one obtain these eyes with which one can see the all-pervasive Lord? Guruji has called these eyes of divine vision the eyes of consciousness. He tells us to walk upon the following path. Make fear of God thy feet. His love your hands, His understanding the eyes. Says Nanak, in this, O wise woman, union with the bridegroom is accomplished. Paike charan kar pav ke loyan surt karei, Nanak keh sianiya, ev kant milava hoye. O mortal, if you walk in awe of God, work with loving hands and make divine wisdom your eyes, then by following all these actions you come to meet the Lord. Always remain in awe of your Creator and know that He is watching your every action, good or bad. This awareness will remove the root of evil thoughts and deeds from your heart and mind. A treasure of good and noble deeds will fill your being. The heart that is full of virtues will give birth to a spring of love for God. In whose heart there is love for God, their consciousness will see the Lord Himself. They who love Him attain Him. There the eyes of consciousness see Him. Jin prem kiyo tinhi prabh payo. Dear Doctor, it is only recently that the radio was invented. The voice that is broadcast is present in the air. Only with a radio can one receive that signal or hear the voice from the radio station. If we have a radio but do not tune in, or it is broken, then the fact that we cannot hear the voice is our fault and not the fault of the radio station or the sound. The Lord is seen, heard and known, but His relish is not obtained. How can a lame, armless and blind person run to embrace the Lord? Disse suniye janiye, saho na paya jaye, rola tunda andla, kyon gal lagge taye. It means that God is present in all His creations and is visible. His life force reverberates audibly in all creation. He works through His creation, but the human condition is such that we are unable to relish the taste of union with God. Why is this? It is because humans have not the hands, feet or eyes with which to perceive God. How can this hapless being embrace God? In order to meet Him and be embraced by God, we will have to follow the path as mentioned before. The path is to walk in awe of God, love of God should be the labor of our hands, divine intellect the eyes with which to see God. With these eloquent examples from Gurbani given by Babaji, Dr. Kartar Singh was nearly convinced about the existence of God, whereupon he hinted of an acquaintance of Babaji. He asked about Sardar Avtar Singh Delayed, who had recovered through recitation of prayers by Babaji. Babaji replied, I was only given the humble service of reciting Gurbani to him. Gurbani can cure physical ailments of the body as well as the disease-stricken soul of maladies that have accumulated over many lifetimes. Curing ailments of the body is a minor benefit of Gurbani compared to what Gurbani can do for us in allowing us to meet God. Through bad deeds, the soul becomes stricken with disease and eventually the body becomes ill too. When Dr. Kartar Singh came to know that this person was the same saint that had cured Sardar Avtar Singh and whom he had heard of as being a stalwart saint, his conviction and faith strengthened further. Dr. Kartar Singh was the brother-in-law of Sardar Avtar Singh. Dr. Kartar Singh politely persuaded Babaji to stay the night. After reciting Rehras, his remaining doubts were dispelled. Babaji answered all his questions and removed all his doubts based upon the teachings of Gurbani. At last Babaji said, if you wish to have eternal bliss, then research and study Gurbani further. As you study Gurbani deeply, your doubts will be swayed like grass swayed by the current of water. Moreover, you will begin to see what reality is. You will see that much time has been wasted in idle ignorance. Dr. Sahib, the hard worker gets everything from the Lord's door, and the one who argues baselessly leaves his door empty-handed. When you tread upon this path, others will seek your guidance. The practical life of Babaji so impressed Dr. Kartar Singh that within a few days he had totally changed. He brought Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji to his house and started to recite it. Babaji came to visit regularly and their meetings became more frequent. In a short period, the doctor had developed a deep understanding of Gurbani and he started to mold his life accordingly. After studying and understanding Gurbani, Dr. Kartar Singh wrote several books and tracts. These were distributed far and wide for missionary purpose of spreading the teachings of Gurbani. The very person who was unwilling to accept that God existed was now guided by Gurbani to preach its message. The true company of Babaji had transformed Dr. Kartar Singh into a firm believer of God, who now became a great preacher of divinity, guiding numerous people towards the messages of Gurbani. He wrote several books on Sikhism. They were Aim of Life, What is Naam and Its Form, Ego, the Gurmat Method of Practicing Naam, How to Focus Attention in Meditation, The Nectar of Naam, Why is it essential to practice Naam time and again, Attainment of Naam and its Step, Fundamental Principles of Gurmat and Our Present Mode of Living, How is Gurbani the Guru? Chapter 26. Exposing a False Guru. It is worth mentioning another incident concerning Dr. Kartar Singh that made his faith in Gurbani firmer and gave him deeper insight into the faith. In the inspirational company and guidance of Babaji, he was now of the firm conviction that Gurbani is the Guru and Guru is Bani. But his father and other members of his family had no such faith. In fact, they were followers of a living Guru. They were followers of a Nirankari sect based in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, whose Guru at that present time was Baba Rata Singh. The sect is still in existence and its present Guru is Baba Hara Singh. The Guru of the sect taught that a living Guru is required for salvation and would himself sit on a soft throne while Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was placed on a bookstand beside his stage. The common masses would bow to him and in his discourses he would quote Gurbani yet maintain that understanding of Gurbani could only come through the living Guru. He would emphatically state that no spiritual purpose could be made without the living Guru. His view was that the person who teaches you Gurbani is the true living Guru. Gurbani is the only Guru. On the contrary, Dr. Kartar Singh was a firm believer of Gurbani and that it was the true Guru. His elder sister, Bibi Prem Kaur, who lived in Lahore, had an Akhand Path, a continuous non-stop recital of the entire scriptures of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, usually over 2 days. Literally, Akhand means without break, Path is prayer or hymns. This was performed at her house. Bibi Prem Kaur has specifically invited Babaji to grace the occasion along with all her relatives and friends to the Bhog ceremony. This is the ceremony at the end of a religious act or deed to thank God. Sardar Avtar Singh Daler, who was her brother-in-law, squadron leader Surat Singh, her eldest brother, wing commander Murat Singh, her younger brother and some other devotees arrived at the Akhand Path a day early. In the evening, Dr. Kartar Singh's father arrived with Baba Rata Singh Ji, whom they all revered as a living Guru. The family greeted him with garlands of flowers and led him to a specially built and decorated room to stay in for the duration of the Akhand Path. After light refreshment, the congregation went for an audience with Baba Rata Singh Ji. Dr. Kartar Singh and his friends struck up a conversation on the issue of Gurbani being the true Guru. The issue was discussed and debated late into the evening. Several hours of contentious debate yielded no firm answer to the question, and finally an exasperated Dr. Kartar Singh resolved, "We must decide once and for all tonight whether Gurbani is the true Guru or a living Guru is required." A strange suggestion, Babaji's firm faith. Dr. Kartar Singh said excitedly, "This discussion won't end. We clearly need an evident yes or no answer. I have a novel suggestion. We will side with and believe whoever can materialize 5 kilograms of Kashmiri apples through their spiritual prowess in the presence of the congregation." The entire congregation fell silent for a few minutes. At last, Dr. Kartar Singh's father broke the silence and said contentiously, "First of all, you should ask your Pai Sahib," that is, Babaji was called Pai Sahib then. "If he agrees to the conditions of your strange challenge, we too will consult with our Guru over this matter." Dr. Kartar Singh and his friends left the congregation and went to Babaji's room. He told Babaji about the discussion and the condition he set to resolve the issue of whether Gurbani is the Guru. Babaji listened patiently about the whole incident, paused for a few minutes and then replied, "If it is a question of upholding the honor, prestige and sanctity of Gurbani, the embodiment of Sri Guru Granth Sahib, then not just 5 but 10 kilograms of apple will immediately materialize amidst the congregation. It is not a big task for the true Guru. We simply have to pray to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The true Guru will fulfill our prayers. On hearing these robust, resolute and faith-imbued words from Babaji, the devotees spontaneously hailed, Bole Sonihal Sat Sri Akal. Means, true is the timeless Lord, exalted are the ones who declare this. They all went to the room of the living Guru and said, the followers of Gurbani, the true Guru, are willing to materialize till 10 kilograms of apples instead of 5, so please tell us where you stand. On hearing these fervent words, the living Guru simply backed out of the demand and said that he did not believe in such miracles being performed. He further added that he had been invited to the house and insulted. Protesting thus, he left hastily during the night before dawn of the next day. In the morning after the Pog ceremony, Gurbani is the true Guru was a topic of discussion in the congregation. After Kirtan was performed, Babaji explained the meanings of the Hukamnama taken from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji to the whole congregation. He specifically instructed the Sangat that whosoever wants to attain spiritual enlightenment through Gurbani must first take into their hearts the Guru's instructions. The instructions to all Sikhs is to be initiated into the spiritual path of Sikhism by taking Amrit, baptism. Baptism is administered by Panch Pyaras, the 5 beloved ones, in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as ordained by the 10th Master Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Where a good Sikh takes the shelter of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji by being baptized, then there is no need to seek refuge in living Guru. In essence, it is vital to be baptized in order to obtain any blessings from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Dr. Kartar Singh and other devotees made a program and a day was fixed on which the Amrit ceremony would be held so that one and all could take Amrit. Babaji nominated 5 Singhs with the duty of preparing Amrit, and a large number of devotees from Lahore took Amrit on the chosen day. Every Gursikh must be cautious and not be deluded by the concept that a living Guru is needed. Only Gurbani is the Guru of a Gursikh. One only has to study the words of Guru Ramdas Ji. The word, the Bani is Guru, and Guru is the Bani. Within the Bani, the ambrosial nectar is contained. If his humble servant believes and acts according to the words of the Guru's Bani, then the Guru in person emancipates him. Bani Guru, Guru hai Bani, which Bani Amrit sare, Gur Bani kehe, Sevak jan mane, Partak Guru nistare. And the true Guru is the Word, and the Word is the true Guru. The holy Word shows the way to emancipation. Satgur Bachan, Bachan hai Satgur, Padar Mukt Janavego. And the Gurbani of the true Guru is the embodiment of truth. Through Gurbani, the mortal becomes perfect. Satgur ki Bani Sat Swarup hai, Gurbani bani hai. And through the true Guru's word, the most sublime persons are revealed. They fix their mind on the Guru's word. Hearing the Guru's word, my mind becomes tender, and imbued with it, this mind has returned to its home. Satgur Bani Purkhotam, Bani Syo Chit Lave Go, Gurbani Sunat Mera Man Dravya Man Pina Nij Kar Ave Go. The dictate of our Guru leaves no room for doubt and no concessions for the concept of a living Guru. The need is to recognize Gurbani as the true Guru. It is the word and message of God to us. Whoever has faith in Gurbani, he who hears and practices Gurbani is saved. Jo sune kamave so utre par. Chapter 27. Partition in 1947. Here in Karerua village, Babaji was performing his duties of meditation and service of the congregation. Simultaneously, in what is now Sargodha, Pakistan, the visions that Babaji had experienced about a violent partition started to materialize in actuality. Hatred grew in the hearts of people who once lived as affectionate neighbors. Now they became mortal, bloodthirsty enemies. Arson, looting, communal riots and rape erupted all over the subcontinent but were particularly fierce in Punjab. Now Babaji's brothers began to repent their decision to stay on at Chak 119 Sargodha and acting upon his prophetic words. Had they agreed to take Babaji's advice, then they would not have had to face the misfortune of partition of India that had befallen them. What could be done at this late hour? A deep sense of repentance now tormented them every moment. In desperation, they loaded as many of their belongings as they could on a cart pulled by oxen and joined the convoys of refugees towards their native country and village. They left behind the land that they decided not to abandon in the first place with great sorrow. At last they arrived in their native village of Tugga, after witnessing mass murders, riots, experiencing many hardships, thirst, hunger, and the constant shadow of death's noose hanging over their heads. After a few days' rest in their village, a new plan was made to send the younger brother by Harnam Singh to Kinehiya village, where Babaji was looking after the farm, whilst the other two brothers would remain and look after the land and family in Tugga. Chapter 28. Babaji and the Tantric Yogi. A person who in deed and word is true and valiant, whatever they say, then carries influence and weight upon others. Those who merely preach to others and do not act upon their words find that their words have no effect on others. So Guruji says, at first he instructs his own mind, then after he pleases others. Prathme man prabodh apna, pache avar rijhave. One should first earn the spiritual wealth of enlightenment before preaching to others. Just witness how Guru Ram Das Ji's honor such a person who through meditation fills his own heart with loving remembrance of the Divine Lord and then helps others to do the same. Servant Nanak seeks the dust of the feet of that Gursikh of the Guru, who himself recites God's name and encourages others to do so as well. Jan Nanak Tood Mangay Tis Gursikh ki, Jo aap japay, avra naam japave. And Bhai Gurdas Ji says, deeply I revere the endeavour of those who practice the Guru's teachings. Haun tis kol kamaiya Satgur da updes kamave. The person who preaches to others without acting on their own words, Bhagat Kabir Ji says of them, sand falls into their mouths. Who do not practice what they preach, they keep an eye on another's property whilst their own field is being robbed. Kabir avre ko updese, mukh mein pare reet, ras pirani rakhte, khaya kar ka khet. Guru Arjan Dev Ji gave us the same message in Sukhmani Sahib. He who practices not what he preaches to others shall come and go, subject to many births and deaths. Avar updese aap na kare, avat javat janme mare. Throughout his life, Babaji first practiced and verified Gurbani for himself, and then he enjoined the message of Gurbani to others and told them what he had personally experienced. It was only natural that a personality of such unflinching conduct had an influence on his surroundings. Fellow devotees of Babaji heeded his words and enshrined them in their hearts. Thus they abandoned their ego-driven mind, manmat, following instead the way of the true Guru, Gurmat. Amrit replaced their use of alcohol, a non-vegetarian diet which incites base instincts like anger and lust was substituted with a vegetarian diet. Tantric Nath. Near the village of Kinehiya, where Babaji lived, resided an ascetic practicing Tantric Yoga. The practice of this form of yoga had given him miraculous powers like granting boons or wishes and being able to cast spell on people. As such, he has built up quite a following of people locally. By using these powers, and often people would hold banquets of meat and alcohol at which to honor the yogi. For some time now, the people of the area has started to abandon such ways and started to follow Gurbani. Consequently, the followers of the yogi dwindled day by day, and he came to know the reason for his dwindling congregation. The yogi thought that whoever had disrupted his flourishing business should be dealt with somehow, and this person should be disgraced and evicted from the village. He now thought of trying to chase Babaji out of the village with his magical powers, but as Gurbani says, if one were to be a charmer of scorpions and be able to handle cobras by hand, he is beaten badly and struck down by their own doing. Mantri hoye athoya, nagi lagya jaye, apan hathi apne de kucha ape laye. First assault by the yogi. It was a sunny winter day. Babaji sat in deep meditation in front of his house in the sun. Babaji sat in deep meditation in front of his house in the sun. About 200 yards from the house, there was a narrow, dusty footpath. The yogi stood on this path, intending to use his magical powers that he was an adept at in order to influence Babaji. Babaji was in deep meditation and was unaware that the yogi was trying to use his magical powers on him. Babaji used to tell us that whilst in deep meditation, his heart began to beat a little faster. Babaji opened his eyes and looked around, only to see the yogi standing in the footpath, staring back. Unperturbed, Babaji resumed his meditation. Second assault. The next day the yogi returned and tried again to spellbound Babaji with his tantric powers. Babaji's concentration was disrupted again, and he looked up to see the yogi standing in the distance, trying to do something. Babaji resumed his Simran unconcerned. Third assault. The third day, the yogi returned and tried to cast his tantric magic spell on Babaji. Babaji looked up and noted that this person hadn't stopped his ill-willed practice and had continued to use all his energies to cast tantric spells. So in order to check the yogi's tantric powers, Babaji looked at the yogi with deep concentration and uttered Vaheguru. The moment he said this, the yogi suddenly fell to the ground. Babaji again uttered Vaheguru. This time he saw the yogi was dragged 4 to 5 feet towards Babaji as if pulled by some invisible rod. When Babaji uttered Vaheguru a third time, the yogi was dragged a few feet further towards Babaji, and the yogi started to beg for forgiveness. Please forgive me and let me go. I have made a mistake. I won't try to cast a spell on a Sikh saint again. Please excuse me this time. Babaji told us that the feelings with which he uttered the Gur Mantra left him, and he resumed his meditation in bliss just as before. After a short while, the yogi got up, bowed to Babaji and left that place in a hurry. After his Simran was complete, Babaji got up and went over to where the yogi had fallen. He saw that the ground bore imprints and marks as if someone had been dragged on it. This incident further strengthened Babaji's resolve and faith in the true Guru. He felt elated that indeed the Gur Mantra blessed to us by Guru Nanak Dev Ji is supremely powerful and without equal. Great indeed is Sadguru who has blessed the Sikhs with the supreme Gur Mantra Vaheguru, which is above all other names of God in all ages. In each spiritual age of humanity, the name of God upon which one had to meditate holds the key to enlightenment and is different for the 4 ages. These ages are called the Yugs. Bhai Gurdas Ji explains in his writings that in Satyug, the age of truth, Almighty was addressed as Vasudeva. In the second age of Dwapar, he was called Hari Krishna. In the third age of Treta Yuga, God was called Ram, and in Kali Yuga, he was called Gobind. By combining the names of God in all ages, Guru Nanak Dev Ji gave us the name of God, Vaheguru. According to Sarv Lok Granth, the finest, most sublime, precise and supreme name of God is Vaheguru and is gifted to the Khalsa by the true Guru. Thus the power of all the names of God was encapsulated in the Guru Mantra Vaheguru. In Satyug, Vishnu in the form of Vasudeva was incarnated. V of Vaheguru reminds us of our Lord as the sustainer of life. In Dwapar, the true Guru was Hari Krishna. H of Vaheguru reminds us of Hari. In Treta, Ram was the true Guru. R in the Vaheguru brings joy and happiness. In Kali Yuga, Gobind is the Guru in the form of Nanak. G of Vaheguru reminds us of God who gives enlightenment. Merging the 4 letters, reciting Vaheguru, the one who recites the Guru Mantra merges into the Lord again. Satjug Satguru Vasdev, Vava Vishnu Naam Japave, Dwapar Satguru Hari Krishan, Haha Har Har Naam Japave, Trete Satguru Ramji, Rara Ram Jape Sukh Pave. Kaljug Nanak Gur Govind, Gagga Gobind Naam Alave, Chare Jagge Chau Jugi, Panchayan Vich Jaye Samave. Charo Achar Ik Kar Vaheguru, Jap Mantar Sunave, Jaha Te Upjaya Fir Taha Samave. Number 1, Pauri 49, Pai Gurdas Ji. Chapter 29. Rampur Kheda established as a centre for Gurmat preaching. One day Babaji was deeply engrossed in meditation. His consciousness was attuned to the Lord when the 10th Master, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, appeared before him and ordered, Pai Harnam Singh, you must now leave the solitude of this place and return to your ancestral village. This land is bereft of Sikhism and has sunk into the quicksand of atheism. Guide those people onto the path of Sikhism and preach to them the principles laid down by the Vaheguru. The dictates of the true Guru sunk deep into Babaji's soul and rebounded with a question, O great Guru, where should I go? Should I go to my village or some other place? The 10th Guru replied, Now you must not stay at home. There is a deserted, barren mound about 5 miles due east from your village. Make that place a centre for teaching Gurmat. The place in question then appeared in Babaji's inner consciousness. It appeared to have a huge cluster of 12 or so banyan trees, overgrown and thickly covered raised area of land. There was thick undergrowth of smaller trees and bushes, making the whole area seem like a dense, inhospitable and inaccessible jungle. There seems to be no room for a dwelling, nothing but thorns, bushes, tall trees, thick undergrowth and dense forest. Then a thought came to Babaji. Most of my life I have lived away from my ancestral village. Nobody knows me and I know very few people in that area. What am I going to do in that area? How will I carry out your order? The true Guru replied, Harnam Singh, go and sit in this place. All other arrangements will be made for you by the Lord Almighty. All arrangements the Lord Himself makes. By remembering the Lord, all desires are realized. Sagal saranjam kar prab ape, pay manorath so prab jape. Inwardly, Babaji wanted to enjoy the blissful pleasures of meditation, but it was the order of the Guru to leave the sublime solitude and wander the land preaching Gurmat. Even though his being was drenched in the nectar of Naam and he had no desire to leave the deep state of meditation, Babaji could not ignore the order of the 10th Guru. To obey his order and walk on this path is difficult. In front of the order of the Almighty Lord, one's own entity has no stature. The will of God is supreme, against which there is no choice, no pretense, and without discretion. One must submit without question, abandoning any ego. The ego dies when one submits his will, and yet the mortal stays alive. Pai Gurdas Ji, a great Sikh scholar, says that the ego of a true Sikh must die whilst he or she is alive. He must abandon the ego, and not just through mere words. He must have unwavering faith and not be deluded by worldly materialism. He should be ready to be a martyr and enslaved to the divine will, obey the orders of the Guru. In carrying out the order of the Guru, the devotee must ignore personal comforts, hunger and sleep. In obeying the divine will, one must abandon the mind's intellect. Give up the love of materialism, thus you shall appease your Lord. Even the hot winds shall not touch you. त्यागें मन की मतड़ी विसारें दूजा पाओ जियो इयों पावे हर दरसावड़ा न लगे तत्ती वाओ जियो. In the house of our Lord, only the order of the Guru, that is his hukam, is supreme and is accepted beyond a shadow of doubt. He who bows in submission to the will of the Almighty and abides by it appeases the Lord. The Lord then accepts such a person as his own. Whosoever obeys the Lord's will becomes acceptable to the Lord. Hukam manne so jan parwan. And approved are those persons who accept the Lord's will. Har ka pana manne se jan parwan. The Lord approves of the one who accepts His will. All others accept one who accepts His will. The Lord Himself causes all to accept His will. So he who plays the ardent game of obeying the will of the Lord is included in the divine will. He who submits to the Lord's order is consigned to His treasury. Hukam rajai jo chale so pave khajane. Babaji bowed to the order of the Lord and accepting it in his heart became determined to abide by the order. Babaji thought to attain the pleasure of the Lord by accepting His will and command. He made up his mind to leave the village of Karerwa immediately. Babaji's younger brother had already arrived with his family to help on the farm in Karerwa. He recounted the divine order of the 10th Master to go and set up a missionary center near their ancestral village to his younger brother. He told his brother of the mission given to him to preach and spread the message of Sikhism and asked his younger brother to take over the management of the farm. From Rajasthan to Punjab. Babaji returned to his mother in Tugga village from Rajasthan. After meeting his mother, he sought out the place that the 10th Master had shown him in his inner vision. He soon found the place that was hinted at by the 10th Master. The mound of land has been deserted for centuries and was now covered by impenetrable forest. The mound of land had been deserted for centuries and was now covered by impenetrable forest. He walked around the inhospitable mound of land, surveying it carefully for any clearing or shelter that may be available. He then walked to the nearby village of Balle to the house of Sardar Gurbani Singh, whom he had known since his days in Sargodha. Babaji stayed the night with him, telling him about the plan to lodge at this inhospitable, deserted mound and set up a center to preach Sikhism and meditation. Sardar Gurbani Singh expressed his happiness that Babaji would be nearby and thanked God that he would be able to enjoy the saintly company of Babaji without having to go so far. Preparations of an earthen cave. The next day at dawn, Babaji took Bhai Gurbani Singh with him to inspect the deserted mound of land. He surveyed the land for a protected spot where he could build a shelter easily, without too much expense. The land was a little low at that end, where the present-day Gurdwara now has a tube well and bathrooms. This bit of deserted mound had fewer trees and undergrowth. Babaji, along with the help of Bhai Gurbani Singh, decided to dig a hole in the shape of a small cave into the side of the high ground. With the help of a couple of others, Babaji soon dug out a small cave into the earthen mound. It was just big enough to accommodate a small bed. For cover to the cave entrance, an improvised door was made from weaving some reeds and grass into a flat thatched panel. The next day, Bhai Gurbani Singh Ji returned with Sardar Hari Singh and Bhai Dasonda Singh from Balle village. They bought some spades and chisels and carried on digging the cave during the day, returning to their homes in the evening. The next day they returned to finish digging the cave, which one day would become the grand Gurdwara Rampur Kheda, a center for Naam, meditation and mission for preaching the gospel of Sikhism. While they were digging, an old man from the nearby village of Gondpur came to Babaji and said, "I was passing this way when I saw these boys were digging up a sweat. I asked them what they were digging for. They told me that their saint was going to stay and meditate in the cave that they were digging. I advised them that the saint should first stay here at least one night. If he lasts the night, then put all this effort into digging the cave, else why waste the effort digging, lest your cave remains uninhabited?" In those days, Babaji used to wear simple ordinary clothes and turban. No one could tell he was a saint just by looking at him. The old man did not realize that the saint referred to was Babaji himself. Nonetheless, Babaji replied, "Whosoever will come to this place to stay here. Try not to worry yourself. This cave will not remain unoccupied." The old man replied, "My beard has become white watching this place. So many people have come to stay here, but no one stays for long in this inhospitable place. This is a mysterious place that is haunted by ghosts, demons, and spirits who do not allow anyone to stay on this land." Saying these words, the old man, whose name was Harnam Singh, went on his way. The cave was ready within a couple of days. Reed grass from the nearby stream was cut and fashioned into a woven door so that the cave's entrance was covered. So a place to lodge was built without the need for money, bricks, mortar or wood. A small bed, still preserved in the Gurdwara Museum, was placed in the cave, which completed the abode where Babaji would stay. That night, Babaji returned to the house of Professor Gurbani Singh. The next day, after offering prayers to Waheguru, Babaji started to recite Naam in this dug-out cave. Babaji would get up at 2 a.m., take a bath and complete his daily Nitnem. He would then recite Sukhmani Sahib and complete his daily meditation of 32 rosaries of Mool Mantra. At noon, Bhai Gurbani Singh would bring food for Babaji and serve him with affection and devotion. He would eat at noon and then rest a little before resuming his meditation in the afternoon. In the evening, he would say the prayers of Rehras and Sohla, after which he would immerse his consciousness in meditation of Guru Mantra. When sleep overpowered him, he would rest for a short while, and though his body would be rested, his soul would still be attuned to the lotus feet of the Almighty Lord. Bhai Gurbani Singh would devote time to meditation by sitting with Babaji after lunch. He attained much spiritual benefit from the company, service and humble offerings to Babaji. Chapter 30. An ascetic and Muslim fakir try to evict Babaji. The next morning, Babaji prayed to Almighty to bless him before he started his program of meditation on the Mool Mantra over the next 40 days. All through the day, he would recite 32 rosaries of the Mool Mantra and end the day with the evening prayers of Rehras and Sohla. One evening, he was deeply immersed in meditation when at about 10 p.m., due to the hot and humid conditions inside the cave, he took his bed outside. He carried on with his meditation while sitting on the bed when suddenly a Muslim fakir, an ascetic, came by. He spoke in an anguished voice, "This is our land. We do not allow anyone to stay on this land." Babaji replied, "I have left my own farmlands and have no wish to capture your land. You can do as you please. I do not stop you from coming here." The Muslim fakir replied, "When you recite your Gurbani and Guru Mantra, it disturbs me immensely. If you stay here, then my stay will be difficult." Babaji just replied casually, "Pai, I have done ardas to Almighty to recite Mool Mantra for 40 days. I must fulfill my pledge." Hearing this, the fakir said, "The words of your Guru are very powerful, so my powers become ineffective on you. Hence I am leaving this place forever. Before you came, I allowed no one to stay in this place." Babaji replied in a few words, "Go if you please," after which the Muslim fakir went away never to return. Jatadhari Sadhu. A Jatadhari Sadhu is a person having long, unoiled, uncombed hair, a member of a sect of Hindus who believe in Shiva as the ultimate creator of the universe. Only a few days had elapsed in meditation when a Hindu ascetic with matted hair arrived at the cave. He too repeated his claim like the Muslim fakir and told Babaji that this was his land. He asserted that Babaji had lodged here while he was away. Upon his return, the sadhu now threatened to evict Babaji. He claimed that his mystical powers were having no effect on Babaji. He too said that he would leave this place because the recitation of Gurbani by Babaji was interfering with his powers. Babaji replied casually, "Go if you please." Hearing this, the Hindu sadhu left as well, never to return. Evil spirits invade. Babaji used to say that about half an hour after the sadhu left, he heard the footsteps of several people approaching. When he opened his eyes, he saw that many people with ugly, disfigured faces of all ages, young and old, men and women, appeared from all directions. All of them gathered around Babaji's bed, surrounding him from all directions. Babaji clapped his hands, hearing which suddenly all these entities fell down, asleep on the ground, as if in a trance. After a couple of minutes, an aged man got up from the direction of Babaji's feet and said, "We are all dispossessed spirits who did not get salvation after death. When we were alive, we used to practice occult and black magic using tantric powers, charms and talismans to control other people and their lives. These other spirits were my followers who did not get salvation either. Now we roam about as spirits. Until today, we didn't allow anyone to stay in this place, but now we have no power over you. We will henceforth leave this place forever." Saying these words, the spirits departed one by one as they awoke forever. Babaji recalled the words of the old man Narayan Singh, who had said that this place was indeed haunted by evil spirits. However, one who is sheltered by the Almighty, powerful Supreme Lord does not need any other shelter. He whose supporter is the world sustainer, say under whose subservience can he be? Tako kaho parwah kahu ki, je Gopal sahai. And he on whose side is the Lord, how can pride of wealth entice him? He on whose side is the Guru, what harm can millions of alms do to him? Jam Guru hoye val, tarne kya garav dijye, Jam Guru hoye val, lakh bahein kya kijye. He who is protected by the Guru and lodges the name of the Lord in his heart, even the king of the angels of death, Dharamraj, as well as evil spirits pay him utmost respect. They who contemplate the Lord's name, O friend with the treasure of the human life, Nanak the righteous judge addresses them thus, "My mansion has been sanctified by your presence." Naam Dhyayan Sajana, Janam Padarat Jeet, Nanak Dharam Aise Chave, Kito Pavan Puneet. Dharamraj has given specific advice to his angels of death that, "O Nanak, where the saints ever repeat the name of the Lord of the world, the righteous judge says unto his couriers, do not go near such a place, otherwise neither you nor I will be able to escape." Jai sadhu Gobind bhajan kirtan Nanak neet, Ana ho na tu, Nah chute, Nikat na jaiyo doot. And the recording angels write the accounts of all mortals, but the saintly persons, the angels, do not raise their eye on them. Saintly souls are served everywhere. Chitragupt sab likhte likha, Bhagat jana ko drish na pekha. And the world is in the power and the bondage of death's influence. None can hold him under Guru's instruction. Serve him who has created death, and no fear shall befall you. Jin jam kita so seviya, Gurmukh dukh na hoye, Nanak Gurmukh jam seva kare, Jin man sacha hoye. And God, the treasure of all excellences, abides within the heart of spiritual farers. They meditate on the Lord, enemy of the ego, the righteous judge is in their service. Felicitous is the Lord, their adorner. Adhyatmi har gun tas man, Jape ek murar, Tin ki seva dharam rai kare, Tan savaran har. The evil spirits that had haunted the deserted mound of land for centuries and tormented the local people had left this place forever. Chapter 31. Tales of the Second Night. The next day Babaji arose early in the morning, drew water from a small well nearby and bathed. After reciting his Nitnem, he continued with his meditation. By evening he finished his prayers of Rehras and had settled back into meditation of the Mool Mantra, when suddenly a voice from nowhere said, "Harnam Singh, Maya is approaching you. Be careful." Babaji thought to himself, "It's okay if Maya is coming. What has it to do with me? Let her please herself. What business do I have with Maya?" After a short while, Babaji noticed that an old woman with torn clothes approached him and sat at the edge of his bed. Babaji closed his eyes in meditation, and the voice spoke again. "This is Maya." The old woman sat for a while and then left. After departing a little while later, a very beautiful young woman, well adorned with jewelry, came from the eastern side towards Babaji. She had a very radiant face, as if light was emitting from it. She moved in a very charming and animated manner. A thought crossed Babaji's mind that Maya had returned in her true form now. Who knows what she will do when she comes any closer? Babaji tried to stop her with his power, but she still kept coming closer, undeterred. He tried again, but in vain. Finally, unable to stop her, Babaji prayed to God, Almighty Lord, shelter of the poor, please help me and save me from the onslaught of Maya. Please save the honor of your slave. Grant me shelter. The true Guru heard Babaji's prayers. The third master, Guru Amar Das Ji, appeared in front of him. Guruji, who gave strength to the weak, shelter to the homeless, and gave worth to the worthless, placed his hand on Babaji's forehead. As soon as the Guru's hand touched Babaji's forehead, the form of Maya disappeared. It seemed as if the form of Maya has just vanished into the earth. Chapter 32. What is Maya? Maya, mammon, is that ignorance due to which all material objects and physical things appear real to us. Attachment to all material things and physical life arises within us, and as such we feel separated from God. All of creation that was created by God appears true and real, and we are unable to identify our Creator, the true Lord. One becomes attached to worldly objects, our daily life revolves around these objects, and we become enslaved by our desire to acquire these objects. As we slowly become engrossed in our attachment to material things, we come to accept this world as real, and we identify this world as our home. Engrossed in desire, we become attached to creations and forget the Creator. Our ego identifies itself as being a part of this world, and we feel separate from our Lord and Creator. Guru Amar Das Ji has explained to us simply the meaning of Maya. He tells us that it is not just gold, silver or objects of desire that are Maya, but anything of this world that deviates the mind from devotion of the Almighty, involving us in greed or lust for the worldly things is Maya. All that is Maya causes us to forget the Creator, ensnaring us through attachment to all manner of objects. The Lord's love departs, greed attaches to the child, Mammon's writ begins to unfold. Such is the mammon through which the Lord is forgotten, to the love of another. Live chutki, lagi trishna, Maya amar vartaya, e Maya jit har visray, moh upje, pao duja laya. To gain pleasure and dispel misery and woes brought by unfulfilled desires, one goes to the daily routine to gratify the ego. What do men call mammon? What work does mammon do? In woe and weal, mammon has enchanted the mortal and caused it to go about his life in ego. Maya kisno aakhiye, kya Maya karm kamaye, dukh sukh eho jio bad hai, haume karm kamaye. This Maya acts through the 5 thieves of lust, greed, anger, attachment and ego. It entangles the mind of all mortals. Only the lucky one is sheltered by the Guru and thus able to escape its hold. The visible Maya is an outward expression of the 5 abstract thieves of the mind. The forest fire has burned down much grass. Some rare plants have escaped green. So powerful is the Lord, I cannot describe Him. His praise I cannot utter. Dava agan bahut trin jalle, koi harya boot rehori, aisa samrath var na sakon, taki upma jaat na kehori. So powerful is the attraction of Maya that it not only ensnares mere mortals, great sages and seers have been unable to escape its influence. None is more powerful than Mammon. The she-serpent has deceived the likes of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. Sarpani te upar nahi baliya, jin Brahma bisan Mahadev chaliya. Men call themselves silent sages, yogis, and learned in Shastras, but Mammon has them all under control. The 3 gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, the 330 million demigods, their astonishment knew no bounds. Powerful Mammon pervades amongst all. Her secret is obtained by the Guru's grace. No other beside the Guru knows this secret. Pause. Mun jogi sastrag kahavat, sab kine bas apan hi. Teen dev ar kot tetisa, tinki hairat kach na rahi. Balwant व्याप रही सब मही, अवर न जानस को मर्मा, gur kirpate lahi rahao. All-pervading God has created such a temptress as Maya. She has devoured the whole world. The Guru has saved me, O brother. Pause. Administering the sweet yet poisonous potion, she has secured the whole world. She has bewitched the three gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. ऐसी स्त्री एक राम उपाई, उन सब जग खाया, हम गुर राखे मेरे पाई रहाओ, पाए ठगौली सब जग जोहया, Brahma, Bisan, Mahadev Mohya. And Mammon, which keeps under its control the world of three dispositions and the four directions of the universe and destroys the merits of sacred feasts, ablution, penance and places of pilgrimage, before her of what strength is this poor man? Jin kine vas apne, treh gun, pavan chatur sansara, jag isnan tap than khande, kya ehe jant vichara. Maya and its attractions have devoured the whole world without teeth. He who abides by the Guru's word is saved. He who follows his mind and desires is unable to avoid the grip of Maya. Bewitching is the love of wealth. This without teeth has devoured the whole world. The apostates are eaten away. The Guru ward who fix their mind on the true name are saved. Maya Mamta Mohini Jin Vin Danta Jag Khaya Manmukh Khade Gurmukh Ubre Jini Sach Naam Chitlaya. Mammon is a she-serpent. This is clinging to the world. He who serves her is ultimately devoured by her. Maya hoi nagni jagat rahi liptaye, iski seva jo kare tishi ko fir khaye. As a female snake is loved by its offsprings, she kisses them to the extent that she swallows them. Similarly, her jaws devour those who are drenched in mammon. Bhagat Kabirji tells us that humans aside, even other species of animals are not immune from the clutches of mammon. The fish in water are attached to mammon, the moth burns in the lamp of mammon, the mammon of lust clings to an elephant, the serpent and bees perish through mammon. So bewitching is mammon, O brother, that as many beings there are have all been deceived by it. The birds and deers are imbued in mammon. Sugar causes great hardship to mammon. The horses and camels are absorbed in mammon. 84 men of miracles play in mammon. The Sikh celibates are slaves of mammon. So too the 9 yogis, the sun, the moon, the penitents and supreme sages are asleep in mammon. The sway of mammon are death and 5 demons. The dogs and jackals are dyed in mammon. So too are the leopards, monkeys and lions. Cats, sheep, fox, trees and tubes are all rooted in mammon. The demigods are saturated in mammon. So are the earth, the sky and the oceans. Jal mein meen maya ke bede, deepak patang maya ke chede, काम माया कुंचर को व्यापै, पुअंगम प्रिंग माया में खापै. माया ऐसी मोहनी पाई, जेते जिया तेते डहकाई रहाओ. पंखी मृग माया में राते, साकर माखी अधिक संतापै. तुरे उष्ट माया में पेला, सिद्ध 84 माया में खेला. शिय जति माया के बंदा, नवे नाथ सूरज और चंदा. तपे रखीसर माया में सूता, माया में काल और पंच दूता. स्वान सियाल माया में राता, बंतर चीते और सिंगाता. मांजार गांडर और लूमड़ा, बिरख मूल माया में परा. माया अंतर पीने देव, सागर इंद्रा और तरतेव. कह कबीर जिस उदर तिस माया, तब छूटे जब साधु पाया. Says Kabir, he who has a belly is affected by mammon. When a man meets a true saint, then alone is he freed. How powerful is Maya! Knowing full well that Maya is illusion, us mortals still cannot escape from its clutches. From this one can gauge how powerful Maya is. O mother, Maya is powerful. Without meditation of the Lord's name, it destroys like fire to dry straw, illusion like the fleeting shadow of cloud and the running waters of a flood. माई माया छल, तृण की अगन मेघ की छाया, गोबिंद भजन बिन हड़ का जल रहाओ. Bhai Gurdas Ji tells us in Kabat Swaya 591 that the attraction of Maya is overwhelming. An opium addict knows opium to be harmful but cannot leave it. As a gambler cries time and again after losing but still indulges in gambling. As a thief is always fearful of being caught but still steals. So all know that Maya is the prime source of all woes and no one is able to overpower it. On the contrary, Maya is looting them all. Maya has 5 accomplices: lust, ego, wrath, attachment and greed. They enter our being like thieves in a house and loot the priceless treasure of Naam by diverting our attention through sensual pleasures. Thus our mind hankers after outward pleasures, unable to concentrate and meditate. It is unable to achieve union with the Almighty. The mortal is deprived of the everlasting bliss of Naam. Unfulfilled, one leads an empty and hollow life. Within this body dwell all the 5 thieves: lust, wrath, avarice, attachment and pride. They plunder the nectar, the apostate knows it not. None hear its complaint. Blind is the world and blind its dealings. Without the Guru it is pitch dark. Is dehi andar panch chor vase, काम क्रोध लोभ मोह अहंकारा. अमृत लूटे मनमुख नहीं बूझे, कोई ना सुने पुकारा. अंधा जगत अंध वर्तारा, बाज गुरु गुबारा. The 5 fell enemies are defrauding the world. The blind apostate has no knowledge of this. Panch doot moh hai sansara, manmukh andhe sudh na sara. 5 are the opponents and I am but one. How can I protect my hearth and home? O my soul, they beat and plunder me daily. To whom shall I turn and profess my state? अवर पंच हम एक जना, क्यों राखो कर बार मना. मार है लूट है नीत नीत, किस आगे करी पुकार जना. Guruji has warned us to guard against each of these 5 thieves. Each of these vices spoils the body and tarnishes the mind. We are advised by Guruji not to entertain these 5 vices. We are advised to base our lives on the moral teachings of our Guru. Regarding lust, Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us, O lust, your land, the mortal, is hell. You cause the mortal to wander in many species. He kamang, nark bisramang, boh joni parmavane. Lust, wrath and company of evil people. From them run away day and night. Kam krodh sangat durjan ki, tate ehnas pago. Within the sinner's mind abides lust. Thus the mercurial mind cannot be restrained. This net of lust is cast on all yogis, on all wandering ascetics and renunciates. Papi hiye मैं काम बसाए, मन चंचल याते गेहो न जाए रहाओ. जोगी जंगम अर संन्यास, सब ही पर डारी ए फास. Anger or wrath destroys the body just as lust does too. As borax smelts gold easily, so lust and anger rot the body. काम क्रोध काया को गाले, जो कंचन सुहागा टाले. Go not near the neighborhood of those in whose heart dwells the pariha wrath. उना पास दुआस न पिटिए, जिन अंतर क्रोध चंडाल. O wrath, you are the root of strife. Compassion never wells up in you. Sinful mortals you take into your power. Then they dance like monkeys at your behest. He kal mool krodang, kadanch karuna na uparjate. Bikhyant jivang vasyang krot, niratyang krot jatha markate. Concerning greed and avarice, Gurbani tells us that the tide of avarice is all-consuming, like the rabidness of a mad dog. This disease has soiled everything in the world. Lobh leher sab swan halk hai, halkyo sabe bigare. Greed soils the mortals as green algae ruins clear water. Lab vinahe mansa jyo pani boor. O covertness, you have clung even to the great. By numerous ripples you enchant many mortals. Through you the beings run in all directions. They greatly wonder in many ways. You have respect for neither friend nor guru, nor relation nor father nor mother. You make man do what he ought not do. You make man eat what he should not. Such is your reputation. You make man amass that what he should not amass. Praise Nanak, O Lord. A man lion, save me as I sought your protection. He loba lapat sang sir more, anak lehri kalolte, tavant jiya boho prakarang anak pant boho dolte, nach mitrang, nach istang, nach bandhav, nach mat pita, tav lajya. Akarnang krodh, akhadyang khadang, asajang saj samajya. Trahe trahe saran swami, vigyapat nanak har nar hare. Guruji tells us about attachment, that all these worldly attachments, affections and dainties all leave a black stain on the soul. He who departs with this stain of sin finds no place to sit in the Lord's palace. Jeta moh preet swad, sab kalak daga dag, dag dos moh chalya laye, darge baisan nahi jaye. Stuck in the quicksand of attachment, his feet cannot move. Pankaj moh pag nahi chale. Intoxicated in worldly love and the company of sinners, the mortal in his mind has forgotten the Lord. Moh magan patit sang prani, aise mane bisaran rahao. Forsake your worldly love and doubt, O brother. Repeat the true name in your body and soul. Pause. When one receives the 9 treasures of the true name, their children weep not, nor his mother grieves. In worldly love the world is drowned. Some rare pious person swims across. Mohar param tajo tum bir, sach naam hriday rave sarir rahau, sach naam ja nav nid pai, rove poot na kalpe mai, et moh duba sansar, gurmukh koi utre par. Concerning pride and vanity, Guruji cautions us, O self-conceit, the soul of sins, you are the cause of birth and death. You abandon friends, hold fast to enemies, spreading many illusions. Through you the mortal grows weary of coming and going, and undergoes many cycles of pain and pleasure. Through you one wanders in the lonely wilderness of doubt, contracting supremely troubling and incurable ailments. The only physician is the transcendental Lord, the great God. Meditate upon Nanak, remember the life-giving God. He janam maran moolang ahankaram paap atma, mitrang tajant, satrang dridant, anak maya bastirne, avant javant, thakant jiya, dukh sukh boh pogan hai, pram pyan, udyan ramnang, mahabikt, asad rogane, Baidyang par brahm parmeswar, arad nanak har har hare. And he who takes much pride and is haughty, in an instant is made to dust with dust. Jeko bahut kare ahankar, o khinme rulta kaku nal. The Vedas proclaim aloud that the reverend Lord likes pride not. They who die of ego, bereft of salvation, they die, are born again and come again. Har jiyo ahankar na paave, ved kuk sunave, ahankar moe se vikti gaye, mar janme fir aave. Naam does not lodge in the heart that has pride. Ego is at odds with Naam. The two dwell not in the same place. In ego, service cannot be performed, so the soul goes empty-handed. Haume naame naal virodh hai, doye na vase ikathaye. Haume which seva na hovai, ta man birtha jaye. In self-conceit, Lord's devotional service cannot be performed, nor can His will be realized. The name comes not to abide in the mind. Nanak, meeting with the true Guru, man's ego is destroyed. The true Lord comes to dwell within his mind. Then he practices truth and abides in truth. By serving the True One, he is absorbed in the Lord. Haume which pagat na hovai, hukam na pujya jaye. Haume which jio bandh hai, naam na vase man aaye. Nanak, Satguru miliye, ਹਉਮੈ ਗਈ ਤਾਂ ਸੱਚ ਵਸਿਆ ਮਨ ਆਏ, ਸੱਚ ਕਮਾਵੇ ਸੱਚ ਰਹੇ, ਸੱਚੇ ਸੇਵ ਸਮਾਏ. So through these 5 accomplices, the mortal mind comes under the influence of Maya to such an extent that he is deprived of the bliss of Naam, spiritual insight and true pleasure of union with God Almighty. Now the question arises that if highly evolved sages and demigods have succumbed to the influences of Maya and all creation is afflicted by it, then the question remains, is there a method of escaping its clutches? The great Guru has told us that, O mortal, this Maya cannot be killed nor be sold off at any shop. Only by taking the shelter of the true Guru and practicing Gurbani can we get rid of Maya. The practice of Naam meditation allows us to burn the accomplices and thus be rid of the influence of Maya. In this manner, the soul is purified by Naam given by Guru, and the nectar of the Lord Almighty runs within our being. Thus, Lord Almighty grants us salvation. Through fascinating mammon wells up ego, thus man is yoked to duality. By slaying it, it is not slain, nor can it be sold off at a shop. When man burns it through Gurbani, then only does it depart from within. His body and soul become immaculate. The name comes to abide in his mind. Nanak, the Lord's name is the destroyer of mammon, and it is obtained through the Guru. हौमे माया मोहिनी दूजे लगे जाए, ना ए मारी ना मरै, ना ए हट विकाए. गुर के सबद पर जालिए ता ए विचों जाए, तन मन होवै उजला नाम वसे मन आए. नानक माया का मारण सबद है, गुरमुख पाया जाए. And, O man, destroy the poison of self-conceit. This allows you not to meet your Lord. Ah, this gold-coloured body, pride has ruined and disfigured it. Alas, love of material valuables is all black. This foolish apostate is attached to it. O Nanak, the mortal is emancipated. Through the Guru and through his instructions, this mortal is released from ego. Mare suve jan haume bikhya, jin har prab mil na dittiya. Deh kanchan वे वन्निया, इन होमे मार विगुतिया. मोह माया वे सब कालखा, इन मनमुख मूढ़ सुजुतिया. जन नानक गुरमुख उबरे, गुर सबदी होमे छुटिया. O brother, this Maya has never allowed anyone to meet God. This body, which was priceless as gold, has been spoiled by ego. Attachment to Maya is like attachment to black ashes, and only the foolish one attaches himself to something that is worthless. Those who have earned the wealth of Naam have become pious and become rid of Maya. Guru Amar Das Ji tells us the way to rid ourselves of the influence of Maya. With sheer love and devotion, meditation on Naam, the illusion of Maya burns up and reality dawns upon the mortal. Without love, the Lord's meditation cannot be performed, and without Naam, one remains unacceptable. With Naam, the ego is stilled, mammon's illusion departs. Through the Guru, man easily obtains the wealth of God's name. Bin priti pagat na hovei, bin sabde thai na paye, sabde homme mariye, maya ka pram jaye, naam padarat paiye, gurmukh sahaj subhaye. The 5th Guru also tells us that he praises the true Guru who enables the understanding of the mysterious drama of Maya, in whose unseen fire the whole world burns. Those who meditate are spared from the heat of Maya. I am a sacrifice unto my Guru, who has shown me this wondrous play. With the inner fire the world is consumed, but to the Lord's slave mammon clings not. Hom balhari Satguru apne, jin eh chalat dikhaya, Guji pahe jale sansara, pagat na byape maya. And, seeing this world upon fire, I have rushed to the Lord's refuge. Save me and bless me with the glory of thy name, O Lord. Eh jag jalta dekh ke, paj pe har sarnai Ram, ardas kari gur pure aage, rakh leho deho vadai Ram. Our 9th Guru also tells us that if one follows the path of worship, meditates on Naam and sings the praises of the light-giving, transcendental Lord, then this ever-wandering mercurial mind is stilled. The attachment to Maya is removed and the mind is filled with supreme spiritual intellect. Greed and attachment, the agents of Maya which involve the mind, cannot come near such a person. The feeling of doubt that was the cause of birth and rebirth and has tarnished the soul is dispelled too. All mind-born desires end and it becomes calm. When desire is quenched, eternal spiritual bliss is obtained. This treasure of Naam is only attained through the blessings of the great Guru. O Mother, I have obtained the wealth of God's name. My mind has ceased to wander and laid down to rest. Pause. The love of riches has fled from my body. Immaculate divine knowledge has welled up inside. Avarice and worldly love cannot touch me. I have firmly grasped the Lord's meditation. When I acquired the jewel of Naam, my fear of continual births was dispelled. My mind was rid of all desire, and I was absorbed in bliss. Upon whom God, the treasure of compassion, is merciful, He alone sings the hymns of the praise of the Lord. Says Nanak, only the rare one gathers this wealth by the Guru's grace. Mai, main tan payo Harnam, man mero tavan te chutyo, kar baitho bisram rahao. Maya mamta tan te pagi, upjo nirmal gyan, lob moh e paras na sake, gehi pagat Bhagwan. Janam janam ka sansa chuka, ratan naam jab paya. Trisna sagal binasi mante, nij sukh माहे समाया. जाको होत दयाल कृपानिद सो गोविंद गुण गावे. कहो नानक ए बिद की संपे को गुरमुख पावे. Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us of two methods to purify the soul. He tells us that if we want to purify the soul, taste the reality of spiritual bliss, then dedicate the mind to the Almighty. Consider Him to be your master. Pray to Him and gather the wealth of Naam through single-minded devotion. If any hurdle obstructs the practice of meditation, then single-mindedly and with heartfelt devotion pray to your Master for divine help. Prayer or ardas has immense power in it. When a mortal is helpless to achieve something, then humble prayer or supplication brings about divine intervention. Nanak is your dealer and you, Lord, are my capital. Then alone does doubt depart from my mind when I praise and pray to you. Nanak, tera baniya tu sahib mein ras, man te tokha taan lahe, ja sifat kari ardas. Sometimes we can be so engrossed in doing good deeds that we are caught up in the web of Maya discreetly. The subtlest of self-pride can affect us when we are performing good deeds, as Bhagat Kabir Ji tells us. Kabir, what avail is the abandonment of mammon, if man does not abandon his self-conceit? The sages and sublime saints are destroyed by ego. Ego eats us all. Kabir, Maya taji te kya paya, jo maan tajya nahi jaye. Maan muni munvar gale, maan sabe ko khaye. Pride of meditation, of reciting our prayers, of going on pilgrimages, of donations and conducting pious deeds creates a subtle form of conceit and soils the soul of this mortal. Only the rare one is spared the clutches of Maya. I am great poet and have high caste and family. I am a scholar and adept, yogi and hermit. I am divine, a warrior and a donor. Such egoistical thinking never left thee. Hum bad kab, kuleen, hum pandit, hum jogi sannyasi, gyani, guni sur, hum date, eh buddh kabhe na nasi. Escape from such subtle egotism is possible through taking shelter of the Guru and meditating on Naam. O serf Nanak, the mortal is emancipated through the Guru, and through the Guru's instructions is he released from the ego. How does one pray? We should abandon our ego and surrender ourselves to the Almighty. Even ardas must not be taken as a matter of pride. In the Lord's court, only the truly humble devotee obtains regard. This powerless gain power, and the homeless receive shelter. If Almighty pleases, only then ardas can be heard, O God. Binat karo ardas suno, je Thakur pave. Save, some have others as their friends, I without honour only have you, O Lord. Kisi koi manj nimani ik tu. Hear my supplications, O my Lord Master. I am full of millions of sins, nevertheless I am your slave. Suno binantiya Swami mere Ram, Kot aprad pare pi tere chere Ram. O Master, you are my beneficent Lord, the cherisher and the spouse. Every moment you nurse me, I, your child, have your support alone. With this tongue of mine, what virtues of yours can I narrate? Infinite and limitless are you, O Lord. No one knows your limit. Pause. You destroyed millions of my sins and instructed me in many ways. I am ignorant with little understanding. Save me by your holy innate nature. I seek your protection, as you alone are my hope and sympathetic friend. O merciful Master and Saviour, save Nanak, the slave of your house. Tum date Thakur Pratpalak, Nayak khasam hamare. Nimak nimak tum hi pratpalo, hum barak tumre tare. Jiva ek kavan gun kahiye, besumar beyant Swami, tero ant na kinhu liye rahao. Kot parad hamare khando, anak bidhi samjhavo. हम अज्ञान अल्प मत थोरी, तुम अपन बिरद रखावो. तुमरी शरण तुम्हारी आशा, तुम ही सज्जन सुहेले. राखो राखनहार दयाला, नानक करके गोले. Pray acknowledging ourselves as guilty and surrendering unconditionally. My Lord God, I am yours as it pleases you, so preserve me. How many misdeeds of mine should I count? They are innumerable. Countless sins and errors I have committed. Day by day I go wrong. I am inebriated with worldly love and the hideous worldly valuables. By your grace can I be redeemed. In secrecy I commit agonizing sins, but the Lord shows mercy unto me and pull me out of the whirlpool of this dreadful world ocean. Jyo jano tyo raak har prab teriya, kete gano asank अवगुण मेरिया. असंख अवगुण खते फेरे, नित प्रत सद पूलिय. मोह मगन बिकराल माया, तो प्रसादी कूलिय. लोक करत बिकार बिखड़े, प्रभ नेरु ते नेरिया. बिनवंत नानक दया तारो, काड पवजल फेरिया. As it pleases you, so cherish me, O Lord. You are my supreme Lord, Master, and the true Guru. I am your child, and you are my compassionate Father. Pause. I am virtueless, and I have absolutely no virtue. I cannot comprehend your doing, your state and measure. You alone know. My soul, my body, and my wealth are yours. You are omnipresent, Lord, the knower of hearts. You know my circumstances unuttered. Says Nanak, O Sire, Lord, bless me with your eye of grace, that my body and soul be tranquilized. Jyon pavai tyo mohe pratpal, par brahm parmeshwar satguru, hum barak tum pita kirpal rahao. Mohe nirgun gun nahi koi, pahunch na sako tumri kaal, tumri gatmit tum hi jano, jyo pind sab tumro maal. Antarjami Purkh Swami, अनबोलत ही जानो हाल, तन मन शीतल होए हमारो, नानक प्रभ जियो नदर निहाल. Unite me with you, O my merciful Master. I have fallen at your door. Safeguard me, O merciful to the downtrodden. Wandering about, I have become weary. It is your innate nature to love your saints and save the sinners. O Lord, without you there is no other. To you I make this supplication, O God. Take me by the hand, O beneficent Lord, and ferry me across the world ocean. Mel leho dayal, teh pe dwarya, rakh levo deen dayal, parmat bo harya, pagat vachal tera bird, har patit udharya, tuj bin nahi koi, bino mohe sarya. kar geh leho dayal sagar samsarya. We need only pray on the doorstep of Vaheguru that for, O Supreme Lord, in view of his account, the mortal can never be released. Since he errs every moment, O thou pardoner, pardon me and ferry Nanak across the world ocean. Lekhe kate na chutiye, khin khin pulan har, bakshan har, baks le, Nanak par utar. Bhai Gurdas Ji instructs us how to pray to the Almighty. I am a sinner, a criminal, evil and an apostate. I am thief, adulterer, gambler who coverts another's household. I am a slanderer, knave, venal and a swindler cheating the world. I feel proud of my sexual urges, anger, greed, infatuations and intoxications. I am treacherous and ungrateful. None like to keep me with them. Remember, singing disciple, the true Guru alone is capable of pardoning your sins. Var 36, Pauri 21, Bhai Gurdas Ji. Haun aprati gunagar, haun bemukh manda, chor yar juar ho, par karp joghanda, nindak dusht, haram khor, thag des dhakanda, काम क्रोध मद लोभ मोह अहंकार करंदा विश्वास काती अकित कण मैं को ना रखंदा सिमर मुरीदा टाडिया सतगुर बख्शंदा. At the door of the Lord Almighty, one can only repeat the following words of Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Have mercy on me, O beneficent to the meek, and consider not at all my merits and demerits. How can the dust be washed? Such is the state of a man, O Lord. Kirpa karo deen ke daate, mera gun avgun na bicharo koi, mati ka kya tope swami, manas ki gat ehi. Thou, O Lord, art potent to do all the deeds. Hide thou my faults, O my Guru God. I, a sinner, have sought the refuge of your feet. Pause. Whatever the man does, that thou watch and know, O Lord. The shameless man sees no way to deny. Great is thy glory, I have heard, O Lord. The name destroys millions of sins. My nature is ever, ever to err, and thy faith is to save the sinner, O Lord. My merciful Master, the embodiment of kindness and the treasure of compassion, your vision has blessed me with immortal status. Tum samratha karan karan, takan tak govind gur mere, mohe apradi saran charan rahao. Jo jo kino so tum janyo, pekhyo, ठहर नाही कुछ टीट मुकरन. बड़ प्रताप सुन्यो प्रभ तुमरो, कोट अघा तेरो नाम हरन. हमरो सुहाव सदा सद पूलन, तुमरो बिरद पतित उद्धरण. करुणा मैं कृपाल कृपानिध, जीवन पद नानक हर दर्शन. I am filthy, stone-hearted, deceitful and lustful. As you deem it fit, so save me, O Lord. Pause. Thou art all-powerful, worthy of giving refuge, and exercising your might you save us, the mortals. Worship, penance, religious vows, physical purity and self-mortification. By these means emancipation is not attained. Casting your eye of grace, O Lord, pull Nanak from this awful dark ditch. Kuchil, kathor, kapat kami, jo jano, tyo tar swami rahao, tu samrat, saran jog, तू राखे अपनी कल तार. जाप ताप नेम सच संजम नाही, इन विद्य छुटकार. गरद कोर अंध ते काढ़ो, प्रभ नानक नदर निहार. Bhagat Namdev Ji also shows us a humble prayer God will help. Float me over, O Lord, float me over. I am unskilled man and know not how to swim. O God, my dear Father, give me your arm. Pause. मोको तारले रामा तारले, मैं अजान जन तरबे न जानो, बाप बीठला बहा दे. Such deep and emotional prayers prevent one's mind from being tarnished. Humility and politeness enter the human mind. Thus the great Guru cautioned Babaji to be careful from every form of Maya and escape from it. How did he escape? By losing his ego and unconditionally surrendering his being at the Lord's feet. When Babaji abandoned all other hopes and completely dedicated himself to the Almighty, the great Guru saved him from the effects of Maya with his own hand. When Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji set off from Talwandi to Sultanpur, Rai Bular respectfully asked Guruji what was the order for him. The great Guru smilingly replied, "O Rai, if you agree, then my order is that when your own will fails, then take the shelter of the Almighty with folded hands and pray. God will help you." It does not take much time to pray, and neither are particular words required to please the Supreme Lord. One needs to surrender from within, be humble, and offer servitude to the Lord. How can he be defaulted who has thy support, O Lord? Pause. Tako tokha kaha byape, jako ot tohari rahao. And without you I have no other friend. In the end you alone shall be my sustainer. They who enter your sanctuary, you redeem them. Main tujh bin beli ko nahi, tu ant sakhai, jo teri sarnagati tin leh chadai. Babaji spent all his life living the tenets of the divine Gurbani. Living under the shelter of the great Guru, Maya could not affect him in any form or disguise. Babaji spent all his life beyond the grip of Maya, as stated in Gurbani. As a lotus flower remains unaffected in water, as also a duck swims against the stream's current and becomes not wet, so with fixed intent on the Guru's word and uttering thy name, O Nanak, the dreadful world ocean is crossed. He who lives in seclusion enshrines the one Lord in his mind, living without desire in the midst of desires, and sees and shows to others the inaccessible and incomprehensible Lord. Of him Nanak is a slave. Jaise jal mein kamal niralam, murgai ne sane, surt sabad, pavsagar tariye, Nanak naam vakhane, reh kant eko man vasya, आसा माहे निरासो, अगम अगोचर देख दिखाए, नानक ताका दासो. Chapter 33. Taking meals at village Balla. Having stayed in his ancestral village of Tugga for the early years of his life, Babaji spent a further 29 years at Chak 119 Sargodha in Pakistan, working and meditating simultaneously. He spent a further 2 years at Kareru village, Rajasthan, after the partition of India. He finally settled at the blessed place that Guruji had instructed Babaji to turn into a centre for preaching Sikhism. As was his routine before, in this new place Babaji was deeply engrossed in meditation of the Lord and attuned in recitation of Gurbani. After the showdown with evil spirits over the first few nights, everything was calm now. Babaji rose daily, well before dawn, bathed and sat to recite his Nitnem, meditate on Guru Mantar and recited 32 rosaries of the Mool Mantar. Bhai Gurbaksh Singh Ji, who now lives in Canada, bought lunch for Babaji at noon daily. After joining Babaji in some recitation of Mool Mantar, he would return home in the late afternoon. Babaji has been settled in this new place for about 6 months when news spread in the neighbouring villages that a great saint had taken abode at the centuries-old, inhospitable, barren mound, which all knew was haunted by evil spirits. Out of sheer curiosity and admiration, people started to come to this place in order to see who had dared to stay at this forbidden mound. A hut for Babaji. Bhai Baba Singh, son of Sardar Sindar Singh of Gondpur village, whose land was near the barren mound, was greatly impressed by Babaji's saintly nature. Because of this, he became a devout follower of Babaji. Where the present-day Nishan Sahib saffron Khalsa flag stands in the Gurdwara, some devotees prepared a hut for Babaji by fixing wooden supports into the ground and thatching a grass reed roof over the wooden supports. The hut was prepared because the earthen cave would get very hot and humid during the summer. Sublime and beauteous is the hut where God's praise are sung. Of no avail are mansions in which the Lord is forgotten. Pali sohavi chapri, ja main gun gaye, kithi kaam na tol har, jit har bisraye rahao. In amongst the 10 to 12 banyan trees, there was a small clearing where the hut was erected. Babaji continued his meditation, bringing new spiritual energy to the hut and the deserted mound. By this time, Bhai Gurbani Singh had become a professor. After 40 days of meditation, Babaji performed an ardas to thank the Almighty for his protection and strength to complete the prayers. After the Bhog ceremony, Babaji went to Tugga village to visit his mother. He stayed for one night only and returned the next day with 4 kilograms of roasted wheat and molasses mixed together to make a dry cereal that he could have in order to sustain himself. Upon his arrival, he started another 40 days of constant meditation and recital of hymns from Gurbani. When he got hungry, he would dissolve the roasted wheat and molasses in some water for sustenance. Sometimes this was all the food that he would eat in 24 hours. With every breath he ever remembers the Lord, not a single breath passes in vain, thus he obtains honor in eternal life. Dam dam sada samalda, dam na birtha jaye, janam maran ka pau gaya, jeevan padvi paaye. Babaji would meditate with such intensity that not a single moment went by without remembering the Lord. All the possessions that were present at the hut were a bed, earthen pitcher, 1 brass glass, 1 brass bowl, iron bucket, 2 earthen pots, and some bed linen. These are all the utensils Babaji used for his daily living. Water shortage. In those days, after a short period of drought, water in the nearby well dried up. Babaji would carry water back from a well about 300 yards from where the hut was for his daily use. After bathing at the well, he would bring a bucket load of water that would last him the whole day. Babaji used to say that at 2 a.m., when he would go to the well, whether it was stormy or rainy, by the grace of God, the weather would calm down or cease to be stormy just long enough for Babaji to have his daily bath. This was Guruji's special blessing upon him. He would walk around the field so as not to damage the farmer's crop. After his bath, he would immerse himself in his daily meditation. Meeting Sardar Kabul Singh. During these days, Sardar Kabul Singh, son of Baba Singh of Gondpur, had an opportunity to spend time in the company of Babaji. In his leisure time, he would come to see Babaji and learn recitation of Gurbani called Santhya, which means to learn the meanings of the hymns from Sri Guru Granth Sahib. Babaji would listen to Sukhmani Sahib from Bhai Kabul Singh Ji daily. He attained spiritual insight through meditation as well. He was a keen player of kabaddi and fond of games. Babaji had insight into spiritual matters and arranged for Sardar Kabul Singh Ji to receive basic teacher training. Babaji then arranged his marriage as well. Sardar Kabul Singh received baptism and to this day has cordial relationship with the Gurdwara Sahib. Meeting Bhai Lab Singh of Balle. Babaji has been meditating for 6 months or so without taking any food except the wheat and molasses that he bought from home. One day Lab Singh of Balle village came to see Babaji as he had learnt of the great saint meditating at this deserted mound. He bowed respectfully to Babaji and asked when Babaji would finish his routine of prayers. Babaji replied that his present routine would be completed in a few days. Sardar Lab Singh Ji inquired if Babaji was going to have langar, that is sacramental food, at the Bhog ceremony or not. Babaji replied that no langar was arranged for that particular day. After this, Lab Singh left. On the day of the Bhog, Sardar Lab Singh arrived at the time of Ardas and politely requested Babaji, "I have prepared langar for you at my house. Please accompany me and bless me by accepting the food." Babaji refused flatly. Sardar Lab Singh repeated his request, compelling Babaji to accede. Babaji agreed reluctantly, but on a condition. "Today I will go with you to have langar, but in future do not compel me to do so." Sardar Lab Singh agreed and took Babaji home to have langar. After langar, Babaji went to his village Tugga to see his mother and restock on his 4 kilograms of wheat and molasses. As soon as he arrived back at the hut, he started another program of meditation the very next day. Sardar Lab Singh was deeply impressed with Babaji's sacrifice and determined meditation. After a week, he presented himself with 4 other Sikhs in front of Babaji, humbly requesting, "Today we have come to request you as Sangat to have 1 meal daily at our house, please. If you do not agree, then allow us to bring langar for you here at the hut." Hearing these words, Babaji fell into thoughtful silence. He began to ponder that if this Gursikh was alone, he would have declined the invitation. However, these people have come as a congregation. Sangat. The Sangat is the abode of God, and to serve Sangat is the highest honor. If one refuses to go with the group of Gursikhs, it is an insult of the Sangat. Secondly, the Gursikh has asked to bring langar here to the hut. If they start to bring langar here to the hut, then they will have to take time out from their work and their daily work routine will be disrupted. After all, Almighty Vaheguru provides sustenance for all. Vaheguruji has inspired the thought in the minds of these Gursikhs to bring langar. After a short silence, Babaji replied, "I did not want to go to people's home to have langar. However, as you have come in the form of Sangat, one cannot refuse. So I will come daily in the morning to have langar at your home." Bhai Labh Singh Ji went back to the village after this invitation was accepted by Babaji. Next morning, Babaji went to the village Gurdwara in Bale, bowed to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, read the daily Hukamnama, that is, the daily sermon or edict of the Guru, and then proceeded to the house of Sardar Labh Singh to have langar. This routine continued daily for some time. If the langar was not ready yet, then Babaji would recite Gurbani until the langar was prepared. Slowly, neighbouring households came to know of the great saint who stays at the deserted mound, coming to have langar daily at the house of Sardar Labh Singh. The fortunate ones started to arrive to meet Babaji. Slowly, 4 or 5 people gathered daily at the time of langar. Now Babaji started to give a discourse on Gurbani to the assembled congregation and inspired them with tales from illustrious Sikh history. Any children or ladies that came were taught how to read Gurbani. In due course, with greater inspiration, a number of people started to recite Gurbani from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. As a result, a number of people took Amrit, baptism. After langar, Babaji would return to the hut and resume his meditation. In this manner, whilst visiting Bale village for langar, he would sing praises of the Almighty Lord, continuing ever forward on his spiritual journey. Chapter 34. My meeting with Babaji. My mother, Mrs. Charan Kaur, told me that one afternoon Babaji suddenly came to our house. He sat on one of the beds in the veranda and sat you on his lap. You were 7 years old at that time. My mother was apprehensive, in so much that she had heard that these sadhus could mesmerize children or harm them in some way. She thought to herself that the sooner this sadhu leaves, the better. Thoughts of this type were still running in her mind when Babaji spoke. "I am going to Professor Gurbaksh Singh's house and I am taking this boy with me. I shall soon bring him back." After waiting a while, my mother, seeing I had not returned, set off for Gurbaksh Singh's house. On the way, she saw Babaji coming back to drop me off. Babaji handed my arm back to my mother and said, "Bibi, we have been coming together to this world for numerous past lifetimes. In this life, I was looking and searching for him, and he was searching for me. With the grace of God, we have been united again. From today onwards, neither shall I leave him, nor will he be able to leave me." So from that day onwards, Babaji became so near and dear to me that he was closer to me more so than my parents. If any valuable or good thing would come into my possession, I would be determined to give it to Babaji first. In the summer, I would pick the ripest mangoes and save them for Babaji. At the time, I was studying in the government primary school in the nearby village of Talwandi Jatta. When Babaji would come to have langar at the home of Sardar Labh Singh Ji, before going to school, I would go over to present mangoes and such items of food that I had saved for Babaji. I would pay my respects and then leave for school. On occasions, I would get late for school and be rebuked by the teacher. However, Babaji would always try to arrive early at Sardar Labh Singh's house so that I would not be late for school. After school, I would go to the hut where Babaji stayed, rather than going home. This is the place where Gurdwara Rampur Kheda now stands instead of the barren, deserted mound. Upon my arrival, Babaji would give me something to eat, and then he would teach me Gurbani. Towards the evening, either Babaji would drop me off at my nearby village or my mother would come to fetch me. After a few days, my mother requested Babaji to grace our house by having langar for at least half the days of the week. Babaji agreed to do so and would now have langar for 3 days at our house, 3 days at Lab Singh's house, and 1 day at Banta Singh's house. He was the father of the headmaster Pooran Singh, my maternal uncle. To this day, langar still comes from these homes to be served at the Gurdwara. After studying at the primary school in Tanwandi Jata, I joined Khalsa High School in Gardiwal. Even at high school, I would visit Babaji daily after school to learn how to read Gurbani and understand it. After learning to read and understand the Panch Granthi, a compilation of 5 prayers, I progressed to read from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. By the time I had finished high school, I had been taught to read and understand Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji 3 times. With encouragement from Babaji, I would recite my 5 prayers of Nitnem even before I was baptized. With Babaji's blessings, I was administered baptism by him personally. In the evening, after studying Gurbani with Babaji, I would go home and dine with my family. I would then return to the Gurdwara to stay the night. Babaji would sit beside me and personally oversee me recite many different hymns on the rosary. Prayers like the Mool Mantra, Jap Sav, Chachri Chand, that is Gubunde, Mukunde, Adhare, Pare, Hariyang, Kariyang, Nirname, Akame, and many other shabads were recited 1,25,000 times in a succession and many times over. If due to laziness I could not complete the rosaries, Babaji would complete the shabads and pray to Almighty, pledging the shabads on my behalf. This was his personal blessing upon me. After completing my education, I tried to get a job but was unable to find suitable work for 3 years. Then I got a job as a stenographer in a place called Una, Himachal Pradesh. Babaji wished me to stay close and I decided to look for a job nearer home. In those days, Dr. Pritam Singh Ji was a doctor in the government health service. He wanted to retire and start up his own practice. Dr. Pritam Singh Ji was a true follower of Sant Teja Singh Ji. Sant Teja Singh Ji's predecessor was Sant Atar Singh Ji Mastuana. Dr. Sahib met Babaji and gained a great deal of spiritual insight from keeping company with Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. In time, he became a near and dear devotee of Babaji. Because of Dr. Pritam Singh Ji's meeting Babaji, I too became close friends with Dr. Pritam Singh. We had great mutual respect and affection for each other. Babaji wished that Dr. Pritam Singh and I work together, and after consulting Babaji, we opened a practice in the nearby town of Dasuha. We worked together for our daily livelihood and gained much spirituality from each other's company. We worked together for 16 blissful years, and this span of time passed with such mutual affection and respect that my mind still feels elated recalling the time spent in Dasuha. We would eat together, pray together, faced many trials and tribulations together. We shared our good and bad fortunes and as brothers in arms, faced our joys and sorrows together. Though I did not feel like getting married, Babaji still arranged my marriage to Bibi Gurdial Kaur, daughter of Sardar Ratan Singh of village Talwandi Jatta in 1966. Our marriage was blessed by Babaji by his saintly attendants. After my marriage, I moved my residence to Dasuha and at least 3 times a week would come to meet Babaji. If for some reason I could not come, Babaji would come himself to visit our house. Almighty Lord accepted Babaji's prayer and blessed me with a son on the 25th August 1969 when Babaji personally named him Bhupinder Singh. This gifted child has the great fortune of playing in Babaji's lap and received numerous affections, blessings from him. Due to unavoidable circumstances, I had to leave the practice of Dr. Pritam Singh Ji and return to my native village Bale, where I resumed farming our land. After that, I have been performing the duties entrusted to me by the great Guru to this day with the Lord's patronage. Chapter 35. The deserted mound is named Kutiya Rampur Kheda. Babaji cleared the area around the hut of bushes and thicket for daily use. However, the overgrown trees were still too dense in covering the ground. He now named this place Kutiya Rampur Kheda. Leaves from the large banyan and peepal trees would cover the ground in an ever-moist carpet that were a haven for poisonous insects. A couple of reed stools and dry straw would be used to cover the ground. This was all that the visitors had to sit on. Babaji kept some tongs and earthen pots. Whenever Babaji would lift these stools or straw mats, he would find deadly insects and scorpions. He would use the tongs to remove these insects and store them in the pots. In the evening, he would walk down to the stream and let the insects loose. 2 or 3 snakes would appear daily. Babaji would catch them in a jute bag and release them away from the hut. If a large snake appeared, he would use a large bamboo stick and by striking it on the ground, scare the snake away from the hut. Babaji had specially told everyone who came to visit not to hurt these creatures. Sometimes people would ask, "Why don't you kill such poisonous creatures?" Babaji would reply, "When they don't bother us, why should we kill them without reason? Suppose we start killing them, will we be able to finish them?" Babaji is annoyed over killing a cobra. Babaji continued to rescue little creatures as he did for some time. Once an incident occurred that I witnessed with my own eyes. The congregation had come together for the meditation session called the Naam Abhyas Kamai Samagam. One time, and it was raining heavily, Sardar Charan Singh, Dr. Preetam Singh, Sardar Kartar Singh from Rasulpur and some other devotees were out for an afternoon walk. The Gurdwara used to have a hedge of cactus plants all around its perimeter. On the evening, at the eastern edge of the cactus fence, a large king cobra appeared. On seeing the poisonous snakes, 2 Sikhs immediately killed the snake with sticks. Sardar Charan Singh and the others went immediately to tell Babaji of this large hooded snake that had appeared amidst the cactus fence. Babaji interrupted them immediately. "You haven't killed the snake, have you?" Charan Singh ji replied, "Babaji, when we saw it, it was a large poisonous snake, so we killed it." Babaji was angry and said, "Why did you need to kill the snake? By killing every poisonous snake, will you eradicate all snakes? Was the snake chasing you?" With these words, he made his annoyance clear to all of us. Repentance and forgiveness. Charan Singh ji and others respectively asked for forgiveness from Babaji and went out for a walk again. As they were walking, they stumbled upon another snake in the path, just like the one they had killed earlier. On returning, they told Babaji about seeing the snake on the path when out walking. Babaji said, "You could try to kill it again, but before killing the snake, you should have asked me." Meanwhile, a few more Singhs returned and said that they too saw a large snake on the way to the Gurdwara. Finally, the devotees got together and pleaded with Babaji for forgiveness for their ignorant act. They promised not to kill snakes indiscriminately in future. Babaji replied, "Ask someone to prepare Deg Prasad. This is a sweet dish made from equal parts of flour, sugar, butter and water, and bring it in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji to be blessed." The prasad was prepared and brought in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Babaji stood in front of Guruji to pray. "O God Almighty, we mortals are prone to error. Some Singhs have made an ignorant mistake. Forgive us and guide us so that we may be diligent in future." Prasad was distributed to the Sangat, and for the rest of the week no one saw any more snakes. Babaji had a very kind heart and a tender nature. He was not in the favor of cruelty or harassing any creature. He would say that if we wish to see God at all, then your light is in all creatures and they are contained in your light. Jat mein jot, jot mein jata, akal kala parpur reha. And among them is light, and that light is in you. Sab mein jot, jot hai soye. Recognize the light of God in all creatures and His creations. We must follow the edict of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji that the saints proclaim that in all hearts abides the Venerable Lord. Kat kat mein har ju base, santan kahyo pukar. Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us the Lord prevails in all His creations. The luminous Lord, the Supreme Master, the great Lord abides in all hearts. Kat kat basant vas deva par brahm parmeswara. And He, the Lord, abides in all hearts. Without Him there is no other. Kat kat antar ravya soe, tis bin bijo nahi koe. And in every heart salute the exalted Lord. Without the one Master there is no second other. Nanak, this is the essence of wisdom of the Father. Katkad antar par brahm namaskarya, ekas vin hor duja nahi, Baba Nanak e mat sari jiyo. All are partners to your grace, you are alien to none. Sabbe sanji wal sadayan, tu kise na dise bahara jiyo. So the great Guru has enjoined upon us several times to observe and regard the light of the Divine Lord residing in all creatures, great and small. The person who sees the light of God in all can harm no one. Such a person will not speak rudely to anyone. Freed, the Creator abides in His creation, and the creation abides in the Creator. Whom shall we call bad when there is none without Him? Frida khalak khalak mein khalak vase Rab mahe, manda kisnu aakhiye, jatis bin koi nahe. And utter not a single harsh word, since your true Master abides amongst all. Break thou not anyone's heart, as invaluable are all these jewels. Precious like jewels are the minds of all. To hurt them is not at all good. If your desire is to meet the beloved Lord, then hurt thou not anyone's heart. Ik fikka na gulahe, sabna mein sacha tani, hyav na kehi thai, manak sab amol ve. Sabna man manak, thahun mool machangwa, jetao piriya dik Sikh, hyav na thahe kahida. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us that the beings are yours and you are their master. Tere ji jiya ka to. This change in our outlook is not possible by mere reading or empty discussions of divine knowledge. To change our outlook requires meditation, introspection of Gurbani, and for us to act upon the message contained within Gurbani. Even when walking, Babaji would step with great care and attention, lest he inadvertently trampled insects on the ground. Moreover, he would warn others walking beside him to mind and not trample insects on the ground. Chapter 36. Bhai Mohinder Singh sees a snake daily. Bhai Mohinder Singh was Babaji's jeep driver, and he told us of an incident he was involved in during these early days. Babaji was away from the Gurdwara on some important business. In his absence, some of the devotees discovered a very large cobra which had entered the cave where Babaji used to meditate. The attendants and devotees at the Gurdwara were trying to kill the snake. No one would dare enter the pitch-dark cave as the snake was large and poisonous. All and one decided to light up a kerosene lamp in order to illuminate the cave. Meanwhile, some of the attendants bought a couple of live electrical wires and tied a bare copper wire onto the end of a long bamboo pole. They carefully hung the kerosene lamp in the cave, plugged in the live electric wire, and tried to electrocute the snake. When the snake was thus touched with the fires, it hissed and spat so violently that it blew the lamp out. All the attendants were extremely scared by now, and Bhai Mohinder Singh stepped in. Ushering all the others to leave the cave, he took a jute bag dipped in kerosene and tied it to a long bamboo stick. Igniting the jute bag, he threw it onto the snake. This tactic eventually killed the snake. In the evening when Babaji returned, the attendants told him what had transpired with the snake in the cave. Babaji was very angry about the whole incident and summoned Bhai Mohinder Singh. You have committed a great wrong. If the snake had entered the cave, then you should have left it there. I hadn't gone to another country. I was due to come back and would have dealt with the snake. In future, ask me before you carry out such tasks. Babaji was silent for a while and then said, Well, what is done. Take care in future. Bhai Mohinder Singh told us that from that day onwards, whenever he went from Gurdwara to his home, he would daily come across a snake in his path. When this happened for about 4-5 days, he came to Babaji. Babaji told Mohinder Singh that you must complete 2 rosaries of the Mool Mantra for 21 consecutive days, in the morning and evening, begging forgiveness from the great Guru. Then the snakes will leave you alone. When you complete your rosaries, prepare some prasad, donate 1 25 paisa at the Gurdwara and pray for forgiveness with all your devotion. From the day Bhai Mahendra Singh started to recite the Mool Mantra, he did not come across any snakes. He completed the prayers entrusted to him. He then had Deg Prasad prepared, prayed in repentance for his wrongdoing and begged for forgiveness in front of the great Guru Granth Sahib. Bhai Mahendra Singh was the son of Sri Rode Ram and belonged to a village Lohari, district Una, Himachal Pradesh. In his early childhood, he came to Sardar Harnam Singh Sandar of village Machiyan, district Hoshiarpur. He was brought up by the family like their own son and was educated at Khalsa Secondary School, Gardiwal, and then Khalsa College, Gardiwal, up to a degree level. He served Sardar Harnam Singh and Bibi Paramjit Kaur like his own parents. In Babaji's company, he became a Sikh. After his education, he obtained Santya, that is, teaching in Gurbani of Guru Granth Sahib Ji while serving as a jeep driver for Babaji. After his marriage, he began working as a clerk at Khalsa Secondary School, Gardiwal, and is serving the Guru Sangat regularly with devotion. He makes his life a success by first meditating and reciting himself and then inspiring others to follow the path. In time, numerous people were molded to Gurmat in Babaji's company and were subsequently baptized, thus following the path laid down by the great Guru. Chapter 37. God is displeased by cruelty to animals. Due north from Babaji's hut were fields that were farmed by local villagers. One day a farmer, whose name is not mentioned so as not to cause offence, had been ploughing the fields since early morning. It was hot, humid August day. Being close to midday, the heat was relentless and at its peak. The farmer was clearly hot and sweating profusely as he was ploughing. He was working the oxen without rest, beating them whilst ploughing, trying to get them to move faster and plough harder. The tired, thirsty animals were helplessly walking with their tongues hanging out with thirst. Babaji came out of his hut and looked upon the pitiful condition of these helpless animals. Taking pity on the plight of the animals, his heart filled with kindness, and he made up his mind to ask the farmer to give the animals a rest. He decided to ask the farmer to allow the animals to have some water, and the farmer to finish ploughing in the late afternoon when it would be cooler. With these kind intentions for the welfare of the animals, he walked up to the farmer and humbly asked him to take a short break to allow the animals to be watered and rested. The farmer listened to Babaji and replied, "I have been working since morning with these animals. Don't interfere in a farmer's work. You better go about your own job." After another half an hour or so, Babaji's conscience again compelled him. Animals cannot speak. This stubborn person is working the animals far more than they can bear to work in such intense heat. If animals are speechless and cannot complain, we must look after their well-being and welfare. With these thoughts, Babaji again went to the farmer to ask him to rest and water his animals for a while. Babaji advised him that by working the animals mercilessly will not improve the yield of the crop. The yield of the crop and what will be harvested from the fields was in God's hands. Babaji tried to reason with the farmer that if God were to give a bumper crop, then it would not be more likely to happen if the field was deeply ploughed. Furthermore, by treating animals mercilessly without care for their welfare, speechless animals curse us heavily. However, the farmer paid no attention to Babaji's reasoning and replied on the contrary, "A farmer will not ever cremate his mother until he has finished sowing his crop." Babaji said, "I have done my duty by asking you. The rest is your discretion." The farmer went on ploughing his field, levelling it and finally going home with his animals. The animals, being thirsty, drank lots of water as soon as they got back, and one of the oxen fell ill, needing prolonged treatment from the vet. This humble servant witnessed with my own eyes that a field that used to yield a good crop every year, this time yielded a handful of sacks of grain. The young farmer's father was a God-fearing person and happened to ask his son about the low yield. "How is it that a field you ploughed so diligently has had such a meagre harvest of grain compared to all the other fields?" A few days later, the young farmer confessed to his father that when he was ploughing the field, the saint at the mount approached him. asking for him to give the thirsty animals a rest. He told his father that the animals were hot and thirsty, and the saint came over twice to ask the animals to be rested and given water. The young farmer told his father how Babaji told him that speechless animals could curse us if we do not treat them properly. The old father was wise and intuitively realized that the poor harvest was due to overworking the speechless oxen in the hot afternoon. The old man explained to his son, "You worked extra hard yourself, overexerted your oxen in order to reap a better harvest. However, you got the opposite result. You ended up tormenting a speechless animal that went on to get ill, and you harvest a meager crop from that field. In future, be careful. If our animals cannot tell us of their pain, then we should look after for their welfare ourselves. Furthermore, one should heed and act upon the words of a divine saint, even if at that time you will lose out materially." After rebuking his son, the old man came to Babaji and pleaded, "My son did not listen to your words of warning or advice, and as a result the harvest from the field was very poor. Please forgive him." Babaji replied very politely, "A good or bad harvest is in the hands of God. On that hot day the animals were thirsty, tired, and were being overworked. Their tongues were hanging out from their mouths with exhaustion. They were being beaten, and their pitiful plight was disturbing me. Their anguish was disrupting my meditation repeatedly. In future, do not beat animals with a stick without reason. They too have a soul like ours, which feels pain and pleasure. It is due to their past karma and deeds they committed that they have to endure this animal life. By harassing animals, we commit cruel deeds, earning bad karma ourselves. We will end up having to pay for our bad actions. If we torment animals, then they can curse us and we earn bad karma. We must work but within our strength. The rewards for our labor are within the hands of God alone. If one could have good fortune by one's own effort alone, then everyone would be fortunate and rich. Even though all desire to be fortunate, our destiny is decided according to our past deeds. Apan liya je mile ta sabko pagat hoye, karma upar nibde je loche sab koye. And without good deeds nothing can be obtained, though one may chase rewards with all effort. Vin karma kich paiye nahi, je boh tera tave. One should engage with others with the precept that God's light abides in all His creatures. To take pity on the sentient being is more beneficial than bathing and giving alms at the 68 places of pilgrimage considered holy by Hindus. Our Guru tells us that, "Cause not annoyance to any being, and go to thine home with honor. 68 Tirath Sagal Pun, Ji Daya Parwan." And do not cause any being to suffer, and you shall go to your home with honor. Dukh na dehi kise ji, patsyon kar jao. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji considered kindness to be an attribute of God and forgiveness a divine rosary. Those people are sublime who make compassion their deity and forgiveness their rosary. Daya Devta Khima Japmali Te Manas Pradhan. By making the teachings of our Guru the basis of our lives, we will be able to attract his benevolence. Chapter 38. Effect of a Curse. It was the summer season. Babaji sat under the shade of a mango tree outside his hut meditating in bliss. It so happened that a couple of devotees who were passing by came over to Babaji, exchanged Guru Fateh and sat down beside him. Babaji offered them cool water and inquired about the purpose of their visit. They replied, "We were on our way to a nearby town of Gardiwal and decided to drop by to see you, rest and chat a while." As soon as they exchanged pleasantries, they delved into idle chit-chat about all manner of things from politics to worldly matters. Babaji sat patiently listening for a while, but quickly gathered that the two visitors were yoking water, that is, making idle conversation to while away the time. Babaji sensed that these two were not in any hurry to leave either, so he started to quietly recite Sukhni Sahib, a prayer composed by Guru Arjan Dev Ji. The two men spoke up. Babaji, we had come to sit and talk with you. We do not know how long your prayers will take, so please give us leave. We bid you farewell. Babaji nodded his head while still reciting his prayer to acknowledge the visitors wished to depart. Babaji would often have people like the ones above come to waste his time in idle worldly discussions and politics. If Babaji would sense that the conversation is turning to idle gossip, then he would ask those assembled to join in meditation or reciting prayers. This was to prevent wasting time in gossip instead of remembering God. On such occasions, he would either recite prayers himself or get one of the devotees to read prayers. Often it would come to pass that at the start of the prayer recitation, people who were there to make idle gossip would get up and ask permission to leave. He would just nod to acknowledge those who were leaving. Only a few blessed ones would remain to listen to Gurbani. Some would sit and listen to a few more verses, as Guru Sahib says, "There is no food for them in saintly company. The false go and find filth like sheep." ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪੱਖ ਸੋ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਾਹੀਂ ਜਾਏ, ਕੂੜ ਲਹਿਣ ਪੇ ਡਾਰੇ. The food of gossip and idle slander no longer available, those who thrived on this diet would depart. We can put this experience of Babaji to test. One can gossip for hours on end about worldly matters, but if we start reciting Naam amidst such company, we will find that one by one such people will leave. Only a few exceptional ones who are connoisseurs of the true merchandise of Gurbani will remain with you to listen. As Guru Arjan Dev Ji says, only a few engage in this fruitful trade. Eh vapar virla vapare. And the merchant who follows the Guru's instructions, O brother, he definitely secures true merchandise of God's name. Eh vakhar vapari so dride pai, gur sabad kare vichar. Truth and falsehood do not go hand in hand. As Guru Amar Das Ji tells us, falsehood does not mix with truth. O my soul, witnesses and verifies this. Gurbani inspires us to be truthful, whereas the basis of the world is a lie. Which sache kood na gaddei, man vekho ko nirjas. Gurbani strengthens our resolve in the truth. Thus, rare is the one among millions who enshrines the Lord's name in his mind, O Nanak. Kotan mein Nanak ko Narayan je cheet. And the saints are few in number, the rest is a show of wrangling in the world. Han virle nahi kade, fail fakar sansar. The aforementioned visitor had just left when a man named Sardar Harnam Singh from nearby village of Machiya arrived. He paid his respects to Babaji by greeting with good fateh and sat down to listen to Gurbani being recited. When Babaji has completed Sukhmani Sahib prayer, he asked Harnam Singh the reason for his visit. Harnam Singh pleaded with Babaji, "As you know, rain is unpredictable, because of which crops can sometimes perish. My neighboring farmers have had tubewells dug into their fields so that they can draw water from the ground to irrigate their crops. They can now water their fields any time they choose. Seeing them, I too decided to dig a borehole into the ground in order to install a tubewell. I have dug up 10 to 12 holes into the ground to great depths, but no water comes up. The water engineer agrees that the boreholes are dug correctly to the right depth. The boreholes in the neighboring farmers' fields are of the same depth. They produce sufficient water, but no water comes up in my field. I beseech you, can you advise me of a remedy so that I too may get water for my fields? I have lost all hope and have therefore come to see you." After listening to Harnam Singh's plea, Babaji fell silent for a while and then said, "You have come in the heat of the day, first have something to eat and drink." Harnam Singh Ji had something to eat and drink and returned from the langar, taking a seat nearby Babaji. As soon as he sat down, Babaji continued, "Sardarji, you owe some money to a poor man, which you did not return. You could have returned the money, but deliberately sat on his money. The poor man's curse has now become an obstacle in your attempts to draw water from the borehole." Hearing this startling revelation, Harnam Singh cunningly denied that he had usurped any money or owed any money to anyone. Babaji asked again, "Harnam Singh Ji, think again carefully. This is the only reason. As long as you don't return the poor man's money, you will not escape his curse. Not just 12 boreholes, you can dig as many boreholes from the ground as you like, but you will not get water from that land. The curse of the poor man is long-lasting and deep. A poor man may not have the force or means to recover his money from you in a court, but the constant curse that arises from his heart is nonetheless becoming an obstacle in your effort to raise water in your tube well. Take a few moments to search your heart and jog your memory. You will find this is the only reason. Harnam Singh Ji already knew what the truth was, but hearing the resolute, truthful words of Babaji, his inner conscience broke out from behind the veil of falsehood. He was forced to admit that what Babaji had said was indeed true. He confessed, "I indeed have not repaid rupees 280 to a poor man. It has been 2 years since I have not repaid his money. In fact, he has asked for his money on several occasions, but I deliberately did not repay his money." Babaji replied, "Sardarji, if you want water in your field, then return the poor man's money. You will gain his pleasure and his goodwill too. Once you return his money, ask for forgiveness from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji by offering prasad and admitting your mistake in front of the Guru. You will see that water will rise in your tube well on your land from the boreholes already dug." Babaji's resolute, prophetic and truthful words sunk deep into Harnam Singh's heart. They had the effect of filling him with remorse. Harnam Singh Ji promised Babaji to return the poor man's money and asked permission to leave. When he arrived home, he gathered the money he owed and added another ₹50 on top and invited the poor man to his house. The poor man was delighted to receive ₹330. The money rekindled many dreams within him. Even though the poor man received the money with interest that was due to him from Harnam Singh Ji, he was elated and full of hopeful dreams again. The unexpected return of his money made the poor man overjoyed, and he left showering his good wishes and blessings. The next day, Harnam Singh Ji gathered all the ingredients for prasad and arrived at the Gurdwara. Babaji offered ardas in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. "Forgive your devotee Lord who has erred in his ways. Forgive his trespass against another, which was committed in ignorance. Grant Harnam Singh Ji inner wish as per your divine sweet will." At the end of the prayers, Harnam Singh partook of the Deg Prasad and hastened to his field. The water engineer cleared the borehole of any residual sand and started the water pump. Lo and behold, to everyone's amazement, water came gushing through the tube well. It had been about 30 years since this incident occurred. The tube well still produces a strong flow of water to this day. The moral of the story is that God dwells in all His creation and in all beings, whether high or low. When we hurt someone's feelings without just cause and unnecessarily, it is not only because it becomes a hindrance in our spiritual progress, but becomes an obstacle in our worldly affairs too. As Baba Farid Ji says, "Precious like jewels are the minds of all, to hurt them is not good at all." Sabna man manak ਠਾਹੁਣ ਮੂਲ ਮਚਾਂਗਵਾ ਜੇ ਤੋ ਪ੍ਰਿਆ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਹਿਆਉ ਨਾ ਠਾਹੇ ਕਹੀਦਾ. Bhai Nand Lal Ji, who was a very dear and beloved Sikh of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, also writes, "Hurt not the nature knowing it to be the creation of the Creator. If you hurt His creation, you earn the Creator's displeasure." खलक खालक की जान के खलक दुखावे नाहे खलक दुखे जब नंद जी खालक कोपे ताहे. Baba Farid Ji also says, "Farid, the Creator abides in His creation and the creation abides in Him. Whom can we call bad when there is none without Him?" Farida, Khalak Khalak mein Khalak vase Rab mahe Manda kis no akhiye jatis bin koi nahe. And you are contained amongst all, O Lord. Everyone thinks of you day and night. Sabna vich tu vartada saha, sab tujhe tyave din raat. He, the one Lord, is contained amidst all. Sabna vich varte ik soi. And all belong to you, and you belong to all. O Lord, you have created all. Sab teri tu sabasda, sab tud upaya. Sabna vich tu vartada, tu sabni tyaya. If we cannot help or fulfill another's personal need or we cannot bring happiness or comfort to another, then we should not earn ill will by committing misdeeds upon fellow human beings. Guruji has cautioned us not to violate another person's earnings and avoid the sin of usurping another's personal wealth. Thus, Nanak, another's wealth is like eating swine for a Muslim and a cow for a Hindu. The spiritual guide or prophet will only vouch for you in God's court if man surely does not eat such carrion. Hak praya nanka us suar us gaye, gur pir hama taan pare, ja murdar na khaye. Chapter 39. Old companions seek out Babaji. Babaji has come discreetly to Rampur Kheda without telling anyone except his immediate family. Old acquaintances and companions were searching for Babaji. Slowly these old companions began to discover that he was engrossed in solitary meditation of God at a deserted barren mount called Rampur Kheda. Love is such a condition that it attracts people through an invisible bond even across the 7 seas. So the pull of devotion and love led these spiritual seekers to this place. As there were no provisions for staying in the cave at the mount of Rampur Kheda, these devotees would spend the day in the company of Babaji, gaining spiritual knowledge and guidance. At night, Babaji would accompany the guests and visitors to Balle village. He would delegate someone from the village to accommodate the visitors for the night. After a while, at the request of the congregation, a small veranda, a cavern was built extending westwards in front of Babaji's hut. The foundation for this veranda was laid down on 29th April 1951, and within 20 days the whole veranda and cavern was completed. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji enthroned. The cavern and veranda were completed by now, and Babaji mused that the cavern is well built, so why not install Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji in the cavern? He himself could move out into the veranda. By doing so, the visiting spiritual seekers would get guidance from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and Babaji would get to carry out daily service of the true Guru. All necessary preparations were made and equipment was gathered in order to install Sri Guru Granth Sahib. Babaji fulfilled his honourable dream by bringing Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji from the Gurdwara in Bala village. He enthroned Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji in the newly built cavern. Babaji would now arise, bathe, and then with great affection and devotion install Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji daily. He would then read the daily sermon, that is the Hukamnama, after which he recited his daily Nitnem in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. After having eaten something at Balle village, he would come back and immerse himself in meditation again. Babaji once told us that when he first installed Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, one evening he wondered what to use in order to illuminate the cavern. When Guruji was installed, he would not use kerosene oil in the lantern as the 10th master prohibits its use. It is said that once some Sikhs asked him whether they could use kerosene oil for lanterns, and Guru Gobind Singh Ji forbade the use of oil because it produces soot and black pungent flames. Mati ka tel jo is par jale, mati ka tel fir usi ko jale. Babaji thought, I have no clarified butter, ghee to burn lamps. He was still in thought when a lady appeared and placed about half a kilogram of ghee. She said, our buffalo has just had a newborn calf. I would have bought the ghee earlier but hadn't collected enough butter to melt into sufficient amount of ghee. Then I thought, let's just take whatever ghee has accumulated regardless and offer it to the Guru. Babaji accepted the offering of ghee and returned the container to the lady. He then put some ghee into a small lamp, lit it and placed it in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Babaji offered thanks to Almighty God, thinking, God knows the wishes in everyone's heart. God knows the suffering of the good and the bad. Kat kat ke antar ki janat, pale bure ki peer pachanat. Babaji thanked God, Lord, you alone give rise to noble sentiment and inspire your devotees with noble thoughts. From that day onwards, only a lamp with ghee was used to illuminate the room of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. When the ghee would run low, God would inspire someone somehow to bring in an offering of more ghee. Never did the ghee run out. Eventually, provisions for electricity arrived a few years later. Every evening after the prayer of Rehras, Babaji would have some light refreshment and then sit outside in the veranda. Bed would be laid out on the clearing in front of the veranda. Just north of the veranda was the high ground where Gurdwara now stands. At first, this area was inaccessible due to heavy vegetation and trees. The long vines from the banyan and peepal trees draped and restricted access. The tall trees had nests of eagles and vultures. These birds would often bring carrion and such into their nest, causing a lot of mess. Anyhow, Babaji would sit on the bed along with any other visitors, listening to historical tales of the Guru and of illustrious Sikhs. He would regularly listen to stories from texts like the Kalgidhar Chamatkar, Guru Nanak Chamatkar by Veer Singh Ji. When one book was finished, he would start listening to the next one. The duty of reading these historical texts was performed by this humble servant, Sant Seva Singh Ji. Occasionally, one or two people would stay to listen, and I would be very pleased that there were some other people listening to the great deeds of our Guru. After the evening session of listening to the life of our Gurus, Babaji would recite Sohila, the last prayer a Sikh reads before sleeping, and recite some extra shabad before going to sleep. At the behest of the congregation, and to accommodate the need for water, Babaji had a hand-operated pump installed near to where the present-day shoe depository stands. Chapter 40. He provides for the hungry. Along with reciting his 5 prayers of daily Nitnem, Babaji will read a prayer called Sukhmani Sahib every day. This prayer is composed by Guru Arjan Dev Ji. One day, whilst he was deeply attuned in the prayer of Sukhmani Sahib, he came across the following passage. God can revive the dead. He gives sustenance to the hungry. Mirtak ko jivalan har, pukhe ko devat adhar. He stopped to introspect upon these words and repeated them over and over several times. The meaning of the phrases overpowered him, and he thought, look how powerful the Lord is. He can bring alive those who have died and sustain the hungry with the power of Naam. Babaji then thought of a novel experiment. He thought that if Naam can sustain one without the need for water or food, then why not try this out practically? Why not try to exist and live on the power of Naam for 40 days, without having any food or water? In this way, the strength of Gurbani can be experienced, and in future one will be able to guide spiritual seekers on the basis of practical experience. One can assure the seeker that Naam indeed is the only sustenance of the body and not food or water. It can be shown that meditation on Naam is all-powerful and can fulfill the needs of the physical body. Naam can be shown not to be some abstract concept but a tangible, practical force that is the basis of this physical universe. It was the summer season. Babaji completed his prayer of Sukhmani Sahib. He then set off towards the residence of Sardar Baba Singh to the north of his hut. Baba Singh wasn't at home, so he left a message for him to send his son Sardar Surjit Singh over to Rampur Khera as soon as he came home, as Babaji had an important task for him. Babaji had already decided to practically verify the reality of the phrases that he had read. He wanted to find out if Naam can indeed support and nourish the body. After completing his work, Sardar Surjit Singh came over to see Babaji in the evening. Babaji told Surjit Singh that for 40 days I am going to meditate in this cave and will not be having anything to eat or drink for that duration. For the first 4 to 5 days, can you come and just look through the ceiling vent to check if I am still alive and that my body hasn't decomposed? If I have passed away, then cremate my body before it decomposes. If I am okay after the first few days, then you don't need to come to check on me any further. Hearing these grave instructions, Surjit Singh was deeply moved, fearing the worst for Babaji. However, Babaji reassured Surjit Singh that one must be firm in their resolve to live in the will of Almighty. Babaji says, I have firm belief in the Lord that nothing will happen to me. I only told you so that if I do expire, then my body does not decompose in the summer heat. Jap without food or water. The very next day, Babaji completed his daily prayers and then made a supplication to the Lord. O patron of the poor, this humble body of mine is presented in your feet so that it may earn the rewards of truth enshrined in Naam. Shower your blessings so that Naam becomes the only sustenance of this body. Babaji started his Simran. He would arise at 2 a.m., bathe and recite his Nitnem. He would then recite Sukhni Sahib with great devotion and spend the rest of the day meditating on the Mool Mantra and Gur Mantra. In the evening, he would recite Rehras and Sohila. He would take a short walk for half an hour and then retire for a short rest. This was his routine for 40 days. Babaji used to tell us that those 40 days and nights passed in unimaginable bliss. This incident is also recorded on the audio cassettes in his own words. Hunger and thirst aside, even the mere thought of food or water did not enter his mind. Babaji told us that his body didn't feel weak in any way whatsoever. The words of the true Guru were verified. God's name is my 36 varieties of food, partaking of which I am satiated. Harnam hamara pojan chatti prakar, jit khaiye हमको त्रिपत भई. At the end of 40 days, Babaji thanked Almighty Lord with an ardas. During those 40 days, the Almighty showered upon Babaji many boons, spiritual gifts and the nectar of Naam, the bliss of which is indescribable until experienced for oneself. His belief in Gurbani became immovable and firm that Gurbani is true without a doubt, like an indelible mark on a stone. A mark on a stone may disappear in time, but Gurbani is eternally true and timeless. The mountains, the earth, all the water and the air shall all pass away, but the saint's word is infallible. Gir basuda jal pavan jayego, ik saad bachan atlada. The shortfall is in our faith. If one believes firmly and with resolve in Gurbani, then its power definitely transforms the person who believes in it. The need is to believe firmly in the truth of Gurbani. As Guru Ram Das Ji says, O the disciples of the Guru, know that the Guru's hymns are true. God, the Creator, causes the Guru to utter the hymns with his mouth. Satgur ki bani sat sat kar jaan ho gur sikho, har karta aap moho kadai. If one has any doubt about the validity of Gurbani, then that person should verify the principles of Gurbani by acting upon them. Denouncing Gurbani without personally testing the truth enshrined in Gurbani is a great sin and ultimately deceiving oneself. They who firmly believe and have faith in Gurbani become attuned in the Lord, eventually becoming His form. Accept the word of the Guru as true. In this way you shall merge in the all-pervasive Lord. Satgur ki bani sat sat kar manho, eo atam ramil leena hai. And the word of the Guru is the embodiment of truth. Through the word the mortal becomes perfect. Satgur ki bani sat saroop hai, Gurbani bani hai. Gurbani is therefore the embodiment and essence of the ultimate truth. Through faith in Gurmat, one can be transformed into the form of the true Lord. Chapter 41. O mind, if you waver, I will strike you with the Lord's love. Headmaster Puran Singh Ji, who was my uncle, was a devout Gursikh of deep faith and had a profound ability to meditate. After finishing his degree and postgraduate teacher training, he started teaching maths at Khalsa High School in Gardiwal. He was spiritually minded and devoted from childhood. To awaken and develop his spiritual potential, he would come to meet Babaji regularly. Babaji advised Masterji, just as you have received worldly education to a high standard, similarly you should make efforts to obtain the treasure of spiritual knowledge that Guruji has blessed us with in Gurbani. As Guruji says, the inexhaustible and immeasurable stores are full to the brim with the priceless emeralds and jewels. Ratan lal jaka kachu na mol, pare pandar akhut atol. Firstly, your inner spiritual qualities are very good and you will gain quickly from learning Gurbani. Moreover, you are a teacher. When you acquire the priceless jewels of spiritual knowledge of the Lord, you can impart them to your students. Headmaster Puran Singh Ji asked Babaji to elaborate further. Babaji continued, Masterji, you should begin learning Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. you will soon discover what a priceless treasure lies unopened. As you become introspective and meditate deeper on Gurbani, you will realize that truly the treasure of Gurbani is far more valuable compared to worldly wealth. This treasure lies within us, unused, unexplored, and abandoned carelessly. As soon as you finish your work, come here straight away, eat with us, and after taking Sandhya, return home in the evening. Sardar Nirmal Singh, son of Gurbachan Singh, and your own nephew Seva Singh have nearly completed Sandhya of Panch Granthi, a collection of prayers from Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and are due to finish in a day or two. After this, they will start Sandhya of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. We have books to read from, so all three of you can start together. Master Puran Singh agreed immediately to Babaji's advice and decided to come on the appointed day for Sandhya. During our recitation, we would all read a page in turn. Babaji would quietly listen and would rectify any mispronounced words, and if there was any difficult words to understand, he would explain their meanings. He would get us to write them down in our notebooks as we went along. If there were any notebook incident or related story from the lives of our great Guru, he would oblige us by narrating these too. A daily routine was in progress, whereas all three of us would take tuition from Babaji. Masterji would come after teaching at school, and the two of us would return with our school bags. Babaji would have langar with us, tutor us for an hour or so, and this routine continued until half of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was completed without any problems. One day, Master Puran Singh Ji fell ill with high fever of 102 degrees. He managed to reach his school after pausing to rest a couple of times on the way. He taught his pupils all day long. In the evening, he arrived at the Gurdwara and lay down straight away. Babaji served langar and refreshment and inquired about Masterji's health. Masterji told Babaji he was ill and with fever, and if they could continue Sandhya tomorrow. Babaji replied, "Do as your body permits, but if your health allows it, try to take a little tuition so that we do not miss a day." Master Puran Singh declined to stay again. Babaji asked, when did his fever start? Masterji replied, "Since yesterday night." "How did you go to school?" asked Babaji. "By resting twice on the way to school," replied Masterji. "Did you teach the children?" asked Babaji. "Yes, I took lessons. I took some medicine before I left and felt a little better," answered Master Puran Singh. Babaji spoke, "Masterji, you have managed to take all your lessons despite your fever. You have done it with the fear that if you take a day off, you will lose your newly appointed job. Now, when the time to learn the real treasure of life has arrived, the mind is wavering and losing hope. All day you continued regardless of your fever. Now, despite you admitting yourself that you feel a little better, you are ready to abandon the true gift of knowledge that will only take half an hour? Masterji, please search within you. Look deep into your mind. Is this the correct thing to do? In your own words, you have admitted that you feel better now than you did earlier today." Masterji remained silent for a while and replied, "Babaji, you are right indeed. Despite my feverish condition this morning, I went to work all day. Now when I feel less feverish, maybe a little tired, my mind is becoming lazy at the time of reciting just half an hour's tuition in Gurbani." Saying this, Masterji arose at once, denounced the mind as idle. The human is indolent to do good, but becomes a tiger to do evil. Changyai alak kare buriyai hoye ser. Masterji washed his hands, face and feet and completed an hour or so of tuition as he normally would have done. Though Babaji asked Masterji twice during Sandhya if he wanted to stop, Masterji carried on regardless, saying, "This mind can run about in worldly affairs even in adversity, but a little effort to gain real spiritual benefit and it will make excuses even if the body is slightly ill." At the end of tuition, Babaji explained, using Gurbani, that one should work within the capacity of the body. One should not overwork obstinately, but if the mind gets worldly work carried out easily, but make excuses for spiritual effort, which is much less taxing, then remember what Bhagat Kabirji has said, "O steed, let me drive you to the Lord's mansion." If you hesitate, I will strike you with the whip of the Lord's love. Chal re Baikunt, tujhe le taro, hiche te prem ke chabuk maro. The great Guru has tried to mold the mind in numerous ways to encourage the mind from dithering and wandering. O vicious mind, no faith can be placed in you. You are exceedingly inebriated with sin. The chain of the donkey is removed only when a load is first put on his back. Man kuthar, tera nahi bisas, tu maha udmada, khar ka paikar to chute, jo upar lada rahao. So Master Ji, had your mind convinced you otherwise, we would have been deprived of an hour of the company of the great Guru. Sometimes the mind shirks away from real work. If we remain vigilant against its wily ways, it will not dither or wander. If we do not rein it in and let it run amok, it will end up taking us into a spiritual loss, as Guru Arjan Dev Ji has warned us against the mind. O fool, you are very slow, realize your real profit, but in regard to your loss, you hastily run to it. O sinner, you take not the merchandise of God's name, but are tied to the debt of vice. Re mude lahe ko tu tila tila, tote ko begtaya, sast vakhar tu kine nahi, papi bada re naya. Chapter 42. Annual Gurmat Camp in September. As the congregation discovered that Babaji was at Rampur Kheda, they started to visit him, coming from places near and far. At the inspiration of some near-dear devotees, the first Akhand Path, continuous recitation of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, was held on 22nd September 1951 and completed in 2 days later, on Sunday 24th September 1951. At the end of the prayers, hymns were sung and religious discourse was given by Kirtan Ragis and Singhs. They sung the glories of Vaheguru, awakening the thirst for Sikh Dharma in the hearts of the congregation. Babaji discussed with the Sangat the true reason for our human existence and why we are here. This human body has come to hand. This is your chance to meet the Lord of the world. Other affairs are of no avail. Joining the society of saints, contemplate over the name alone. Pai praput manuk deohriya, gobind milan ki e teri bariya, avar kaj tera kite na kaam, mil saad sangat paj keval naam. This can be realized only by taking shelter of the great Guru. One who has not taken refuge of the true Guru has a meaningless life. They who have neither seen nor adopted their Guru, vain are they in this world. Jin Guru na dekhyo, na kiyo, te akyat sansar mein. Preaching Gurmat inspired a large number of people in the Sangat to be baptized. The next day, Amrit was prepared with the iron double-edged sword in an iron vessel. Amrit was administered in front of Guruji by the 5 beloved ones, and Sangat was guided to follow the path laid down by the true Guru. The month of September was chosen because traditionally farmers have some free time between crops. The weather is neither hot nor cold, and a Sunday allowed any people in regular jobs to attend as they had a day off work too. To this day, the same annual Gurmat camp is still held in September and is called the Asu, that is September Samagam. After the Samagam was held, any fears or deliberations that were in the minds of the congregation were dispelled. Soon people started to visit this once barren Mount Rampur Kheda in great numbers. Chapter 43. Make your invaluable human life beautiful, then you shall not go defeated to the God's court. At the September camp in 1951, with the Guru's inspiration, Babaji addressed the congregation. He told them that such events are useful only if we take full advantage of the opportunity to meditate on Naam. If we simply come to the Gurudwara for such assemblies, bow to the Guru, offer money for prasad, have langar and slip off back to our homes, then we will gain very little. We have come to the house of the Guru, leaving our jobs behind. Therefore, it would be better if we took some spiritual guidance, reflect upon it, and put these teachings into practice in our daily lives. Only then can these assemblies be beneficial to us. The Almighty Lord has blessed human beings with the supreme position in the whole of the animal-human kingdom, such that out of all the 84 lakh species, the Lord has blessed man with glory. Lakh 84 जोन सबाई मानस को प्रभ दी वडियाई. And other creatures are your water carriers. In this world, yours is the sovereignty. अवर जोन तेरी पनहारी, इस धरती में तेरी सिकदारी. In 84 lakh life forms, human life is the supreme life form. Lakh 84 जोन विच मानस जन्म दुर्लभ उपाया. We have been bestowed this life to serve the Guru and meditate upon the Lord's name. Those who use this life to meditate on the Lord's name and serve their Guru can be considered to have succeeded in their life's mission. Even the angels and lesser gods yearn to be born as human beings. So with this human body serve God, meditate on His name, and do not lose sight of your aim to derive maximum benefit from this precious life. Through the Guru's service, the Lord's adoration is practiced. Then alone is obtained the fruit of this human body. Even the demigods long for this human body. So, through that body of yours, think of rendering service unto God. Meditate thou on the Lord of the universe and forget Him not. This alone is the advantage of the human life. Pause. Gur seva te bhagat kamai, tab eh manas dehi pai. इस देही को सिमरे देव, सो देही पज हर की सेव. भजो गोबिंद भूल मत जाओ, मानस जन्म का एही लाहो रहाओ. The fifth Guru reminds us in our evening prayer of Rare Ras as to why we have been given this human life and how this life is made fruitful. This human body has come to your hand. This is your chance to meet the Lord of the universe. Other affairs are of no avail to you. Joining the society of saints, contemplate on the Lord's name only. Pause. Pai prapat manuk dehuriya, गोबिंद मिलन की ए तेरी बरिया. अवर काज तेरा किते न काम, मिल साध संगत पज केवल नाम. The fifth Guru cautions us that we have obtained this life as a human being after wandering many lifetimes as other species. So, with this body, meditate, recite, contemplate the Lord's name and merge with the Almighty of whom you are a part. For several past lives you were a worm and a moth. In several you were an elephant, a fish and a deer. In several lives you became a bird and a snake. In several lives you were yoked as a horse and an ox. Meet the Lord of the universe. This is the only time. After a long time, this being has been fashioned into a human. Pause. Kai janam pe keet patanga, kai janam gajmeen kuranga, kai janam pankhi sarp hoyo, kai janam haver brick joyo, mil jagdish milan ki bariya, chiran kaal eh deh sanjariya rahao. Bhagat Kabir Ji tells us not to waste this golden opportunity in which we have obtained a human life. Kabir, difficult is it to obtain the human life. This chance comes not again and again. Just as the ripe fruit falls to the forest floor, it attaches not again to the branch. Kabir, manas janam dulamb hai, hoye na barai bar, jium ban fal paake poe gire, bahor na lage dar. And the leaf, that is the soul, separated from the tree, the body, unites not with it again and all alone. It proceeds on its way to death. Tarvar vichunne neh paat judte, jammag gaun akeli, binwant nanak bin naam harke, sada firat doheli. How can this precious human life be utilized fully? Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us, forever and ever should you remember your luminous Lord. Never forget Him in your mind. Pause. Attain to the society of the saints, by which you shall not go down the way of death. Have the viaticum of God's name. Thus no blemish shall attach to your lineage. They who meditate on the Master are not thrown into hell. Even the hot winds touch them not, within whose mind the Lord has come and acquired an abode. Beauteous and good-looking are they who dwell amongst the society of saints, who have amassed the wealth of God's name. They are sages and extremely exquisite, drinking thou the nectar of name, the home of happiness and life. Thou, by viewing the face of the Lord's slave, have all your affairs set aright. By ever worshipping the feet of the Guru, he alone reflects on the Lord whom God has made his own. He is the warrior and the chosen one, on whose forehead good fortune is recorded. Within my mind I have meditated on the Master. For me this is like enjoining the reverence of sovereignty. Evil never originates in my mind. Dedicated I am, saved to the righteous action. The Creator I have enshrined in my mind, and I have obtained the fruit of my life. O bride, if God the spouse becomes pleasing to your mind, then shall your married life become ever stable. By seeking the shelter of the dispeller of fear, I have obtained the eternal wealth of the name. Attaching to his robe, the Lord has saved Nanak, and he has won for himself the peerless life. Nit nit doye samaliye, mool na mano visariye rahao. संता संगत पाइए, जित जम के पंथ न जाइए। तोसा हर का नाम ले, तेरे कुल्ले न लागे गाल जियो। जो सिमरंदे साइयाँ नरक न सही पाइए, तत्ती वाहो न लग गई, जिन मन वूठा आए जियो। सही सुंदर सोहणे साध संग जिन बहणे, हर तन जिनी संजया, सही गंभीर अपार जियो। हर अम्यो रसायन पीविय, मोहे डिठे जन के जीविय। कारज सब सवार ले, नित पूजो गुर के पाव जियो। जो हर कीता अपना, तिने गुसाई जापना। सो सूरा प्रधान, सो मस्तक जिस दे भाग जियो। मन मंदे प्रभ अवगाहिया, ए रस भोगण पात साहिया। मंदा मूल न उपजियो, तरह सच्ची कार्य लाग जियो। करता मन वसाया, जन्मे का फल पाया। मन पावंदा कंत हर, तेरा थिर हुआ सुहाग जियो। अटल पदार्थ पाया, पै पंजन की शरणाया। लाए अंचल नानक तारियन, जित्ता जन्म अपार जियो। The great Guru has taught us the method of which we can make sure we use our body for spiritual gain. Supremely fruitful are the feet if these feet walk on the way of Guru Amar Das. Supremely fruitful are the hands if the hands touch the feet of Guru Amar Das. Supremely fruitful is this tongue if this tongue utters the praise of Guru Amar Das. Supremely fruitful are these eyes if these eyes behold the vision of Guru Amar Das. Supremely fruitful are these ears if they hear the praise of Guru Amar Das. Fruitful is the mind in which Guru Amar Das, the father of the world, himself abides. Fruitful is that head, says Jalap, which ever bows before Guru Amar Das. Charan ta par sakyat, charan Gur Amar paval rai. Hath ta par sakyat, hath lagge Gur Amar pੈ. जी te par sakyat, जी Gur Amar panijai. Nain ta par sakyat, नैण गुर अमर पखीजै। श्रवण त पर सकियत, श्रवण गुर अमर सुनीजै। सखित सो हियो जित हिया, बसे गुर अमर दास निज जगत वित। सकियत सो सिर जालप पणे, जो सिर निवै गुर अमर नित। Blessed, blessed is the tongue, O my soul, which sings the praise of the Lord Master. Sublime and splendid are the ears, O my soul, which hear the singing of the praise of the Lord God. Sublime, pure and pious is the head, O my soul, which goes and falls at the Guru's feet. O my soul, Nanak is a sacrifice unto the Guru, who has brought Lord God's name into his mind. Auspicious and approved are these eyes, my soul, which see the saintly true Guru. O my soul, sacred and sanctified are those hands which write down the Lord's praise and the Lord's name. I ever adore the feet of that person, O my soul, who walks on the way of righteousness. Nanak is sacrifice unto those, O my soul, who hear of God and believe in God's name. Sa rasna tan tan hai meri jindadiye, gun gaave har prabh kere Ram. Te sarvan pale sob neek hai meri jindadiye, har ਕੀਰਤਨ ਸੁਣੇ ਹਰ ਤੇਰੇ ਰਾਮ ਸੋ ਸੀਸ ਭਲਾ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਪਾਵਨ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿੰਦੜੀਏ ਜੋ ਜਾਏ ਲੱਗੇ ਗੁਰ ਪੈਰੇ ਰਾਮ ਗੁਰ ਵਿਟੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਵਾਰਿਆ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿੰਦੜੀਏ ਜਿਨ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਚ ਤੇਰੇ ਰਾਮ ਤੇ ਨੇਤਰ ਭਲੇ ਪਰਵਾਨ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿੰਦੜੀਏ ਜੋ ਸਾਧੂ ਸਤਗੁਰ ਦੇਖੈ ਰਾਮ ਤੇ ਹਸਤ ਪੁਨੀਤ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿੰਦੜੀਏ ਜੋ ਹਰ ਜਸ ਹਰ ਹਰ ਲਿਖੈ ਰਾਮ ਤਿਸ ਜਨ ਕੇ ਪਗ ਨਿਤ ਪੂਜੀਐ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿੰਦੜੀਏ ਜੋ ਮਾਰਗ ਧਰਮ ਚਲੈਸੇ ਰਾਮ ਨਾਨਕ ਤਿਨ ਵਿਟੋ ਵਾਰਿਆ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿੰਦੜੀਏ ਹਰ ਸੁਣ ਹਰ ਨਾਮ ਮਨੇਸੇ ਰਾਮ. In the prayer of Anand Sahib, Guruji tells us to question every sense organ of ours to account for its use. All our senses are guided towards spiritual betterment. What is it to be avoided in our daily lives and how we should use our senses dutifully is ordained in this prayer. O my tongue, you are engrossed in other tastes, but your thirsty desire is not quenched. Your thirst shall not be quenched by any means until you attain the subtle essence of the Lord. If you do not obtain the subtle essence of the Lord and drink in this essence of the Lord, you shall not be troubled by desire again. The subtle essence of the Lord is obtained by good karma. When one comes to meet with the true Guru, says Nanak, all other tastes and essence are forgotten when the Lord comes to dwell within the mind. E rasna tu anras raj rahi, teri pyas na jaye horat kite, jichar harras palle na paye, harras paye palle piye, harras bahor na trishna lage aaye. Guru is addressing the mind behind the sense of taste, that is the tongue. Your thirst for all relishes and tastes will not be quenched until one tastes the nectar of the Lord's name. Similarly, the eyes are addressed in Anand Sahib. My eyes, your task is to see the Lord of the world in everything that you see. O my eyes, God has infused light in thee. Without the Lord, see no other. Save the Lord, see not any other. The merciful Master alone is worthy of beholding this entire world. The entire world you behold is the Lord's manifestation. See God's image alone in it. E nitro meryo, har tum mein jo tari, har bin avar na dekho koi, har bin avar na dekho koi, nadri har nihalya. E vis sansar tum dekh de, e har ka roop hai, har roop nadri aaya. One must warn the mind to use these ears to listen to the praise of the Lord, so that your soul can hear the Lord's name only. O ears of mine, you were sent to hear the Lord's name. You were sent and attached to the body to hear the true name. Hear ye the true word, hearing which the soul and the body are revived and the tongue is absorbed in the name nectar. E sarvano meryo, sache sunne no pathaye, साचे सुनने नौ पठाए शरीर लाए सुनो सत बाणी जित सुनी मन तन हरिया हुआ रसना रस समाणी. One must take an account from the whole body and remind our mind that the light of the Almighty that He has placed in us is responsible for allowing one to live. The Lord has given us sensory organs, limbs to walk, intelligence and beauty, and then placed us at the top of all living creation. However, the one who made and fashioned us has been forgotten. Remember the Lord Creator affectionately, then your life will be fruitful. O my body, what deeds have you done since your advent into this world? What deeds have you done, O my mind, my body? Since you came into this world, He, the Lord who created and fashioned you, that Lord you have not enshrined in your mind. By the Guru's grace and the Lord abides within your mind, and I obtained what is predestined for me, says Nanak, this body of his, who attaches his mind to the true Guru becomes acceptable. ए शरीरा मेरिया इस जग में आए के क्या तुद कर्म कमाया, के कर्म कमाया तुद शरीरा जा तू जग में आया। जिन हर तेरा रचन रचया सो हरमन ना विसाया, गुर प्रसादी हरमन वसया पूरब लिखया पाया। कह नानक एहो शरीर परवान हुआ, जिन सतगुरु स्यों चित लाया। We must address our mind and tell it that the Lord is not obtained through cunningness, so leave all your guile and treachery aside. Adopt the path shown by the Guru. Walk on the principles of Gurbani and practice them. Do not lead your body into sinful acts, committing which you will repent later. Bhai Gurdas Ji too scolds each of the sense organs which lead the body astray and compel it towards evil actions. Cursed is the head that does not bow or touch the Guru's feet. Cursed are the eyes that behold another than the Guru. Those ears are cursed that do not listen to the Guru's word and do not meditate upon the word. Cursed is the tongue which recites other mantras and not the Guru's mantra. Without service to the Guru, these hands and feet are cursed. Trig sir jo gur na nave, gur lage na charni. Trig loyan gur dars vin, ਵੇਖੇ ਪਰ ਤਰਨੀ। ਤ੍ਰਿਗ ਸਰਵਣ ਉਪਦੇਸ ਵਿਣ, ਸੁਣ ਸੁਰਤ ਨਭ ਤਰਨੀ। ਤ੍ਰਿਗ ਜੀਵਾ ਗੁਰ ਸਬਦ ਵਿਣ, ਹੋਰ ਮੰਤਰ ਸਿਮਰਨੀ। ਵਿਣ ਸੇਵਾ ਤ੍ਰਿਗ ਹੱਥ ਪੈਰ, ਹੋਰ ਨੇਫਲ ਕਰਨੀ। ਪੀਰ ਮੁਰੀਦਾ ਪਿਰਹੜੀ, ਸੁਖ ਸਤਗੁਰ ਸਰਨੀ। Bhai Gurdas Ji, Var 27, Pauri 10. No doubt these organs are to be used in the pursuit of good actions, but Guruji has told us of the most supremely pious action for which we must all endeavour. By taking this action, our life's mission is realized, obtaining honour and praise in this world and in the Lord's court hereafter. This action is to meditate on the Lord's name. In doing so, the noose of the angels of death becomes ineffective and enemies turn to friends. Make thou your human body fruitful, thus you shall not go defeated to the Lord's court, and in this world and the next one you shall obtain honour. The Lord shall deliver you at the last moment. Sing the praises of the all-pervading God. Man, contemplating the wondrous Lord, you shall be embellished thus, here and in the hereafter. Pause. Sitting and when standing, reflect thou on God. Thus all affliction shall pass. All your enemies shall become your friends, and your soul shall be rendered immaculate. This is the most majestic deed. Of all the faith, this is the most sublime faith. By God's meditation, you shall be emancipated, and you shall be rid of the burdens of sins of man's past births. Your hope shall then be fulfilled, and the noose of death shall be shorn. Hear thou the Guru's instructions, and O Nanak, thou shalt merge in celestial bliss. Dullab de swar, jai na dargeh har, halat palat tud hoye vadai, ant ki bela le chudai. Ram ke gun gao, halat palat hoye dowe sohele, achraj purkh tyao rahao. Uthat baitat har jaap, बिन से सगल संताप। बैरी सब होए मीत, निर्मल तेरा होवे चीत। सब ते उत्तम एह कर्म, सगल धर्म में श्रेष्ठ धर्म। हर सिमरन तेरा होए उधार, जन्म जन्म का उतरै पार। पूरन तेरी होवे आस, जम की कटिए तेरी फास। गुर का उपदेश सुनीजै, नानक सुख सहज Samijay. Guru Nanak Dev Ji states that contemplate thou the one name, unfruitful are all other affairs. Japo ta eko nama, avar nirafal kama rahao. Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us in the Sukhmani Sahib, of all the religions, the best religion is to repeat the Lord's name, and this is the most pious deed. Saram dharm mein shreshth dharm, har ko naam jap nirmal karam. And, O friendly saints, do this work only, abandon all else and repeat God's name. Sajan Sant karo eh kaam, aan tyag japo har naam. The fifth Guru tells us that man works hard and does all manner of jobs from morning until evening, yet finds no time to contemplate God's name. Only a rare person indulges in this majestic deed. Man goes about making all effort. He makes not the one effort to meet his Lord. Nanak, rare is the person who realizes this effort which saves the world. Ahar sab karda fire, ahar ik na hoye. Nanak jit ahar jag, udre virla buje koe. In this world, all pious actions like donating money, austerities, ritual chanting, and self-restraint are nowhere near as fruitful and supreme as uttering the Lord's name. As many as there are alms-giving, charities, penances, and chanting, above them all is God's name. Whoever with his tongue utters God's name, God arranges his affairs. Pun daan jap tab jete sab upar naam, har har rasna jo jape tis puran kaam. And to all religious rituals and various ceremonial rites, superior is the conduct of meditating on his name. Karam taram anek kirya sab upar naam achar. And charities, giving alms, and religious rites equal not God's name. This destroys all the sins. Supplicate Nanak, I live by meditating on the Lord, and my coming and going has ended. Pun daan na tul kirya har sarv papa hant jiyo, binwant Nanak simar jiva janam maran rahant jiyo. And I have weighed all the merits of visiting the places of pilgrimage, observing fast, performing sacred feasts, and giving alms, but they equal not the measure unto the Lord's name. Sab tirath vart jag pun tolaha, har har naam na puje pujaha, har har atul tol at pari, gurmat jap umaha ram. In this dark age, Guruji has recommended the most sublime deed is to sow the seed of Naam, meditation on the name of God. All other acts of worship, especially ceremonial rituals and rites, are useless in this age. He has warned us not to fool ourselves in the pursuit of such false practice. Oh, the dark age has arrived. So sow thou the seed of one's Lord's name. Now it is not the season for other planting. Wander and stray not in doubt. Ab kalu ayo re, ik naam bovo bovo, an root nahi nahi, mat param pulo pulo. Bhagat Ravidasji tells us that in the past 3 ages, different rituals and rites were needed to obtain salvation. In the age of Satyug, truthful living was practiced to reach salvation. In the age of Treta, sacrificial rites and offerings were required for salvation. In the age of Dwapar, performing rituals, ceremonies correctly was the way. In the age of darkness or Kalyug, salvation is obtained through uttering and meditating on the Lord's name. In Satyug was truth, in Treta Yug sacrificial feasts, and in Dwapar Yug the performance of good worship. In the 3 ages of men, held fast to these 3. In the age of Kalyug, the name is the only prop. Satyug tat teta jugi dwapar puja char, tino jug tino dide kal keval naam adhar. Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji tells us as well that in this age of darkness, meditate on the name of the benevolent Lord, doing which this mortal can obtain salvation. Even the Vedas, that is the Hindu scriptures, say that no amount of rituals can measure up to the meditation of the Lord's name. In this dark age of Kali Yuga, the name of the one Lord is the treasure of mercy. Chanting it, one obtains salvation. No other religion is comparable to this, so speak the Vedas. Kal mein ek naam kirpanid, jai jape gat pave, aur taram taake samnayan, eh bid bed batave. The third Guru, Guru Amar Das Ji, tells us that uttering the Lord's name and singing his praises are paramount. It was in the past that pilgrimages, austerities and sacrifices were the way to salvation, but in this age the ultimate method to obtain salvation is to meditate on the Lord's name. Celibacy, self-discipline and pilgrimages are the faith of the past ages. In the dark age, glorification of the Lord's name is the only righteous deed. Jat sanjam tirat una jugan ka dharm hai, kal mein kirtan harnama. Our fifth Satguru, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, informs us that salvation in the dark ages can only be through the practice of Naam meditation. In the dark age, one is emancipated only through the name. Nanak utters the name of the Creator Lord. Kaljug mein ik naam udhar, Nanak bolai brahm vichar. Guru Ramdas Ji has told us that the practice of meditation on the Lord's name is sublime, and whosoever practices this will obtain salvation in this age regardless of their caste, colour or status in life. In this dark age, the Lord's name is the supreme wealth. Through it, saintly persons are saved. All the blemishes of Namdev, Jayadev, Kabir, Tirlochan and Ravidas, the tanner, were dispelled. Kaljug Naam Pradhan Pradarth Bhagat Jana Udre, Nama Jay Deo Kabir Tirlochan, Sab Dokh Gaye Chamre. In our daily prayers of Reras, the great Guru tells us that the most sacred act in this dark age is contemplation of the Lord's name. This is the only virtuous deed in the dark age, the one who sings the praise of the word Lord. Kal mein eho pun gun govind gaye. Guru Ramdas Ji clearly gives his verdict that one who does not sow the seeds of Naam in Kalyug and simply dabbles in rituals loses everything, including the priceless breath that the Lord has given us to recite the name of God. In the dark age, if a man sows any other seed apart from the name, he loses all his profit and capital. Kaljug bij bijay bin name, sab laha mool gavaya. The above-mentioned edicts of Guruji shows that in the age of darkness, Naam is given the utmost importance and is the supreme method of obtaining salvation. Gurbani guides and directs only to contemplate, meditate and recite the name of the Lord. It would not be an exaggeration to say that God has given us this human life to meditate on His name and escape the cycle of rebirth, ultimately merging into the Almighty Lord. The mortal who confines his life to working worldly affairs and blind rituals is shunned by Guru Amar Das Ji. Accursed is the mortal along with his family and friends when one attains not his master now. The opportunity lost comes not to hand again, and such a man loses his life in vain. Trig Srir Kutam Sahat Syon Jit Hun Khasam na paya, Paudi Chutki Fir Haath na aave, Ehla Janam Gavaya. Guru Ramdas Ji says that it would have been better if mothers of those who do not utter the Lord's name were barren. Such people are stuck in this world and lament like someone caught in a bush of thorns. O Master, the mother of those within whom mind the name abides not ought to have been barren. Their forlorn bodies wander about without the name, and they waste their lives and die crying. Jin har hirday naam na basyo, tin maat kije har banja, tin sunni deh fire bin naame, o khap khap moye karanja. Now the question arises, how and where can Naam be obtained? Naam, which allows one to enter the Lord's kingdom, brings bliss and peace. All Gurbani resoundingly declares repeatedly that this is the only way to salvation. Guru Ramdas Ji tells us that the great Guru himself bestowed the gift of Naam on the mortal. Those who are blessed meet the Guru, who then bestows the gift of Naam upon them. The Guru has already known the Lord Almighty. God has empowered the Guru to bestow Naam upon mortals. The true Guru is the giver of God's name. Himself he causes me to meet the Lord. The true Guru has understood the Lord God. Now none else is as great as the Guru. I go and fall under the Guru's protection. By his grace he unites me with the Lord. Satgur Data har naam ka prab aap milave soe. Satgur har prab bujya gur jevad avar na koe. Guru Amar Das Ji tells us that only the true Guru can bless us with Naam, who gets to meet the true Guru, the one who is showered with the blessings of the Supreme Lord. From the true Guru the name is obtained, by the Guru's grace the Lord is obtained. Satguru te naam paiye, karam mile prabh soye. Once the true Guru establishes resolutely the Naam of the Lord within our hearts, then our destiny awakens. When does the Guru awaken and change our destiny? Answer: when we submit ourselves unconditionally to Him, so that, for the sake of the Lord Master, I have sold off my body to the perfect Guru. The beneficent true Guru has implanted God's name within me. On my face and forehead, very auspicious destiny is inscribed. हर हर अर्थ शरीर हम बेचिया पूरे गुरु के आगे सतगुरु दाते नाम दृढ़ाया मुख मस्तक पाग सुपागे. Gurbani tells us that without receiving Naam from the true Guru, there is no salvation. Without the true Guru, the name is not obtained, O brother, and without the name, doubts depart not. Bin Satguru naam na paiye pai, bin naame param na jai. And it is through the perfect Guru that the Lord's name is obtained. To remain merged in the true Lord is the only true form of yoga. Pure gurte naam paya jaye, jog jugut sach rahe samaye. And, O my intimate friend, devote yourself to meditation of the Lord your spouse. Ever serve thou your Guru and obtain the wealth of Naam. Sajan mere preetmo, तुम सह की भगत करे हो गुर सेवो सदा अपना नाम पदारथ ले हो. So, dear friends, meditate on the Lord's name, as this is what appeases the Lord. This blessing of remembrance is obtained from the true Guru. O knowledgeable seeker, without the Guru, Lord's devotional service cannot be performed. As the bleached cloth cannot assume color of dye, however much we may desire it. Pause. ज्ञानी गुरबिन भगत न होए, कोरे रंग कदे न चढ़े, जय लोचे सब कोए रहाओ. As starched cloth will not pick up color of a dye until it is washed of its starched and bleached, similarly to cleanse the mind so that it may have imbued with the color of the Lord's name, it is important to be in awe, that is, reverential fear of the Guru. Without the Lord's awe, His devotional service cannot be performed ever. Loving worship enters on the wings of reverential awe. Pੈ bin pagat na hoye kabhi, pੈ paye pagat savari. Guru Amar Das Ji tells us that they who worship without the guidance of a Guru waste their effort and become weary. They who follow their mind and meditate without the Guru find that their effort is not accepted in the Lord's court, as they are unable to wash the dirt of the ego themselves. The perverse worship the Lord without the Guru. Manmukh pagat kare bin Satguru pagat na hoi Ram. But how can devotional service be performed without the Guru? So my mind, the mortal, is only cleansed when he enters the refuge of the Guru and pleads, O my mind, if you seek the shelter of the Guru, then you shall become filthless. The perverse have grown weary of repeating God's name, but their dirt of ego could not be cleansed. Man mere gur saran ave ta nirmal hoye, manmukh har har kar thake mail na saki toye rahao. Everyone is uttering the name of the Lord with his or her tongue. Just the mere recitation of His name will not lead to our salvation. Through Guru's grace, when God's name awakens and imbues our complete being, then our efforts bear fruit. All men utter God's name, but such utterance does not unite one with the Lord. If by the Guru's grace the Lord abides in the mind, then alone does one gather the fruit. Ram Ram sabko kahe, kahiye Ram na hoye. Gur prasadi Ram man vase, ta phal pave koye. So it is clear that without the Guru's grace, Naam cannot abide in the heart. Now the question arises, how do we obtain the Guru's grace? It would be appropriate to give a worldly example. In order to obtain a favor from our parents, friends or relatives, one would have to appease them by doing what they ask us to do. we would follow their every command or wish in order to appease them first. In the same way, if we wish to gain the Guru's grace, then we need to appease him. O sister, you who walk on this path, do the work that the Guru bids you to do. Abandon thou your mind's intellect and give up the love of another. Thus you shall have the Lord's vision. Even the hot winds shall not touch you. By myself I know not how to speak. I utter all that is the command of the Lord. It marg challe paiyade, gur kehe so kar kamaye jiyo. Tyagye man ki matadi, visare duja pao jiyo. Iyon pave har darsavada, na lage tati vao jiyo. Hau apo bol na janda, मैं कहा सब हुक्माओ जियो. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji orders, he who abides by the Guru's order gets pleasure of the Guru. Hukam maniye hove parwan, ta khasme ka mahal paisi. So by obeying his command, man becomes acceptable and obtains a place in the Lord's mansion. He who accepts his master's bidding obtains all his heart's desires. What is the order of the Guru? During the lifetime of our Guru, whenever a devotee came looking for spiritual enlightenment, then considering him as deserving, he would be given Charnamrit. At that time, Amrit was prepared by chanting Mool Mantra and Gur Mantra. It was then blessed by the Guru dipping his toe in the water. Bhai Gurdas Ji tells us in his var that the feet of the Guru were washed after prayer and the water, that is Charnamrit, was offered to the Sikhs to drink. After Guru Nanak Dev Ji started preaching the gospel, the Lord's aim of Naam meditation came to fruition when Guruji established a separate panth, that is a religion or a spiritual path. Bhai Gurdas Ji wrote that the great Guru Nanak Dev Ji founded a new panth in this world, winning over numerous disciples of all faiths and creeds, including the Siddhs. To develop and preach the gospel of Naam meditation further, Bhai Lena Ji, later called Guru Angad Dev Ji, was entrusted with the duty to preach the message further. He in turn entrusted Guru Amar Das Ji afterwards to nourish the world with the message of the Lord Almighty. Guru Gobind Singh Ji writes in the Bachittar Natak, God has graced him as his own son and sent him here to this world to preach religion and establish the Sikh panth so that the masses could be stopped from indulging in evil doing. The 10th Guru eliminated the institution of a physical Guru by creating a perfection as he handed the devotee over to Shabad Guru. After performing the miraculous deed of Baisakhi in 1699, when he established the Khalsa Panth in the image of the 5 beloved ones, he arrived at Hazur Sahib, Nanded, India. Here at Nanded, the congregation was amassed, and while Sri Guru Granth Sahib was enthroned, the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, bowed to Sri Guru Granth Sahib and placed 5 pennies and a coconut as an offering. In doing so, he transferred his divine light into the Shabad Guru and ordered the Khalsa to accept Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as their Guru in all ages to come. This, he told them, was the order of the Almighty Lord. The Sikhs bowed to the order of Guru Gobind Singh Ji and then asked, O Redeemer of the poor, we will accept and regard Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as our Guru, but how will we transfer the divine light of the Word into the mortal body without the technique of preparing Charnamrit? Who shall be able to give Charnamrit and bless it now? The great Guru smiled as he heard their request and replied, we have already bestowed this power to the Khalsa on Baisakhi of 1699. The authority of baptizing resides with the 5 beloved ones. They are entrusted with the authority and personify me when they administer baptism. They can impose penance or absolve a devotee if they see fit. They are the supreme authority and their order is the final word. They will now administer the Amrit prepared by a double-edged sword called Khande Ki Pahul. For us, it becomes an immovable fact that whosoever wants to appease the Guru and attract his grace must take baptism at the hands of the 5 beloved ones. He or she must take Khande Ki Pahul and not any other type of initiation whatsoever from any other physical Guru. All spiritual guidance is to be taken from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and the five beloved ones. One must follow the code of conduct given to us by the five beloved ones in the Amrit ceremony, and if we deviate in any of our vows, seek pardon from the five beloved ones at the first available opportunity. In a nutshell, we must completely surrender our whole being, mind, body and soul to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji in the presence of the five beloved ones. One must follow the Guru's order with faith. The code of conduct and living imparted to us by the five beloved ones in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji must be followed without fail. Our inner and outer code of conduct is to read Gurbani, recite Guru Mantar and Mool Mantar, Nitnem, and live according to the principles laid down by the Guru. Only then can one be a claimant to the Guru's grace. Surrender all your body, soul and wealth unto the Guru and submit to his will. Thou shalt you obtain the Lord. Tan man tan sab saunp gur ko hukam maniye paiye. The Guru too donates it all to the devotee who surrenders completely to him. All the five beloved ones gathered their heads. When asked, the Guru gave himself to the baptism at the hands of the Khalsa. So much so, the Guru gave his son to maintain the prestige of the Panth. To such a devotee, the Guru gives everything and hides nothing from him. Khalsa, the true devotee, is given supreme honor by Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The Khalsa is my true embodiment. I reside within the Khalsa. Khalsa is my mouth and organs. I am forever with the Khalsa. Khalsa mero roop hai khas, Khalse mein hoon karo niwas. Khalsa mero mukh hai anga, Khalse ko hoon sad sad sanga. The Guru's edict received through the five beloved ones, once put into practice, slowly starts to wash away the dirt of the ego and vanity. The soul, defiled with sins, is cleansed with the love of God's name. Pariye mat papa ke sang, o tope nawe ke rang. Gurbani serves the purpose of spiritual soap and medicine for the diseased mind. Recitation of Gur Mantar and Gurbani is a must. Whether we concentrate or not, to clean our mind rapidly, seva, that is humble service without material reward of the congregation, is essential. Slowly, after repeatedly trying, the mind becomes pure. Affection and liking for Gurbani arises in the mind. A taste then develops for uttering Vaheguru. These are symbols of a mind beginning to become purified. A mind such as this is attracted to Gurbani and itself appeases the Guru. The purified mind will concentrate on Gurbani and will enshrine the words of the Lord of Naam. This becomes the stage of unity with the Almighty. The code of conduct given by the five beloved ones helps to stabilize Naam in our heart. The length of time it takes Naam to enshrine in our hearts depends on how promptly one abides by the Guru's order and practice the Guru's instructions with faith and devotion. He who heartily realizes this Gurbani within his mind abides the Lord's name. E Bani jo jio jane, tis antar rave harnama rahao. By the Guru's grace, God's fear is obtained, and by great good fortune, God comes and abides in the mind. When fear of the Lord arises, the mind is restrained, and through Naam, ego is burnt up. Ego is burnt through Guru Mantar and Gurbani. If she effaces her ego, then she merges in her spouse. Haume jaye ta kant samai. Then Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us that when the ego is burnt, one obtains salvation. When self-conceit departs, the highest rank is obtained. Haume jaye param pad paiye rahao. When through Naam the ego is stilled, then he finds the Lord's mansion. Pause. Haume jaye sabad kar lahiye rahao. If man stills his ego, by the Guru's grace he imbibes the Lord's love, then he becomes pure and attains supreme status. Haume jaye ta nirmal hove, gurmukh parcha param pad paiye. When ego is stilled, then know he the one Lord. Such a Guru ward merges into the Lord. Haume jaye ta eko bujai, so gurmukh sahaj samayda. When ego dies, the ultimate spiritual position, that is Parampad, is obtained. Then the human life of the mortal becomes successful and he merges with the Almighty. He, O Nanak, blends with the Lord as water mingles with water. Nanak leen bhayo gobind syon, jo pani sang pani. And the pervading God and Kabir have become one, and no one can distinguish between the two. Ram Kabira ek paye hai, koi na sake pachani. So, in order to attain this blissful state of union, it is in our benefit that we do not waste any more time. By taking the Guru's shelter, we must seek his blessings. Guru Arjan Dev Ji orders that we should delay actions that are sinful and promptly take those actions that are pious and good. So, delay not in practicing righteousness, delay only in committing sin. Nah bilam tarmang, bilam papang. Dear friends, to perfect this human life, take the Amrit of the Khanda and Bhata. In this manner, obtain the blessings of the great Guru, otherwise you shall be born repeatedly and die and be born again. You shall suffer much punishment on the way to the distant country of the Lord. Jam jam mare, mare fir jamme, bahut sajaye, paya des lamme. And this cycle of life, death and rebirth will continue. Babaji would give the sermon at every Gurmat camp and numerous devotees would be inspired to take Amrit thereafter. Chapter 44. Sharing communal food, Langar. At the end of the Akhand Path held during September 1951, the entire congregation sat in straight rows called Pangats, literally means rows, alongside one another so that they could all share in the Langar, the communal kitchen where all Sikhs share food. Our Guru started the tradition of Langar and free food is served to all who come regardless of caste, colour, creed or status. A few people from Gondpur village got together and approached Babaji and asked to have a private audience with him. Babaji consented politely to go ahead and ask whatever they wanted without hesitation. The spokesman of the group asked Babaji, "Please could you announce it over the speaker that those people who belong to a lower and untouchable caste to sit in a separate row?" Hearing these words, Babaji rebuked the group of people and said, "At no cost can this request of yours be accepted. This cannot happen. In the eyes of the Lord and Guru, we are all equal, with no one of high or low caste. All have been blessed with equal status. Do not ever dream of our acceding your request. If you people feel you are above the rest of the congregation, then you can sit somewhere separate from the rows, but the rows will remain for all of us to eat langar together." Hearing these robust and impressive words, the group of people stood in silence. None dared to speak another word. On the contrary, they too were influenced by Babaji's words and sat back amongst the rest of the congregation in the common rows. The above-mentioned incident was not just mere words on Babaji's behalf. Babaji practices the principle of langar and pangat all his life. He would always sit in the sangat daily to have langar in rows on the floor, just as it was in the times of our beloved Guru. He would never have food made for him or eat separately from the congregation. He would eat whatever was available in the Guru's kitchen for one and all. In fact, this principle showed the humility of Babaji and his belief in the equality of all human beings. It showed his practical application of the highest principles of our Guru, that he too was a part of the Guru's congregation and not above it. Generally, he would take very little salt in his food. If there was too much salt in the dal, that is the lentil soup, he would just dilute it with some water. He almost never ate green or red chilies. If he was due to eat at anyone's house, he would ask them beforehand to refrain from using chilies in the food. If someone in the family had put chilies in the food inadvertently, he would discreetly, without fuss, just dip his chapati in water and eat it. Similarly, if there was too much sugar in the tea, he wouldn't scold anyone. He would just add some water to dilute it. It was as if he followed what Bhagat Kabirji had said, "The Lord's elixir of Naam I have tasted, tasting which nectar all other relishes I have forgotten. Ram ras piya re, je ras bisre gaye ras aur rahao." Babaji was a utilitarian in that he ate for the simple purpose of satisfying his nutritional needs and not to indulge in tasting culinary delicacies. He was not in favor of frying food or eating spicy food. He would prefer simple food without too much spice, garlic and other garnishes. The dal made for the sangat would be made simply by boiling lentils with chopped onions and some butter. He would often have masoor dal, a yellow lentil made into a soup, or yogurt with some chapatis. In the early days, if a devotee brought milk to Gurdwara, Babaji would make tea or herbal tea called a sonfa and use the milk for the service of the sangat. If no milk was available, he would make tea as normal, but instead of adding milk, he would add a little butter and offer it to the sangat. With the tea, he would offer his apologies. "We have no milk in the Gurdwara and I don't go to beg for milk. Please accept this tea as it is. Whatever the true Guru sends here, we distribute it as it comes to us, back to the Sangat." Chapter 45. A thought about false gurus, Gurudom. Only a short while had elapsed since Babaji had come to Rampur Kheda. One day a man called Balwant Singh arrived from Babaji's village to see him. After exchanging pleasantries, he petitioned Babaji, "Dear Pai Sahib, you have been extolling the virtues of becoming a Sikh of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and asserting that Gurbani is the true Guru with much enthusiasm. You also tell the Sangat that it is the divine order of the Almighty to believe Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as the true Guru. You also said that Gurbani is the Guru and Guru is the Gurbani. Yet despite your fervent message, many people of your own village are becoming followers of a living Guru. At first only a few low-caste people joined this cult, but now even people from well-off families have started to follow such a living Guru. The farm workers who joined the cult of the living Guru persuaded their landowner employers to convert to a new religion. 2 such families have gone as far as to have special mantras whispered into their ear as a mark of initiation into the fold of this living Guru. Sardar Balwant Singh continued, "I asked these people why had they joined the growing flock of this living Guru and abandoned the shelter of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. They told me that the living Guru preaches about Gurbani too. They told me they sing and recite Gurbani just like us. Moreover, they tell me that they only found out after visiting the living Guru that Gurbani teaches us that a living Guru is indeed needed for salvation." Balwant Singh narrated the whole incident and went on to plead to Babaji to do something to stop the tide of conversions, or else the whole village would end up following the so-called living Guru. Babaji replied, "You should pray at the feet of our Guru that he blesses these people with greater intellect and insight so that they are not led astray." Babaji told me later, "I felt great pity and sorrow for these people Balwant Singh had told me about. A thought arose within me that if the spread of false living Gurus were not dealt with, then in times to come it would erode the values of the Sikh faith. Moreover, we worldly people do not want to toil in order to earn the fruit of spiritual bliss obtained by meditating on Naam. People want a ready-made blessing and want someone else to guarantee that they will get salvation. They want someone else to assure them that their spiritual debt is repaid. So these false gurus give them ready-made blessings and guarantees to save their followers in the afterlife. By giving such ready-made blessings, they propagate their false business, causing the devotee to lose any chance of redemption in the afterlife." Babaji told me, "A powerful thought came over me that to stop the spread of such false prophets from spreading their Gurudom." Gurudom is a slang often used for a dera in which the priest considers himself as a guru, that is a physical god, and he runs his institution on so-called religious lives in which the general public is asked to worship him. This is against Sikhism. Babaji told me, "A powerful thought came over me that to stop the spread of such false prophets from spreading their gurudom, divine strength is required. With this power, these false gurus will be filled with trepidation and stop proliferating their false religion. With this in mind, I prayed to Almighty God to bless me with divine strength. After 3 days of constant prayer, the Guru blessed me with a vision. In the vision, the true Guru said to me, I give you all my powers and bestow all my strength upon you. Use it as you please. After hearing these words of the true Guru, Babaji felt as if the whole power of the universe, the Lord's miraculous, mysterious and unimaginable strength poured into my being. He felt so powerful that he could kill a person by his thought alone. Babaji felt he could stop the great flowing river by uttering a single word. In short, he felt he could make anything happen with just a word or a thought. Babaji used to say that after attaining this tremendous power, another thought came to him. He thought, how exactly can I use this power? What if by using this power somebody is killed or injured or harmed in any way? Who will be responsible for their suffering? Ultimately, I will be responsible for what I do to them. Though this power belongs to God Almighty, the responsibility of its use or misuse is mine. It is me who will reap the fruits of good or bad actions. 2 days passed in this state of introspection and turbulent thoughts. In the end, Babaji pleaded with the true Guru, O Saviour of the poor, please take this divine power you bestowed upon me, as I am incapable of using it correctly. Your will is sweet, do as it pleases you. You alone know the hearts of all. This creation is unfolding according to your will, and only you are capable of directing it. Nothing is in the hands of us mortals. What can we poor puppets do? The player master knows everything. The puppeteer dresses the puppet to play the role assigned to him. Kaat ki putri kaha kare bapuri khilavan haro jane, jaisa pekh karave bajigar, o taiso hi saaj aanne. We mortals act as destined by the Lord, as is the command issued by you, and as is the written destiny, so are the deeds the mortal enacts. Jiha tu hukam kare, teha ko karam kamave, jiha tud tur likh paya. And as you cause me to move, so do I move, O illustrious Lord, so does everyone move. O God, only you show and guide one on the true path, and who can find the path if you mislead them? Jo aap chalaye tive koi chale, jyo har pave Bhagwana. And he whom the Lord shows the way, who can mislead him? Who can show him the path, whom he causes to stray from the onset? Jise dikhala vatdi, tise pulave kaun, jise pulai band, sir tise dikhave kaun. And my beloved himself leads one into wilderness, and he shows the way. O Lord, bless me to walk in your will. Ape ujjad paeda pyara, aap vikhale raho. Chapter 46. God's elixir makes poison ineffective. Sardar Amar Singh from village Goindpur, now aged 65, used to tell us that in his youth he used to drink alcohol and became addicted to opium because of the band company he used to keep. Drugs and alcohol not only destroy the body and spiritually bankrupt its user, but also destroy family life. Sardar Amar Singh was so deeply addicted to these intoxicants, he would be intoxicated day and night without any shame or remorse for the effect on his family or community. Being intoxicated all the time had been the aim of his life, and his addiction grew to such an extent that he would daily need about 12 grams of opium. To increase the duration of his intoxication, he would use dope powder twice a day. If he became a little sober, he would then start resorting to drinking alcohol. The house in which addiction to drugs takes hold heads straight to bankruptcy. Money became tight, and soon he found himself penniless. To sustain his addiction to opium and to buy it, he started to brew and distill alcohol at home. He would sell this illicit liquor to fund his addiction to opium. Under compulsion, his wife would have to keep a fire going under his homemade distillery. He would collect the evaporated, distilled alcohol all day long so that he could sell it illegally. Sardar Amar Singh used this money to support his addiction. Home-brewed alcohol also allowed him to remain drunk all the time. The local police would raid his house every few days to disrupt his home enterprise. Sardar Amar Singh constantly played a cat-and-mouse catch-me-if-you-can game with the local police. He was prosecuted many times and would appear in court repeatedly, paying fines. Litigation became a constant companion. Hardship was now a way of life, but still his mind would not allow him to give up his awful addiction. Bhai Amar Singh would say that he was destitute and would sleep outside his house in case the police raided his house during the night. His heart was deeply troubled, but, as Bhai Gurdas Ji says, an opium taker knows taking opium is very bad. He is unable to leave this habit. जैसे पोस्ती सुनत कहत पोस्ट बुरो ताके बस पयो छाड़ियो चाहे पै ना छुटई. So it was with Sardar Amar Singh Ji. If one part of him agreed to kick the addiction, another part of him would tell him that this was the only way to earn a livelihood. His mind would tell him that survival without distilling alcohol was impossible. There seemed to be no alternative but to continue as he had done, financing his addiction by selling homemade alcohol. If I do not drink with visitors now, how will I encourage more customers to buy my alcohol, he thought. Amar Singh used to be a soldier in the military and was physically well built and fit to start with, but addiction to drugs and alcohol had weakened his body into a feeble, emancipated state. One day Sardar Amar Singh stood around with his friends and customers talking business by the roadside. Suddenly Babaji, who was walking to Gardiwal, caught his eye. He quickly deserted his friends for a while, ran up to Babaji and bowed his head, greeting Babaji. Babaji halted in his tracks. Amar Singh at once pleaded with Babaji. Babaji, I am fed up with taking these intoxicants. There is no substance that I do not use. My family is in deep throes of poverty. The police are constantly on my back. I sleep rough in the fields to avoid arrest. I am unable and powerless to give up the use of these substances. I have heard that you have helped numerous people to kick their addictions to drug and alcohol and put them on the righteous path. Please take pity on this poor fellow, remedy and bless me somehow. Babaji spontaneously replied, First we must have compassion for ourselves, and then the Lord too becomes benevolent upon us. Secondly, if you wish to abandon your addiction to substances, then get baptized. When the elixir of immortality enters your heart, then intoxicating poisons will leave your body as long as you remain steadfast in your vows. Earn the favor of the great Guru by acting and living by the words of our Guru. Without questioning any further, he agreed with Babaji and asked when the next baptism, that is Amrit Prachar ceremony, would take place. Babaji replied that the week following the day before the birthday celebrations of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, an Amrit Prachar was due to take place. On that day, Amar Singh, take Amrit and ferry yourself across the oceans in the Guru's ship. Amar Singh agreed to be baptized and returned to his companions but said nothing, even though they kept asking him why he was talking to the saint with such solemnity. When Amar Singh came home, he ordered his wife to have some kacheras. These are special types of shorts, a part of the 5 Ks. His wife was flabbergasted at this request from her husband regarding his intention to be baptized. Amar Singh's wife could not help herself and retorted, Before getting baptized, why don't you try and give up substance abuse, or will you distill your wine with a kirpan, another of the 5 Ks, around your neck or when selling liquor? Sardar Amar Singh replied, Good lady, I have given my word to Babaji, so if we go hungry, live or die destitute, I am going to give up drugs and alcohol." Amar Singh's wife knew his promises were often empty. She could not judge if he was telling the truth or pulling wool over her eyes, with another of his half-baked schemes. She kept staring at his face to judge if he had not taken too much opium, to see if it was the drug making him talk irrationally. A little convinced that Amar Singh was not under the influence, she thought maybe God had turned the tide and turned his mind as well. She thought, "Thankfully I too might get relief from the heat of the furnace used to distill alcohol." She then said to her husband, "If you are just going to return to your old ways of drink and drugs, then it is better that you do not get baptized in the first place. But if you are going to stick to your vows after taking Amrit, then you can have as many kasheras as you want." Sardar Amar Singh reassured his wife that he was returning after tasting the bitter experience of addiction. "The truth be known, in my mind, I wanted to give up alcohol and drugs, but my mind was faltering and wavering. I met the saint from Rampur Kheda on his way to Gardiwal. I told him about my wretched addiction, and he suggested that to help myself I must take Amrit. To rid me of intoxicants, Amrit will help in obtaining the grace of God." These words of the resolve from Babaji strengthened my will, and my mind has been made to get baptized ever since. So, you too should get prepared to take Amrit on Gurpurab of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Let us both drink the elixir of immortality instead of the evil poison that was alcohol, and see what ensues," said Amar Singh to his wife. Amar Singh's wife was taken aback and thanked God for his mercy that her husband was today talking of divine knowledge and mortality. His wife replied, "I do not object to being baptized, but let's not become the laughing stock amongst the community. I have heard from people that a person cursed by the Guru gets no compassion here in this world or the hereafter. I am afraid that we do not commit a sin by breaking our vows instead of earning the Guru's blessings." Sardar Amar Singh replied, "Dear wife, do not let your mind waver. Get ready. The true Guru, whose Amrit we drink, will protect us himself. We are mere mortals and cannot claim the ability to follow his views. As Babaji said, Amrit will guard you. Get ready and dispel your doubts. If you do not believe, then give me all the distilling equipment and I will break it up here right in front of you. This evil furnace has swallowed my health, wealth and everything in the house. I am not going to keep this furnace in the house." Amar Singh reassuringly consoled his wife. In this angry mood, Sardar Amar Singh gathered all the equipment, broke it up and threw it in the stream near his house. He touched his ears and thanked God for ousting this wretched evil from his house. He was so emotional, he kept touching the ground and then his forehead, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh dear God, if you truly exist, save me from this evil addiction. Do not let these cursed intoxicants re-enter my home. Forgive my past deeds and keep me from faltering in the future." His wife was convinced that Amar Singh had reformed and God had blessed him with the good intention of being baptized. She encouragingly said, "You have done a good thing by throwing your distilling equipment out of the house. I was constantly worried lest the police raid our house and find it here. When the police came, you would jump over the wall and hide in the fields, but I was the one left behind to listen to their abusive, filthy language. I would sit next to the furnace day and night, brooding over the threat of being arrested. I was constantly anxious, always watching over my shoulder. At least now we will be able to sleep soundly and in peace. Why worry about hunger? The Lord who has made us will provide a livelihood too." Both of them prepared to take Amrit, and on Guru Nanak Dev Ji's Gurpurab they were baptized. Without difficulty, both followed the modest life required after baptism. Due to the notoriety he had gained, the police visited several times and exclaimed, "Amar Singh, what have you done? We are surprised by your sudden transformation. You are not still dealing in illicit drugs or alcohol under this new disguise, are you?" Amar Singh would reply, "If I was only going to wander back to my old lifestyle, I had no need to be baptized. No one compelled me to take this new guise. Since I abandoned my addiction and old lifestyle, I feel that my life has only just begun. My life as an addict was living hell, and all that time was just a waste. Anyhow, if I do start dealing in illicit substances, it is not as if you won't find out sooner or later, but for now, I truly feel from my heart that I have forsaken all intoxicants." To bring more resolve in his character, Amar Singh would come to visit Babaji at the Gurdwara. He would spend time in the service of the Gurdwara and the rest earning his livelihood. A year passed by in this way and Sardar Amar Singh started to stay permanently at the Gurdwara. Babaji told Amar Singh that a Gursikh must earn his daily bread. He would reply that I do not feel like leaving the presence of the Guru to go home. The Almighty who has created us mortals will provide sustenance too. At home, by God's grace, his fields would produce enough harvest for his family's needs. After many years of service at the Gurdwara, Babaji had him appointed as an attendant at Guru Tegh Bahadur Gurdwara, Central Town, Jalandhar. He carried out his duties diligently and with great respect for 3 years and finally returned to Rampur Kheda, where he is still carrying out his daily duties as an attendant. By God's grace, his 2 daughters were married and settled into good families at the hands of Babaji. The youngest son learned to become a driver and landed a well-paid job in Assam. Both husband and wife are enjoying a life of devotion without worries and receiving the Guru's grace. Witnessing the transformation of Sardar Amar Singh, others were motivated to follow the Sikh way of life. Even today, if a Gursikh happens to meet Sardar Amar Singh, he will speak frankly of his past life and how it compares with his new life. My life as an addict was pure slavery, dependence full of worries and doubts, equivalent to living in hell. Where my wife and children were neglected, I was taunted and cursed from all directions. Even my neighbors were traumatized by my life of addiction. My family would suffer harassment from the police on my account. Even my relatives would make me feel unwelcome, wishing I would leave their presence as soon as possible. I had no standing or respect in the community. No one trusted me, no one believed a word I said, and in fact, they would tell me to my face, no one can trust an addict's word. In this intoxicated state, you could get me to promise anything, but when sober, I would not remember my words or deeds. Compared to my life now, it would not be overstating the fact that life as an addict was far worse than hell. Now, wherever I go, I get utmost respect. People are willing to believe me, says Amar Singh. I have no financial worries now. I am rid of the slavery of addiction. The best thing is now I have peace of mind. My life is tranquil, and I am satisfied. All these gifts were obtained through the blessings of the Sangat when I became baptized. As the sips of Amrit, that is elixir or nectar, passed my lips, it happened just as Bhagat Kabirji describes. Lord's elixir I have quaffed, by which nectar I have forgotten all other relishes. Ram ras piya re, jeh ras bisar gaye, ras aur rahao. And by quaffing that nectar, this worldly relish remains not pleasing. O ras piya, e ras nahi pawa. There is enormous strength in the Guru's Amrit, lest one imagines it is just water sweetened with sugar, that is patashas, round sugar crystals used to prepare Amrit. This nectar has tremendous power to transform a life drastically as it did with me. If anyone had any doubts, they can come and discuss their doubts with me. I am still a living proof of the transformation brought about by Amrit. Life without Guruji, without tasting the elixir of immortality, is worthless, accursed and foul. One cannot fathom its depths or evaluate its worth. The Guru's Amrit completely transforms one's life. Without tasting, no one enjoys the name's relish. By the Guru's instructions, one drinks the Lord's nectar. In drinking nectar, the mortal acquires immortal status, and nectar he enjoys through the Guru's gospel. विण चाहे साध किसे न आया, गुर के शब्द अमृत पियाया. अमृत पी अमरापद होए, गुर के शब्द रस ताहा है. Chapter 47. Construction of Gurdwara Sahib. One day after the September Akhand Path, about 30 people got ready to be baptized. The 5 beloved ones, that is the Panch Pyaras, assembled the Sangat at the Gurdwara in the nearby village of Bale, bestowing Amrit and Gurmat way of life upon them. Babaji thought to himself that the Almighty Guru is accomplishing the mission he was sent for by inspiring the Sangat. After the first Akhand Path in September, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was installed in the cave and Kirtan would be performed every Sunday until 12 at night. No professional singers were called from outside. Bhai Tara Singh, Babaji's elder brother, Sardar Dalwant Singh, Bhai Gurbaksh Singh from Tugga village came regularly from Bale village. My family and Sardar Labh Singh, Master Kabul Singh and 2 other Gursikhs would congregate at Rampur Kheda. The Sangat would sit in the lap of Guruji, singing devotional hymns without any musical instruments except a chimta. These are cymbals arranged on a long iron fork, in a straightforward, simple melodies, thus trying to spend time in remembrance of Vaheguru. Night session during the full moon. To take advantage of the time, the Sangat would recite Japji Sahib, the prayer composed by Guru Nanak Dev Ji, in turns on the night of the full moon. One person would recite and the others would listen. Then one rosary of the following prayer was chanted. The dreadful disease, sins of numerous murders, the penury of many births and immense miseries, contemplating the Lord's name destroys all, just as the fire reduces to ashes piles of wood. Kor dukhang, anik hatyang, janam daridrang, mahabhyakhadang, mityant sagal simrant harnam, nanak jaise pavak kasht pasam karot. It would be early morning, Amrit Vela, by the time these prayers were completed. Then all would recite the 5 prayers of Nitnem, followed by Sukhmani Sahib. Then Deg Prasad would be offered with ardas to the great Guru. Everyone would then have tea in the langar before leaving for his or her home. This routine continued for a year and the number of devotees began to increase. Sometimes due to rain or cold, the Sangat would experience some hardship. So a big hut was erected to the north of the cave in which Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was installed. Kirtan throughout the night. Rain Savai Kirtan. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was installed in the newly built hut. The weekly Sunday program continued regularly and on the night of the full moon, with the effort of the Sangat, Kirtan was performed throughout the night. It was attended by Sangat from neighbouring villages. Kirtan was regularly performed by the likes of Bhai Santokh Singh Usman Shaheed, Dr. Preetam Singh, Jagat Singh, Sardar Baljit Singh from Dasuha and any other devotee who would come to perform Kirtan. It was a truly blissful event. Day by day the number of people in the congregation increased and soon another hut had to be built in front of the old one. Wooden beams were used to make a separate kitchen to cook langar. The Sangat would bring cooking materials from home and prepare langar at the Gurdwara. It would be distributed throughout the night and continue until after the Bhog ceremony. It slowly became necessary to clear some more land for the Sangat to sit on, have langar and for general use. More land could only be acquired by clearing the trees on the higher ground above the cave. There was dense foliage and coverage of trees, vines from the large banyan tree. However, people still trembled with fear and held whimsical thoughts about clearing these large trees. No one dared to cut them, and no merchant would dare buy the wood. Clearing the banyan and peepal trees. One day, at about 3 p.m., a courageous Sikh called Sardar Ujagar Singh of village Gondpur came to see Babaji. Babaji said to him, "Ujagar Singh, if you help, then we can clear away some of these banyan tree branches and create a clearing where the Sangat will be able to sit." Ujagar Singh replied with concern, "2 people from our village tried to cut down a peepal tree and met with a terrible fate. One fell from the tree, breaking his backbone and hip. The second chap lost his mind. I cannot disobey you, but I fear I may injure myself and end up being the laughing stock of the village for having tried to cut down these trees." This humble servant, Seva Singh, sat nearby listening. Babaji assured him at length that things were not like they used to be. The situation had changed. Gurbani is chanted in this place, and moreover, the evil spirits that haunted this place left the day I started meditating here. All that remains is people's perception that this place is haunted. When you cut the branches of the banyan tree, I will be beside you. Let me shoulder all the responsibility for you cutting these trees down. Be mindful though not to tell your family, otherwise they will not let you come. Sardar Ujagar Singh, now living in England, was convinced and returned next day with an axe, a saw and a hatchet. Babaji offered him something to eat and drink. Then he offered prayers to the Guru. "Lord, we ask permission to start clearing away the wood for the comfort and the service of the Sangat. Please shelter your humble servant." After Ardas, Sardar Ujagar Singh climbed the banyan tree and cut 2 main branches from the tree. Any doubt or fear now left his mind. Seeing Babaji and Sardar Ujagar Singh at work, other devotees began to help. Slowly the trees were cut down one by one. The wood was cut into planks and beams, with any leftovers used as firewood in the kitchen for cooking langar. As more and more people found out about Rampur Kheda, the size of the congregation grew, as did the number of functions held here. Now every Gurpurab, that is the birth anniversary known as Avatar of the Gurus, was celebrated by holding an Akhand Path. On the second day of the path, a baptism ceremony would be held and many devotees would take Amrit. Babaji would always be ready to administer baptism even if there were only 2 people. He would gather 5 Singhs the next day to administer baptism. A tube well to provide water for bathing. As there was only a hand-operated water pump, the Sangat would sometimes have to wait to have a bath. The need arose to have a tube well installed. A deep tube well was sunk in front of the present-day Gurdwara. A holding tank for water was constructed with several taps on the sides of this tank to deliver water readily. The installation of the tube well meant water was freely available for many purposes, including bathing, cooking and cleaning. As old companions of Babaji found out about where he was residing, they increasingly started to visit and take part in the various gatherings and functions throughout the year. To take advantage of his divine company and receive blessings of the congregation, old companions like Bhai Vidava Singh, Bhai Sher Singh, Bhai Kulwant Singh and Dr. Kartar Singh started visiting, bringing with them many others to these religious gatherings. Rain Savai Kirtan continued every month for 2 years, and then Babaji stopped these and continued with more daytime gatherings. Inspiration to construct a Gurdwara. Babaji was hesitant about rapid expansion, lest it disrupt his meditation and led to undue attachments, the cause of all misery. So much so that if any money was left over from a religious function, he would get sweets made. He would have the sweets distributed to children in the nearby schools, and any that was left over were distributed to passerbys. Even though Babaji was hesitant, Some Sikhs who attended the September gathering in 1957 requested Babaji to build a large Gurdwara to accommodate the needs of the larger Sangat. Babaji obeyed the Sangat but replied that if it pleases the Guru, then their wishes would take shape. However, the Sangat collected about Rs 3,000 for this cause and gave it to Babaji. He handed this money to Sardar Labh Singh for safekeeping. Another year went by. Sangat gathered for another Gurmat camp and again requested Babaji to reconsider the need for a Gurdwara. Babaji again reassured the Sangat that by work that is accomplished steadily is better, so let's leave it in the hands of the great Guru. When it pleases the Lord, it shall happen without delay. The day after the September Smagam, 6th Guru, Guru Har Gobind Ji, Lord of Emperors and Saint of Saints, appeared as a vision to Babaji. He said, Bhai Harnam Singh Ji, we sent you to this place to attach the Sangat with Vaheguru. This place is to become a center for missionary propagation of Sikh Dharma. The Sangat that has asked for the Gurdwara was inspired by us to do so. The place we have made you sit was an ancient site where sages over many millennia sat and meditated. This is the place where in the age of Dwapar, Lord Krishna met the exiled Pandav kings. The Pandav kings hid disguised as servants under the shelter of King Virat during their exile. Lord Krishna once came to see the Pandav kings and was told by King Virat that they had gone out hunting. Lord Krishna followed the Pandavs, sat and rested with them at this mount Rampur Khera. The Pandavs narrated their tale to Lord Krishna, who blessed this mound with a boon that for 3 miles around this place no calamity will befall the area, it will always be a refuge for the needy. Moreover, many other holy saints have meditated here. We visited this place with our warriors and rested here a while. The Gurdwara Sahib to be established in due course will benefit many people, bestowing Naam Simran and Gurbani on them. You may start the construction of the Gurdwara. No hindrance or obstacle will befall the building of the Gurdwara. What you deem to be undue expansion will not affect your meditation. In fact, it will aid your spiritual progress. Having obtained this blessing from the great Guru, the next day the Sangat gathered for the September function in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, offered Deg Prasad and read a Hukamnama, the Guru's edict. Their Hukamnama read as follows: Humbly bow to the perfect divine Guru. Fruitful is his image and fruitful is service to him. He is the inner knower, the searcher of hearts and the architect of destiny. 24 hours a day he remains imbued with the love of Naam, the Naam of the Lord. Ikko Ankar Satgur Prasad, Rag Gond, Ashtpadiya, Mahalla Panjwa, Kar Duja. Kar Namaskar Pure Gurdev, Safal Murat, Safal Jaki Sev, Antarjami, Purk Bitata, Art Pahar, Naam Rang Rata. Babaji addressed the congregation and said, Your wish to have a Gurdwara constructed has been accepted by Guruji, so the task will start as soon as possible. The congregation was overjoyed as their wish had taken 3 or 4 years to be fulfilled. A resolution was passed with the Guru's blessings on 7th September 1958. Soon all manner of building materials began to arrive. With 5 beloved ones, Babaji laid the foundation stone of the present Gurdwara on 30th March 1959. Before laying the foundation stone, an ardas was performed, Deg Prasad offered to Guruji and the Sangat, and the following Hukamnama appeared. O my soul, remember your Lord lovingly. Single-minded, remember the Lord. With rapt attention, imperishable, everlasting are God's glories. He never regrets what He gives. I am a sacrifice unto God. Serving God, peace is obtained. Nanak, burning ego through Naam, the Guru ward remains immersed in the Lord. Slok Mahalla Tija. ए मन हर जी त्याए तू, एक मन एक चित पाए। हर कियां सदा सदा वडियाइयां, दे न पछोताए। हों हर के सद बलिहारने, जित सेविए सुख पाए। नानक गुरमुख मिल रहे, हों में सबद जलाए। Construction of the Gurdwara begins. The building work for the Gurdwara started in earnest. People from neighbouring villages would arrive and help with great zeal and vigour. Babaji would tend to the needs of the Sangat personally with his own hands. During his free time, Babaji would carry bricks and mortar on his head or break up rocks for the concrete with a hammer. Many a time the congregation would affectionately ask Babaji to stop and leave this service to them. Babaji would reply, "This is not my personal job. This is the Guru's work that I am doing. He who toils in the Guru's house with devotion will reap untold benefits. If you work selflessly, you will earn the benefits, and if I do some work, I will reap some benefit too." Moreover, this opportunity to do the Guru's work, Seva, does not arise every day. After the Sangat left, Babaji and I would gather up all the tools, equipment, and would wash the spades, etc. Babaji never appealed for money at religious gatherings. Neither did he print promotional literature to raise money for the building of the Gurdwara. Whatever money was required would arrive mystically at the hands of the Sangat, inspired by the great Guru himself. If money became scarce, Babaji would withdraw money from the hidden treasure. Your humble servant will relate an incident that I witnessed during these early days. It was the summer season and I had gone out on an errand. I arrived back to see Babaji at 4 p.m. Babaji sat me beside him, served me a sweetened cold drink and said, "Seva Singh, you know Sadhu Singh, who has the cement shop? He came to me this morning and said he had 2 truckloads of cement arriving soon. He said that instead of buying a little cement at a time, it would be cheaper to buy it in bulk. He can send 1 truckload over to us as soon as it arrives." I told him that we would let him know by the evening. After a short while, Babaji continued, "It would be convenient if we could get the cement in bulk, as every few days we have to ask for a cart to bring smaller loads of cement. This also disrupts the cart owner's work." Babaji then said, "Young man, how much money will 200 bags of cement cost?" At that time, bags of cement cost about 6 rupees 25 paisa. I advised Babaji that I had calculated the total amount as rupees 1250. Babaji pulled out a cloth bag from under his mattress and handed me the bag. "Have a look and see how much is in the bag." I counted the money and told him, "There is just over rupees 200, Babaji." Babaji fell silent for a while. He then replied, "Go to the large hut where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is enthroned. There is a cloth bag upon the floor with which to wipe our feet before one sits behind the Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Look in that bag and see if there is any money in it." Just before I got up to fetch the money, Babaji asked me, "Only bring the exact amount that we need and no more." I replied, "Yes, sir," and went into the hut. I bowed before Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and looked in the bag as directed. Much to my amazement, there were several 100-rupee notes in it. So I took rupees 1100, returned to Babaji and told him that there was still a lot of money in the bag. Babaji said, "This is the hidden treasure. Do not touch it, as it is there for when we really need it." He then instructed me to go and hand over the money to Sardar Sadhu Singh and ask him to send the truck straight to the Gurdwara. As instructed, I went to Gardiwal and paid Sardar Sadhu Singh as requested by Babaji. I came back to Babaji and both of us sat together to recite Rehras. After Sukhyasan of Satguruji, he sat upon the bed laid in front of the hut and meanwhile asked me to bring Pai Veer Singh's book Kalgidhar Chamatkar that he used to listen to daily. I went indoors with a lantern and mused about looking at the bag again with the hidden treasure to see how much more money was in it. I knelt by the bag, putting the lantern beside me to look, but found the bag was empty. Seeing it empty, my mind was filled with remorse, thinking that Babaji specifically asked me not to touch the hidden treasure. It was meant for times of need and I had made a mistake. Anyhow, I took the book outside and, filled with repentance, told Babaji that out of curiosity I looked into the bag to see how much money was in it and found that it was empty. Repenting my mistake, I clutched Babaji's feet and cried, begging for forgiveness. Babaji affectionately reassured me and said, "Seva Singh, do not make this mistake again. This is the true Guru's hidden treasure. When there is need for money for the Sangat, Guruji has instructed me to use this treasure when required. I made no distinction between you and me, which is why I asked you to fetch the money this time. What has happened has passed, so no need to repent over it now. Why don't you read us a story from the life of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, telling us how he guided the mortals of the Dark Age?" I began to read the book and read 3 chapters with such deep pleasure as I had never experienced before. I continued to read with devotion whilst Babaji listened intently until, unknown to us, it was nearly 11 o'clock. So, in this way, whenever there was a shortfall in cash required for the service of the Sangat, Babaji would use the money from the hidden treasure. From the day the construction of the Gurdwara started, no hindrance in its building work occurred. It continued uninterrupted unless Babaji specifically asked work to stop. A hall about 60 by 40 was ready, with a separate 12 by 12 room upstairs in which Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was laid to rest at night. This was completed within 2 years. The main hall that Guruji pointed to was the place where ancient saints used to meditate. A 10 feet wide veranda surrounding the hall was erected soon after to shelter the congregation from rain or sun and to accommodate extra Sangat on specific occasions. Soon after the completion of the Gurdwara, 8 rooms of about 15 by 20 to accommodate the Sangat overnight were built too. At the completion of the Gurdwara, Babaji sent out invitations to the congregation requesting them to attend an Akhand Path held to thank Almighty Vaheguru for his divine guidance. Babaji prayed and thanked the Lord that he whose task has himself accomplished it. What can a mere man do? Jiska karaj tinhi kiya, manas kya vichara Ram. Sincere and heartfelt thanks were given to Guruji by the Sangat for having overseen the completion of the whole building without any obstacles. In the future, whatever service, Almighty Lord, you wish to derive in preaching Sikh Dharma from this place, please guide us accordingly, to your will. Such places are beneficial only if Gurmat is taught and the Sangat can avail itself of this noble benefit, thereby securing spiritual wealth for this world and the hereafter. This task too can only be accomplished with your guidance, O Lord. Chapter 48. Only the destined are ordered to serve. The construction of the Gurdwara was progressing, and with no means of transport being available, the stock of bricks once ran low. The building work would have ground to a halt the next day if new supplies were not bought from the brick factory immediately. The masons and the bricklayers would be left standing. At the end of the day, the bricklayers warned Babaji that the shortage of bricks would bring work to a halt. The stock of bricks required replenishing as soon as possible. Babaji replied to the mason, "We will try to get more bricks. It is the Guru's work that is being carried out, so he will inspire someone to do this service." As usual, Babaji went for his evening walk after the labourers had gone home. On this day, instead of walking towards Talwandi village, Babaji said, Today we will walk to Sardar Baba Singh's house. If we meet him or his sons on the way to his house, we'll ask them to participate in the effort to build the Gurdwara by fetching the bricks from the bricklin. This way we will accomplish 2 tasks. Babaji and a couple of others, including myself, arrived at Sardar Baba Singh's house while reciting prayers on the way there. Sardar Baba Singh Ji wasn't home. However, his son Daya Singh was planting onions in the neighbouring field. After completing Chaupai Sahib, Babaji walked over and greeted him with Gur Fateh. He was the second eldest son of Sardar Baba Singh and ignorant about Gurmat. He gave priority to worldly duties and would do service of the Sangat only if he could fit it into his daily schedule. He had a rugged farmer's temperament and responded half-heartedly to Babaji's greeting, asking him the reason for his visit. Babaji replied, Daya Singh, you know that the construction of the Gurdwara is in progress and the bricks have all but run out. If new bricks are not poured by tomorrow, then work will come to a standstill and the labourers will sit idle. If you can oblige me by making one trip to fetch the bricks, then work can continue uninterrupted and you will be able to carry out a service of the great Guru. After listening to Babaji, Daya Singh spoke, As you can see, I am busy planting onions. How can I abandon this job to go and fetch the bricks? You know that a farmer never leaves his task unfinished. I am able to go tomorrow evening after I have planted these onions and not before. Babaji said, I am also a farmer, which is why I am asking you to go today, as the onions can be planted tomorrow without any harm to them. I would not have asked you to go if it was not for your benefit. Daya Singh heard Babaji out but repeated his view that he could only go once his job was completed. Babaji replied, Daya Singh, it is your choice. You could easily have carried out both tasks of fetching the bricks and planting your onions without losses. Saying this, Babaji bid farewell and we returned to the Gurdwara. On the way back, Babaji told us, see how without the correct destiny, a human cannot even carry out seva. If Daya Singh had agreed to this, he would have earned great blessings from the Almighty and managed to plant his onions. He does not know if the onions will thrive or not, but he certainly has lost an opportune moment to do seva. Alas, it is his destiny. Whomever Almighty Lord wishes to grant service will be inspired to carry it out. One can serve only if destined to do so, because he who has good destiny marked on the forehead, he alone carries out service of the Lord.
Jaake mastak paag sa seva laya.
Service of the Guru's house is a most valuable commodity obtained by Vaheguru's blessings. That person alone is attached to the Lord's service whom the Lord Himself blesses.
Jis har seva laye soi jan lage.
Babaji continued telling us about the virtues of selfless service of the Guru and that we should participate according to one's ability in service of the Guru. After completing one's daily work, we should spend as much time as possible in the service of the Guru so that this body is put to spiritual use as well. In this manner, we attract the blessings of our Guru and of people we help that are less fortunate than us. Sometimes the Almighty causes situations to arise where one has to leave aside family duties in service of others. The fortunate one who takes on such an opportunity of selfless service not only gains the Lord's favour, but his worldly affairs suffer no hindrance. The great Guru compensates any losses many times over. In obtaining the Guru's favour, many obstacles in one's life are obliterated. Such service Guruji appreciates, as Gurbani states. Profitable is that service to carry out which appeases the Guru's mind. By appeasing the Guru's mind, all evil sins and deeds are redeemed.
Sa seva kiti safal hai, jit Satguru ka man manne. जा सतगुरु का मन मन्या ता पाप कसम्मल पन्ने.
Listening to these words of Babaji, we arrived back at the Gurdwara. As per our routine, we all washed our faces, hands and feet. Sitting together, we took turns to recite Rehras. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was laid to rest, following which we had langar and sat down to listen to the stories from Sikh history. We retired to bed and awoke the next day before dawn to install Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji when Babaji explained the edict of the day, that is the Hukamnama. Whilst he was explaining, a devotee from Gondpur arrived with his brand new truck. He bowed in front of Guruji, sat down and listened to the ongoing discourse. At the end of the session, the person in question asked Babaji, "Babaji, the Almighty has blessed me with a new truck, and before starting any job, I wish to use the truck to partake in some service of the Gurdwara so that my business will be blessed by the Guru. As the construction of the Gurdwara is going on, with your permission, can I bring a couple of loads of sand? If there is any other service required, pray tell me now." Babaji heard the gentleman's request and bowed in thanks to Guruji. They came outside where everyone had langar together. Babaji addressed the devotee, "We have plenty of sand, but if you could bring a couple of loads of bricks, we would be most grateful." The person in question promptly brought 2 loads of bricks by midday before work came to a halt. Before leaving, the devotee petitioned Babaji humbly to send for him again if any more loads were to be carried for the construction work. Babaji thanked God Almighty and said, "The great Guru has only made the pretense through me. All worries for the construction of the Gurdwara he carries on his own shoulders. He himself arranges all the deeds." Sardar Daya Singh had by now planted his onions with the help of his family. As is God's will, the next day there was a heavy rainfall. All water from the nearby road washed off, drained into the field and pooled around the newly planted onions. While some of the onions planted had already been washed away on the first day of the heavy rain, the remaining onions started to rot in the standing water.
A few days after this, Sardar Daya Singh repented his folly and came to see Babaji.
Admitting his mistake, he confessed, "Babaji, I did not listen to your humble request. The very onions I was busy planting were either washed away or are rotting. If there is any service, tell me now." Babaji replied, "Whenever there is any service to be carried out, the Sangat and you are the ones that will do it. We will definitely tell you if such an opportunity arises." After sitting a while with Babaji, Sardar Daya Singh left. One should also learn from this incident. It is beneficial to heed the advice of those blessed ones who have sacrificed everything at the feet of the Guru. We should listen to their words even if we feel we will lose financially or otherwise. By listening to a blessed being and acting upon their words, we attract their blessings. The blessing that is laden with the Guru's favor is the only grace worth obtaining. This is real meditation and will transform our present world and hereafter. This boon is obtained only if we heed the word of the Guru Granth Sahib Ji that, as the elephant offers his head to the goad, as the anvil offers itself to the hammer, so place your soul and body before the Guru and ever be ready to serve him. In this way, the Guru ward effaces his ego and gains sovereignty of the whole world.
हस्ती सिर जो अंकस है, ऐहरण ज्यों सिर दे, मन तन आगे रख के उबी सेव करे, इयों गुरमुख आप निवारिय, सब राज सृष्ट काले.
Furthermore, service carried out at the Lord's behest at a time of need far outweighs service done at our whim. Such service in a time of need is much more valuable and bestowed upon those with good fortune. Nanak, when the Lord casts His gracious glance, then alone does man understand His will.
Nanak, Gurmukh bujhiye ja ape nazar kare.
When Vaheguru blesses those with good fortune, they obtain deep insight. We pray that the Almighty Lord blesses us too, so that we may carry out service that is in His command and pleases Him. Only then will we derive full benefit from this human life. In this world, perform the Lord's service, then you shall obtain a seat in heaven. Thus you will swing your arms in delight.
Which dunya save kamaiye, ta dargeh baisan paiye, kah Nanak baha ludaiye.
Chapter 49. Abandoning wicked deeds is the real service. A few days later, Sardar Daya Singh visited Babaji again to ask if there was any seva to be performed. Babaji took pity on Daya Singh and replied, Daya Singh, if you heed my advice, then all benefits come from carrying out this service. Daya Singh thought to himself, the bricks have already been delivered. At the most, I will be asked to carry a load or two of sand or cement. Whatever service he asks for, I will do it. With these thoughts in his mind, he agreed to Babaji's advice and said, Yes. Babaji smiled and continued, This service has nothing to do with your wet or dry fields, but concerns cultivating the inner field of your heart, in which you must sow the seed of God's word. The inner field is dry and barren. To cultivate it, you must stop drinking alcohol and after preparation, get ready to be baptized. If you accept this seva, then all charitable services will come under this paramount service. Daya Singh was dumbfounded. Hearing this new and strange request, seeing him silent, Babaji questioned, You asked for a service. Be strong now and carry it out. Daya Singh emerged from his silence. Your Eminence, this type of service is best suited to you. I am a farmer's son. Drink and jats go hand in hand. One is not the son of a jat if he does not drink. Secondly, we people cannot be tied by the vows of baptism. We are used to a life of freedom and ease. Day and night we work in the mud. Who will be able to look after these kakars, that is the 5 K symbols worn by Baptist Sikhs? Babaji replied, Look here, Daya Singh, your other 4 brothers are baptized. Being your brothers, their status as farmers has not changed. They work all day in their fields and still maintain their vows. They have never complained that their symbols are a hindrance to their work. Do not make excuses. Your benefit is in being baptized. Moreover, if you do not leave alcohol and baptize, what benefit do I get? None. I am only telling you what is best for you. Secondly, you asked for a service and now you are running on your word. Daya Singh said, I asked for a service like bringing a load of bricks or sand, not to be baptized. Babaji replied, It is your wish. I told you of a service that is far more valuable and worthwhile than the one asked of you before. For you to follow my advice or not is your choice. Daya Singh thought, I had a few days free in which I could carry a few loads of building material and thus gain the favour of the saint. On the contrary, Babaji has asked me to give up liquor and wear a sword around my neck. Better make a move before Babaji sets any more conditions. With these thoughts, Daya Singh sought leave of Babaji. As he was leaving, Babaji said, Daya Singh, I have great affection for your family and your father especially, which is why I ask the service of you. If you had accepted this advice, it would have been better for you. You could have honoured my words and done yourself a great service. But take heed, if someone does not change for the better at another's behest, then nature has its own way of subduing you onto the noble path. Hearing these last words left Daya Singh feeling somewhat ashamed, and so he quickly took his leave. Chapter 50. Life changes in this way too. Time went by and Daya Singh carried on with his wayward lifestyle. Sardar Baba Singh, his father,
was fed up and tried many times to talk some sense into his son, but to no avail. 6 to 7 months later, at the festival of Dussehra, a festival commemorating Lord Rama defeating Ravan, Daya Singh donned his best clothes, tied his best turban, and tanked up with alcohol, made his way to nearby Gardiwala. As is the nature of alcohol, it removes all inhibitions from the drunk and is unable to distinguish between good or bad, friend or foe. In a drunken stupor, one feels all-powerful and aggressive. So Daya Singh started to pick up a fight by abusing passerbys. He was of strong and stout build and started to swear at others as well. In the meantime, a few policemen arrived on the scene and tried to stop Daya Singh from misbehaving, but to no avail. In his stupor, Daya Singh felt even an elephant was no bigger than an ant. He turned on the policemen, swearing at them, and a fight ensued. The 4 or 5 policemen removed his loincloth, tied his legs, and removed his turban. They went on to beat him badly before tying his hands, arresting him and taking him to the local police station. There they thrashed him before locking him up. Daya Singh regained consciousness and thought, I had come to visit the Dussehra festival, but looks like I am in another Ram Leela. No turban on my head or no loincloth, no money in my pocket, and a body which is bruised and aching all over. In this strange state, he was inwardly cursing himself. No one offered him water, and evening was closing in. The constables were all leaving for their home, and Daya Singh waited in hope that someone from the village would soon come to have him released. Daya Singh thought that his friends would go home, tell his family what had happened, and in no time someone would arrive to set him free. In fact, when his friends told Sardar Baba Singh what had happened, he absolutely refused to set foot in a police station to have his son released. What will I say when they ask me if this is your son? Replied Sardar Baba Singh. A few of the villagers petitioned him to go and bail his son out, but being a principled man he refused, saying, You can bail him out, but I will not go to a drunkard even if he is my son. Hearing these steadfast words, a few reputed village elders went to the station officer. They told the officer about Sardar Baba Singh's refusal to bail out his wayward son. The villagers gave reassurances to the officer that Daya Singh would not cause any harm or disturbance. The police officer listened carefully. He was an intelligent person and understood the father's honesty and far-sightedness. He agreed to set Daya Singh free as his father was a principled man and on the condition that Daya Singh would stop drinking. So these elders asked Daya Singh if he would give up drinking, and he replied, I will not drink this evil liquor which has caused me to lose face in society and had me beaten up. From today onwards, I vow never to drink again. He recalled Babaji's fateful words that if one does not reform at someone's behest, nature has its own way of reforming you onto the noble path. I did not understand the gravity of his words then, but now nature has conspired to turn me onto the right path under compulsion. The elders managed to secure Daya Singh's release, brought him home with a scarf on his head and his underwear because the police had misappropriated all his belongings. When asked, the police said they had found him in this condition when they brought him to the police station. After a few days of recovery, Daya Singh came to see Babaji. He bowed in greeting to Babaji and said, I did not listen to your prophetic words, making excuses to avoid honoring your words. I have seen the error of my ways and wish to give up drink, which has cost me dearly. My name has been sullied in the public, and even my father does not talk to me. I promise you not to touch it again, and I am ready when you are to get me baptized. Babaji reassured Daya Singh, You have made a righteous and noble decision. In giving up drink, you obtain respect in this world and gain favor with your Guru. He alone is a real person who admits his mistake, repents, and does not make the same mistake again. He who makes mistakes repeatedly is like an animal. You have realized your errors and are ready to put it right. May God bless you and shower His grace on you always. Start your preparation by chanting Mool Mantra and wearing your 5 symbols as practice for your baptism. We will arrange for a baptism ceremony as soon as possible. Soon after, Daya Singh was baptized. He maintained his vows and led a pious, disciplined life. He would recite Mool Mantra constantly even when working. Before starting his work, he would first visit the Gurdwara and bow to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Repentance at departing Guruless. As Daya Singh recited Mool Mantra and Gur Mantra, his spiritual wealth increased. In 1993, his youngest brother, Sardar Charan Singh, who was a soldier in the BSF based in Kashmir, passed away in the line of duty. His body was brought to the village for cremation. After the cremation, I went with a few companions to pay my condolences. After a few mournful words, Sardar Daya Singh changed the subject and said, "As man comes to this world, he surely has to leave too. Many have left this world before my very eyes. I have no regrets that my brother has left this abode, because one only lives as long as the good Lord has ordained. I do regret that my brother passed away without having accepted the Guru. Many a time I have stressed to him the importance of being baptized and coming into the fold of the true Guru. I told him that even though you are younger than me, there is no guarantee how long one has to live. So do not delay a moment in accepting your Guru." He made many an excuse and now has missed his chance. With what face can I ask Almighty to bless my brother and forgive him, because he has no Guru, who will shelter him now? I feel awful for my brother because he departed without accepting Amrit. Who will vouchsafe his soul now? Chapter 51. One must bear the consequences of our good or bad deeds. Bhai Daya Singh told us about one of his visits to Babaji. A few devotees were sat with Babaji discussing various topics. As the Almighty had guided Babaji to dispense divine knowledge, he was telling the gathered devotees, one must avoid indulging in immoral deeds. As Gurbani advises us to avoid certain immoral actions, one must act upon what Gurbani tells us. We should follow the righteous actions which Gurbani enjoins us to accept. Gurbani gives us lessons to follow every day. This is why the great Guru ordered his Sikhs to read 7 prayers daily as a matter of routine. From Gurbani we obtained noble direction for our actions. As Babaji kept stressing the recitation of Gurbani repeatedly, Bhai Daya Singh could not restrain his question any longer. He said, "You enjoin the Sangat repeatedly to read Gurbani, but are all the people who do this any better off? Some are dragging themselves on the ground, some cannot even walk, while others are surrounded by all manner of troubles." Bhai Daya Singh told us, saying these words, I had stirred up a storm in a teacup. The other devotees started to stare at me, thinking that the farmer had created a hot topic for discussion. Seeing their keen faces, I became ready to further my point of view to Babaji as well. Babaji replied patiently, "Daya Singh Ji, if a person who reads Gurbani has any physical ailment, then it is a consequence of his past actions. Impute not blame on anyone, the fault is of your own deeds. Whatever I did, for that I have suffered, I blame no one else."
दद्दै दोष न देहूं किसै, दोष कर्मा अपनिया, जो मैं किया सो मैं पाया, दोष न दीजे अवर जना.
Find no fault with others, O man. What you sow, that alone you reap. By your deeds you have bound yourself. Involved in worldly affairs, thou shalt continue coming and going. दोष न दीजे काहू लोग, जो कमावन सोई पोग, आपन कर्म आपे ही बंद, आवन जावन माया तंद.
The blame does not lie with Gurbani. By reading Gurbani, the debt of bad deeds decreases. A believer of Gurbani accepts physical ailment as repayment for any past transgressions and follows it as is the will of God. By accepting this, a Gursikh passes their time in contentment and in remembrance of God. I persisted in my question again and said, Babaji, if a person is baptized and reads Gurbani as you guide, and then sings hymns daily, tell me, for what sin are they suffering that cause them to lose their ability to walk? Babaji asked, Pai Daya Singh, pray tell, who are you talking about? I replied, I am talking about Santokh Singh Usman Shaheed, who was baptized at your hands, reads Gurbani and sings Kirtan too. Babaji fell silent for a while and then replied, Daya Singh, one should not lift the veil of anyone's past. We are all paying for our past deeds. There is no margin for doubt or room for questioning. This is the eternal truth. We reap what we sow. You are blaming Gurbani without due cause. Can you see his past and be sure that he is not paying for some past transgression in his life? I replied, I cannot, but you can tell us what past deeds he committed that caused the loss of his legs in this life? Babaji replied, there was no need to discuss his past action, but I am compelled now because these other devotees who have a little faith in Gurbani will become agnostic if your question is not answered satisfactorily. If you were alone, then there would have been no need to discuss this any further. Babaji's face glowed with zeal and he said, Now listen, Daya Singh. Santokh Singh is indeed repaying for his actions from past life. In his last life, he was a human being. He was God-fearing but was of an angry temperament. One day he arrived home after a hard day's work. He had a wash and sat down to eat his food served by his family. He had only taken a few bites when he walked over to the kitchen to get something. His pet dog saw no one attending the plate and, as is a dog's habit, started to eat the food on it. When Santokh Singh arrived back with what he needed, he saw the dog happily eating his food. Seeing this, he became so enraged that he swung a stick hard at the unsuspecting dog, which broke his hip. The dog lay crying in pain for a long while. Now he was full of remorse, but the fit of anger has caused him to overreact. The dog survived, but due to a broken hip, dragged his legs around for the remainder of his life. It walked on its front legs only. Now, if he had taken a while to check his anger and introspected, then he would have realized that first, the food is gone and spoilt. It was destined for the dog's consumption. Secondly, being angry and hitting the dog will not bring the food back. A little time to introspect would have saved him from committing such an act. In committing this action, he did not think at all and was led by anger. Now, if he has to pay for his actions in this life, people like you raise questions about past actions. Even though Santokh Singh cannot walk, reading Gurbani and the blessings of the Almighty means he copes very well with his disability. He is passing his days with fortitude and contentment. This state of being is the boon of Gurbani. If he was not attached to Gurbani, then he would have spent his time complaining about his condition and directing resentment at God Almighty. This is why Guru Arjan Dev Ji says, Delay not in practicing righteousness, delay thou only in committing sins.
Na bilam tarmang, bilam papang.
It is better to delay committing a sin. Think over the consequences of a sinful action before we commit it. Sometimes, merely delaying the action deters the act of sin from being committed. Daya Singh told us that as Babaji was narrating this tale,
everyone's hair stood on end and no one dared to raise a question. A stream of thought arose within us, compelling us to avoid committing any immoral acts. We were all sat there like statues, and Babaji elaborated with more examples from Gurbani in order to dispel the last vestiges of doubt from our mind.
I do not know much Gurbani, but he recited a line from Japji Sahib.
What one sows, so shall he reap.
Ape beej, ape hi khao.
As one sows, so shall he reap. Such is the field of actions.
Jiha beejai, so lune, karma sandra khet.
Guruji tells us that in this world, whatever actions we take, good or bad, result in us receiving a reward or punishment. This body that Vaheguru has bestowed upon us is received due to our past actions. Some have good stout bodies, others ugly and deformed ones. Some are born with disabilities and some without intelligence. All this is a direct result of our past actions. Guru Nanak Dev Ji says, mortals obtain a human body as a result of good deeds, but he reaches the gate of salvation with God's kind grace.
Karmi aave kapda, nadri mokh dwar.
So due to past actions or karma, we are blessed with a body, and due to God's grace, we obtain salvation through this vessel. If there is still some doubt regarding past actions, then listen to what Bhagat Trilochan Ji says. Why do you slander the Lord, O erring and ignorant woman? Your pain and pleasures are according to your acts on the doorstep of the Almighty.
Narayan nindas kahe puli gavari, do kirt so kirt tharo karamri.
And one is to bear the consequences of one's good or bad deeds.
Manda changa apna, ape hi kita pavana.
And as are the deeds we commit, so is the fruit which we obtain.
Phal teve ho paiye, jeve hi kar kamaiye.
So one has to bear the fruit of what we sow in our actions, because the body is the field of actions in this age. Whatever one sows, that he reaps.
Karam tarti, sarir jag antar, jo bove so khat.
God has given humans the freedom to commit any action, but is bound by the fruit of these actions. So, before acting, always ponder over the fruit. Weigh up the costs and benefits of your deeds. This eternal truth is illuminated in Gurbani. The recitation of Gurbani lessens the effects of past actions. There is not even an iota of doubt or ambiguity in that. As Guruji says, dreadful diseases, sins of various murders, the penury of many births, and immense miseries are all destroyed by contemplating the Lord's name. Says Nanak, just as the fire reduces to ashes the piles of wood.
Kor dukhang, anakhatyang, janam dridrang, mahabikhyadang, mitant sagal simrand harnam, Nanak jaise pavak kast pasam karot. Chapter 52. Leaving idle thoughts is beneficial. Sardar Hari Singh, son of Degar Singh of village Gondpur, was serving in the Indian Air Force. In July 1975, he came to visit the family whilst on leave. As is the order of our great Guru, a Sikh must donate 1/10 of his income to the needy, poor or service of the Guru. This is called the Daswand. As he had some money, he thought, why not donate this money to the Gurdwara being built at Rampur Kheda? His fields were near the Gurdwara, and whilst roaming his fields, he came to the Gurdwara with the money. He met Bhai Amar Singh and asked if he could meet Babaji personally. Bhai Amar Singh replied that Babaji had retired to his room for meditation and would not come out till the afternoon. Hari Singh was disappointed to hear the news. He was in two minds, because he wanted to leave before midday to return to his duty and still had a few people he wanted to meet. His mind was wavering and though he had wished to see Babaji personally to give him the daswand, Hari Singh was unsure if he could wait so long. He was thinking of all the people he had yet to meet and preparations to make for his return journey. In his emotional turmoil, Sardar Hari Singh asked Bhai Amar Singh to knock on Babaji's door so that he could meet him briefly. Bhai Amar Singh replied, "No matter how important the job is, I have been instructed not to disturb his daily routine of meditation, and neither does he come out until he has completed it. So it would be better if you had some langar and waited a couple of hours or returned later in the day." Sardar Hari Singh wished Gur Fateh outside Babaji's room and went out towards the fields where Bhai Surjit Singh was ploughing the fields. He told him of his desire to see Babaji but could not wait that long, as he had only one day left for his leave. Bhai Surjit Singh said, "We cannot interrupt Babaji's meditation. He may be deeply meditating. We should not disturb him as it disrupts his meditation." Hearing this, Sardar Hari Singh was in a quandary to stay or not. He started back towards the Gurdwara. On the one hand, he thought that Babaji knows and understands my position. I hope he opens the door, so that I can see him and give him the money. With these thoughts, he came and sat in the veranda around the Gurdwara. Suddenly, the door opened. Babaji came out of the hut and looked around for a few moments. Sardar Hari Singh rushed to Babaji and said Gur Fateh and handed him the money for the daswand. Babaji took the money and stood in the same place to perform ardas to the Almighty. He then took Hari Singh into the hut and said, "Look, Hari Singh ji, we were blessed and in deep state of meditation. But since you arrived with thoughts of handing daswand personally to me, your worries about going back home in a hurry created vibrations that interfered with my meditation. Even by trying hard to concentrate, I was unable to attach myself to a deep state of connection because your worried state of mind was disrupting my mind. As a result, I had to stop meditation and open the door. If we just think a little that the money for this one belongs to the Guru, and if you consider Guruji to be all-knowing, you could have put the money in the Golak in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The great Guru would have accepted your daswand, as he knows all our deepest desires and longings. The money in the Golak belongs to the Guru, so you could have given it directly to Almighty and avoided all the mental anguish and uncertainty. As a result, your anguish would have been dispelled and my meditation would not have been disturbed either. Moreover, your desire to see me personally should be superseded by your desire to meet Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. If one gets an opportunity to meet a Gursikh, then consider it our good fortune. As the Khalsa is my particular image, I reside among the pure.
Khalsa mero roop hai khas, Khalse mein ho karo nivas.
So, if we had a glimpse of the Guru, we have had a glimpse of the Khalsa. Further, if you visit the Guru's house, abandon thoughts of haste and worry, because bliss and haste do not go together. Where there is worry, anguish and haste, there can never be bliss. Whatever time we are blessed in the company of Satguruji, we should abandon our thoughts, worldly work, leaving behind all worries and mental turmoil. In this manner, greater benefit is obtained when we visit Guruji. Lastly, one should not test another's spiritual and telepathic abilities, thinking that if he is all-knowing, he will answer the door, etc. This is not a noble thought. If God chooses to bless a person with telepathic ability or not, it is not a measure of their spiritual achievement. These are all gifts bestowed by Guruji. The duty of a Gursikh is to meditate devoutly on the Naam and leave the Guru to bless us with these abilities as he wills. Hari Singh Ji, what has happened. I have been given the audience of a Gursikh like you. In future, be mindful of these minor points. Though these appear to be insignificant points, they carry great significance spiritually. Bhai Hari Singh Ji, honored Babaji's words by taking them to heart and asked for forgiveness. Chapter 53. We reap what we sow, such is the field of action. Babaji had a devotee who lived near Jalandhar. He was God-loving and religiously minded, but was nonetheless easily misled by materialistic thoughts. That person arranged his daughter's marriage to a rich but materialistic family. The day for the wedding was fixed. The gift and the dowry to be exchanged had been agreed. Finally, the menu of the lunch was discussed. The groom's family insisted on having liquor and meat at the wedding lunch. This devotee of Babaji raised some opposition to this demand but hesitated, thinking that if he was to flatly deny this demand, the groom's family may break off the engagement. Influenced by his soon-to-be relatives, he agreed to serve meat and liquor at lunch. The wedding drew closer. The family came to deliver an invitation to Babaji and requested Babaji to attend the wedding ceremony and bless the couple. Babaji asked them where they had arranged their daughter's marriage. He told Babaji about the family where his daughter was to be married and let slip that meat and liquor would be served because the groom's family insisted upon it. Babaji listened patiently to the devotee's admission and sighed deeply. He said, "O my good man, to stifle your own conscience under the influence of your relatives, showing your back to the Guru's principles and doing that which is immoral reflects badly upon you. In doing so, what do we hope to gain in attracting the Guru's displeasure? Our wise ancestors considered marrying our daughters off as a great and pious act of charity. On one hand, you are to perform a pious act, and on the other, many innocent animals are to be slaughtered for the transient pleasure of our taste buds." Says Bhagat Kabir Ji, "Kabir, to use force is tyrannical, and the Lord shall call you to account. When the account is produced from the Lord's office, thou shalt suffer strokes on thy face and mouth."
कबीर, जोर किया सो जुल्म है, ले जवाब खुदाए, दफ्तर लेखा नीक से, मार मुँह मुँह खाए.
After the wedding, your daughter will go to her new home, but who will shoulder the sin of slaughtering so many animals? Remember, you will have to carry this burden of sin and repay the debt in this life and the next. If your daughter is destined to be married into that household, then she will marry into that family without any doubt. By offering meat and liquor is not going to cement her relations with that family any more strongly than they are already destined to. Neither will her marriage to the family deteriorate if you do not offer meat and drink. If you, as a baptized Sikh, falter in your vows like this, then what hope is there for the rest of the people? A Gursikh should not abandon one's vows or principles. He who abandons his principles is pushed around in this world and pushed out of the Lord's abode in the hereafter. If as a Gursikh you behave in such a way, with what face can you or I tell others to abandon liquor or meat? Only the one who practices moral principles can preach to others. He who does not practice what he preaches and is thus a hypocrite is not accepted in the Guru's house. There is still time to rethink your decision and change your mind. Remember the Guru's words. They who have one thing in their heart and another on their face are accounted as false.
Jin man hor, mukh hor, se kande kachya.
The devotee listened despondently and with a sense of shame, but still asked Babaji to attend the wedding. Babaji replied that a wedding where so many animals were to be killed for pleasure of the palate and where the Guru's principles were abandoned in favor of public approval would be difficult to attend. That devotee sat a while and then left for his abode. The wedding party arrived on the appointed day. On one side, the wedding was being conducted in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and on the other, a short distance away, lambs were awaiting their death in order to provide pleasure for the guests' palates. This surreal program of joy mixed with sorrow finished at noon. The guests drank and ate, returning to their homes in a drunken stupor. Next, the bride's relatives had their turn to finish off the remaining alcohol and meat. With drunken people falling all over the place, it was amusing in that no one needed a bed for the night to sleep in. Anyhow, the girl went to her in-laws, and a few days later, Sardarji was on his way into Jalandhar riding his scooter when he had an accident and broke his hip. Writhing in pain, Sardarji was transported by car to a local hospital. The doctor there could not treat him and advised that he be taken to a bigger hospital with an experienced surgeon. He required major surgery, which involved replacing his hip with a steel prosthetic implant. The family members asked the doctor to relieve his pain until he could be taken to another hospital. The doctors attached a weight to Sardarji's foot and laid him to rest. 5 or 6 days were spent crying with excruciating pain. Only he knew how painful the fracture was, but any visitors who came heard his blood-curdling cries of pain. Contrary to the advice of the doctors, the family brought Sardarji home and asked a local quack to fix his fractured hip instead of taking him to the specialist hospital. For 3 months he was unable to move and, being bedridden, had to relieve himself whilst on the bed. He was utterly dependent on other people for help. By the 4th month he was well enough to sit on his bed. Whoever visited him during these days would be told by Sardarji that he had been punished for killing those speechless animals. To appease my daughters-in-laws, I ordered the killing of these animals, and in return I have been punished and must endure this extreme suffering and pain. In the early days of his recovery, he had sent word to Babaji to come and visit him. He sent a message apologizing to Babaji for not listening to his advice. As is the gentle, forgiving nature of saints, Babaji decided to visit Sardarji. Babaji sat me beside him in the car. As soon as we arrived, the devotee started crying inconsolably, repenting his mistake and begged forgiveness. He confessed, "I abandoned my Guru's principles under the influence of my newfound relatives. Please forgive me, Babaji." Babaji replied, "Sardarji, you are mistaken to ask for my forgiveness. It is the Almighty who forgives. Pray for His forgiveness and repent your mistake in front of Him alone. I only petitioned you to take a particular action which you ignored. Are those people now sharing your pain for whose sake you earned and took upon such a sin? They made merry, ate and drank, then vanished off to their homes. You, however, must carry the burden of sin. They came only to inquire about your health once or twice. The pain you are suffering is but a partial payment for your sin. There is more yet to repay, because Gurbani says, 'In this age what one does with this hand receives the same with another hand. Receives the same with the other hand. None is apprehended in place of another.'
आकर करे सो आकर पाए, कोई न पकड़िए किसे थाए.
Whatever deeds you have performed or are carrying out at your command, you alone will have to answer for them. No one else can repay your debt or suffering for your sins. The Lord is beneficent and forgiving. In front of His grace, these sins are washed away like straw in a flood of water. Bhai Veer Singh Ji has mentioned a beautiful anecdote in his poem, Necklace of Waves. That time which has lapsed cannot be recalled. The present time cannot be utilized by repenting our sinful deeds in remorse. Try to ask our friend the Almighty Vaheguru to forgive our trespass. In future, try to avoid making mistakes by acting upon the Guru's advice. For nearly a year, Sardarji was left bedridden, and even today he limps on one leg when walking. To this day, Sardarji guides people by giving them the benefit of learning from his experience, telling them of his traumatic experience. We must forever be vigilant in our lives, because situations can arise when we stifle our moral intellect, ignoring the guidance of Gurbani and doing something sinful. In so doing, we suffer agony in this life, pain in the hereafter, and endure separation from our Lord Vaheguru. Great Guruji has alerted us to stay vigilant from the deeds that are immoral. Do not commit such a deed for which you may have to repent in the end.
ऐसा काम मूले न कीचे जित अंत पछताइए.
So, Guru Amar Das Ji tells us not to commit any act that one will repent later, because we will reap whatever we sow in this world and the next. Man himself obtains the fruit of the bad and good deeds. One may issue one's heart's desired commands here, but he shall proceed by the narrower road hereafter.
मंदा चंगा अपना आपे ही कीता पावना, हुक्म किए मन भावदे राह पीड़े अगे जावना.
And as are the deeds we do, so is the fruit that we obtain.
फल तेवे हो पाइए जेवे ही कार कमाइए.
Everyone has to reap the fruit of his own actions and adjust his account.
कीता आपो अपना आपे ही लेखा संडिए.
Just as a farmer sows seed in his field, he can expect a harvest whatever he has sown. It is a fallacy that man sows one type of fruit and expects to harvest something else. Farid, the farmer, plants a thorny tree and desires the grapes of bijor. He goes about spinning wool, but he wishes to wear silk.
फरीदा लोड़े दाख बिजौरियां किकर बीजे जट हंडे उन कताए दा पैंदा लोड़े पट.
Bhagat Fariji gives us a beautiful example. As a farmer wishes to harvest the finest grapes, but in fact plants the seeds for an acacia tree, it can never come to pass that the farmer will harvest grapes. In fact, he will get bitter pods and thorns from the acacia tree. Similarly, one cannot expect to get silk by weaving with wool. According to Bhai Gurdas Ji, as she has planted, so does she harvest. Such is the field of karma.
जेहा बीजे सो लुणे जेहा बियो तेहा फल पाई.
So one's actions will determine what we earn. Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us clearly that as you sow, so shall you reap.
आपे बीज आपे ही खाओ.
Before taking any action, any thought or any word spoken, we should verify that it agrees with the righteous path laid by our Guru. If it fits with the path illuminated by Gurbani, then it is worthwhile proceeding with this action. Leading a life according to the edicts of the Gurbani is blissful. He alone is the true disciple, friend, kinsman, brother who walks in Guru's will. He who walks according to his own will, O brother, is separated from the Lord and bears blows.
सो सिख सखा बंदप है पाई जे गुर के पाणे विच आवे. अपने पाणे जो चले पाई विछड़ चोटा खावे.
Chapter 54. One gets the fruits of the company we keep. Around 1970, a lady by the name of Joginder Kaur came to Babaji. The lady appealed to Babaji. My parents' village is Ramtawali near Dolawala in Hoshiarpur, and my in-laws are from the nearby village of Gondpur. I have a younger brother who is disabled. He cannot hear or speak properly or communicate his needs to others. His legs are crooked and he is unable to walk properly due to the pain in his legs.
He is also mentally subnormal.
When I was at home, I would look after him. My mother is mentally retarded and just about manages to look after herself. Another younger brother of mine, Shankar Singh, has a business in Ludhiana, so cannot visit often. Anyhow, a simpleton like my brother would not survive in the city. Secondly, Babaji, the whole world, be it your brother, sister or relatives, only tolerates you when in need. After many days of deliberating, I have come to appeal at your feet. If you give permission, may I bring him to stay at the Gurdwara? At least here he will get a decent meal. I will come and visit every few days to check on him." Babaji inquired, "How old is your brother and what is his name?" Joginder Kaur replied, "Babaji, he is about 40 years old. We call him by the name of Sadhu." Babaji remarked to the lady, "You have given him a very nice name. Moreover, Bibiji, the Guru's home is the refuge for the homeless, haven of strength for the powerless, and honor is obtained by the dishonored. If one does not shelter in the Guru's house, where else will one get refuge? Bring him here without hesitation, and we will look after him as much as we can." Hearing these encouraging words from Babaji, Joginder Kaur went back to her parents' house, brought Sadhu Singh on a mule cart to the Gurdwara. Seeing Sadhu Singh walking up aided by others, Babaji said, "So, you've come to stay with me, my good man." Babaji fed him langar and gave him something to drink. When Sadhu Singh had eaten about 8 chapatis, an attendant by Amar Singh who served langar asked Babaji, "This self-absorbed person goes on eating and eating. He keeps on wolfing down all that I serve him. I am worried that he may fall ill." Babaji smiled. "It doesn't matter. Keep feeding him if he wants more. If his hunger cannot be satisfied in the Guru's house, where else can his hunger be satiated? This time, make sure he gets to eat his fill. Whatever happens later, we'll see to it." Bhai Sadhu Singh ate another 4 or 5 chapatis, finally raising his hand in appreciation, and was very pleased. He sat a little while longer and left for her village. Every day when Babaji would recite his Sukhmani Sahib after Nitnem, he would send a Singh to fetch Sadhu Singh. Babaji would seat Sadhu Singh beside himself whilst Babaji read the prayers. Sadhu Singh would remain seated the whole time whether he heard the prayers or not. After a few days, Babaji gave him a rosary of his own and showed him how to count it. He then turned to Sadhu and said aloud in his ear, "Keep saying Vaheguru, Vaheguru all the while." Babaji showed Sadhu Singh how to progress one bead after another when he said Vaheguru. Babaji then asked, "Do you understand what I told you?" He then said, "Well, okay, now show me how you are going to say Vaheguru." Bhai Sadhu progressed through the whole rosary saying Vardu, Vardu, because he was debilitated in speech. Babaji was very pleased to hear Sadhu Singh's Vardu, Vardu effort at Simran and again said in his ear, "Go on repeating Vaheguru all day on your rosary." Relaxing a bit, Babaji said, "Now the matter is resolved." In a few months, Bhai Sadhu Singh's appetite was stable and he started to walk unaided on his own. His deafness improved, his speech was becoming clearer and more recognizable. His pronunciation of Vardu now sounded closer to Vaheguru, only with a little lisp in it. Whenever he got time, he would either start sweeping the floors or start weeding the fields with a hoe. Such was the grace of the Guru that in about 6 months he was strong as any other man and was able to dig with a spade. He would even repair any beds or cots in the Gurdwara. Whilst working, he would continue to recite Vaheguru, Vaheguru. He would hear no gossip through his ears. He carried on with selfless service with his hands and constantly repeated Vaheguru with his tongue. So engrossed did he become in his Simran and Seva that after his morning meal he would pick up his spade, hoe and shears and continuously tend the fields surrounding the Gurdwara. If he got hungry, he would come to eat, otherwise he would carry on working whilst continuously reciting the Vaheguru Guru Mantra. He would sit morning and evening when Nitnem was recited, whether he could hear it or not. In the second year, Babaji saw the service Sadhu Singh had been carrying out and was pleased with his progress. As a result, he arranged for Panch Pyaras to baptize Sadhu, who has soon become Sadhu Singh. Sadhu Singh, who was without refuge, after taking the shelter of the Guru, obtained the dual bounty of Seva, Simran, thus becoming independent. So much so, he was now a positive help to others through his endeavors of selfless service. He would tend to and plant vegetables that would be regularly used in the langar. In fact, he would make sure the seasonal vegetables were constantly available for langar. Furthermore, his constant recitation of Vaheguru after his baptism was so profound that even when he was deep in sleep, his voice could be heard saying Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Many a time we quietly stood beside his bed and listened to his Simran whilst he was asleep for up to 15 to 20 minutes. He would retire to bed with a rosary and whilst chanting Vaheguru would fall asleep, but he would continue to recite Vaheguru as he slept. We all reported this habit of chanting in his sleep to Babaji, who also witnessed Sadhu Singh repeating Vaheguru in his sleep. Then Babaji turned to us and said, "This is the fruit of truly, devotionally and selflessly attaching oneself to the Lord's feet. This is because he does his Simran all day while performing Seva without taking any rewards in return. Morning and evening he tries to listen to Nitnem. He neither listens to gossip through his ears nor slanders anyone by needlessly talking to anyone. His simple-minded aim to recite Gurmantar has borne fruit. His mind is not troubled by doubt as to whether one should or should not do Simran or what benefit will I gain from Simran. He was just told he should say Vaheguru. This is what is best for you, and he accepted it without any doubt. Those words he accepted without reservation, burying them deep in his mind, and all you see now are the fruits of that labor. What has Guruji ordered? Whether standing, sitting or sleeping, meditate thou on the Lord, walking on the way, sing thou the praise of the Lord Master. Utat baitat sovat tyaiye, marg chalat hare har gaiye. And to repeat the name, says Nanak, is ever while standing, sitting, sleeping, the vocation of God's slave. Utat baitat sovat naam, koh Nanak jan ke sad kaam. Some people doubt whether a man can recite Simran even when he is in deep sleep. You can see for yourself that his body is asleep, but his tongue is reciting Simran. What better example does one need to witness this deed with one's own eyes? If he carries on as he is now, his mind does not waver or wander, then you can be sure he will win the game of life. The bounty of Simran on God's name has cured his ailments. His ears can hear much better and he can speak much more clearly. Time went by and Sadhu Singh remained absorbed in this dual task of Seva and Simran. Naam aroused further spiritual talents and he started to hear the Anhat Shabad, literally the celestial music of the universe. Sometimes he would wake up from his sleep and would come to ask Babaji why he was hearing musical instruments nearby. Babaji would just laugh and tell Sadhu Singh, "Let the musical instruments keep playing. You just carry on saying Vaheguru, Vaheguru." Sometimes he would climb the Gurdwara roof to see where the celestial music was coming from. He would look all around the compound and then come back to his bed. When he would get up and roam at night, we would ask him, "What is the matter with you?" He would then reply, "Can't you hear them? I can hear loud musical instruments and the sound of Vaheguru from somewhere." We would reply that we could not hear anything. Then Sadhu Singh would reply, "Why, sure you can. They are loud enough to keep me awake all night, wherever I go. I constantly hear someone saying Vaheguru with me." Bhagat Kabirji's slok reminds us that I have understood the riddle. I am face to face with a whole host of troubles. Hamho jo booja boojna, puri pari balai. We could not help but wonder at the grace of the Almighty on Sadhu Singh. We wondered if he realized how easily he has gained the spiritual height that many spend their lifetimes to achieve. In the absence of a customer, it was going in exchange for a shell. Banjan hare bahura kaudi badle jaye. In due course, he was blessed with the power to manifest anything with his words. If someone offered Sadhu Singh something to eat or wear, even casually, Sadhu Singh would become pleased, and whatever boon he would utter from his lips would appear. He had gained such spiritual heights. Now we come to the second stage of his life. Time lapsed, and Sadhu Singh's brother saw he was cured and started to come and visit him. With Babaji's permission, he would take Sadhu Singh to Ludhiana for 5 or 6 days at his brother's house. He would sit idle around the house. To keep him occupied, the family would switch on the television for him and let him watch it all day. When they would bring him back after a week, he would talk about what he had watched on the TV for a whole month. Even though he could not hear the TV properly, he would tell everyone that he had watched the trolley at his father's house. Sadhu Singh could not say television and called it a trolley. Instead, he would tell everyone that in the trolley he saw running water, people farming inside, some were dancing and some would fight inside it. It even rains inside the trolley. Even a Gurdwara comes on it occasionally. In short, watching 1 week of TV would influence him for a complete month afterwards. Babaji would tell him repeatedly not to watch TV and that it is bad. Sadhu Singh would ask why it was bad. Babaji would say, "Sikhs do not watch TV. Guruji gets annoyed if you do." He would say then, "Okay then," but would talk of the TV during the day. Babaji would warn us, he has only watched TV, not listened, and see how his concentration has been ruined. If he could hear as well, then think of the effect it would have on him. In time, Babaji merged into Almighty and left for his heavenly abode. Sadhu Singh carried on with his selfless service as before. His nighttime habit of Simran during his sleep continued. Not just myself, but nearly all the people at the Gurdwara have witnessed this strange but miraculous incident pertaining to Sadhu Singh's nighttime Simran. As is God's will, Sadhu Singh's elder sister passed away in Delhi. Shankar Singh, his brother, took Sadhu Singh back to Ludhiana and said, "There is no need to come for him. I will bring Sadhu Singh back when I come to attend a wedding in the nearby village." A couple of weeks later, Pagaji, a couple of other Singhs and myself were visiting Ludhiana and thought it an opportune time to pick up Sadhu Singh. We arrived at Shankar Singh's house and found Sadhu Singh watching TV like he did every other day he was in Ludhiana. Seeing us arrive, the family turned off the TV and offered us some refreshment. After a little while, we offered to take Sadhu Singh back to Rampur Kheda with us if he wanted to go. We asked him if he wanted to come now or later. Shankar Singh's daughter-in-law went to Sadhu Singh and told him that Babaji and a few other Sikhs had come to fetch you. Sadhu Singh declined to go back, saying that there was no trolley at the Gurdwara, and got up to turn the TV back on again. We waited a little while and then got ready to leave. As we were leaving, I asked Shankar Singh's daughter-in-law, "Does he watch TV like this all day?" She replied that he watches TV until late at night and gets up only when the programs stop showing. If we switch the TV off, he puts it back on again. I turned to the lady and said, "It is okay for you to do as you please, but by bringing him here, you have ruined his concentration." "Does he do his rosary every day?" "Occasionally he might, but he mainly watches television," replied the daughter-in-law. We then took leave and arrived back at the Gurdwara. After about 10 days, Sadhu Singh's brother brought him back to the Gurdwara. Now, instead of his usual food of naam, his diet was that of watching TV. He asked a TV to be set up in the veranda, telling everybody the trolley is a good thing. In this manner, he would incessantly talk about what he had watched on TV with everybody he met. By the evening, he could no longer contain himself. Master Mahinder Singh's house was about half a mile away from the Gurdwara.
Silently and without telling anyone, Sadhu Singh crept out to Master Mahinder Singh's house. There he watched TV from 7 p.m. until late at night. Next day he stayed there too. We were searching for him when Master Mahinder Singh's daughter came over to tell us that Sadhu Singh was at their house watching TV. She said, "My mother has sent me over to tell you not to worry about Sadhu Singh. He is at our house." I replied casually, "Unfortunately, this situation is way past worrying now." Sadhu Singh returned in the afternoon. The next day he left for the nearby village and watched TV at someone else's house. So now he was going from house to house watching TV. On his return, he would talk of nothing else but what he had watched. He would now demand people to bring a TV to the Gurdwara. He was infatuated with TV 24 hours a day. One day I advised Sadhu Singh not to go to other people's houses. He replied, "I will stay if you get me a trolley." I told him that one does not bring a TV to the Gurdwara. He replied, "Don't keep a trolley here in the Gurdwara, but put one in one of the rooms where we sleep, or put one in the Langar hall." I asked him again, "Can you hear Vaheguru, Vaheguru inside you anymore?" He replied that he could not. I asked him if he could hear those musical instruments anymore, and he said, "Not anymore." I was astonished that on the one hand the fruit of 20 years of seva, simran and holy company had raised him to the spiritual heights where he could hear the Anhad Shabad. On the other, just a few weeks of TV had overwhelmed all his past good actions. I remembered how much truth was hidden in Babaji's words. He used to say that if a person through pious deeds, seva and simran gets his foot in the door of heaven, he would lose his foothold if he had the misfortune of keeping bad company. Keeping immoral company is so powerful and effective, it can cause us to lose our place in heaven. Secondly, I could not help but think that if Sadhu Singh had just watched TV for a few weeks, what would become of all those people who watched TV for years and years? The deterioration of our concentration aside, I wondered how many lives it would take to regain the focus of our conscious again. If a simpleton, Sadhu Singh's attention can be disrupted so easily, who could only see but not hear a TV, what becomes of the person who can watch, see, hear and understand all the sordid things shown on TV? As Baba Friji says, "The sinless are beaten, what of us sinners?" Eho nidosa mariye, hum dosa ka kya hal? O spiritual master, in the age of darkness, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, you started the tradition of transforming each home into a temple, where celestial music is sung day and night. But you, Kalyug Master, have placed TVs in all the homes and turned them into cinema halls. Well done. You have stealthily absorbed the time of Rehras, and now people watch TV instead. Whatever we watch at night now roams freely in our imaginations. Sleeping late at night after watching TV, you have stolen the ambrosial hours of dawn from people. It is your age and your rule. Only a fortunate few ones have escaped your influence. The words of Ratan Singh Pangu in his book Panth Prakash are true, as he says that Kalyug, the age of darkness, wants to sink the sinner, while the great Guru wants him to swim across. The great Guru does not leave his force, though he has to help the whole world to swim across. O dark age, you have not only snatched the Nitnem from Gursikhs, but have also taken their holy company. Instead of presenting oneself before the Guru, you persuade people to present to you through the TV. But be warned, Baba Nanak has immense stamina. You will not be able to withstand his majestic and celestial powers. He will subdue you in the long run. O Sikh of the Guru, you now have only one method to save yourself, and that is to resort to prayer. Baba Nanak Dev Ji said to Rai Balar, his devout follower, "Rai Balar, when your strength fails, fall at the Lord's feet and beseech Him in humility.
the Almighty will come to your rescue. So, if you cannot save yourself from the tentacles of Kalyug by your own strength, then pray to the Almighty Vaheguru. He alone is omnipotent, all-pervading and almighty. He alone will help you. Sadhu Singh is still living at the Gurdwara and is in good health. If anyone wants to ask him about the change television has brought in his spiritual status, you can still do so. He would readily tell you his personal experience. Even now, when he visits a new home, he will ask if there is a TV. Only after repeated persuasion, he has molded his attention towards Simran a little, but his infatuation with watching TV remains. O Sikhs of the Guru, be alert and conscious. TV is the sweetest poison of the dark age. Nonetheless, poison is poison, even if it tastes sweet. Like the rest of the world, do not let your consciousness be disrupted and dispersed. Guruji has instructed us to attune our conscious minds. A scattered conscious will not be able to gain any spiritual benefits. To obtain a higher spiritual state, we have to follow what Bhagat Kabirji says. The Lord is very near. Why do you say He is far? Blind your pugnacious passions and attain unto the beauteous Lord.
है हजूर कत दूर बताओ, दुंदर बांधो सुंदर पावो.
So the Lord can be obtained if we restrain our inner noise of passions and mind our instincts. We should try not to disperse our mental concentration and stop our minds from its inner aimless dialogue. By listening, talking or watching endlessly will never satisfy the mind's curiosity. Guru Angad Dev Ji tells us that the mouth is not sated with speech, and the ears are not sated with hearing. The eyes are not sated with what they see. Each organ is the purchaser of one sort of trait. The hunger of the hungry departs not. By mere words of mouth the hunger, only then the hungry man is satiated. When he utters his praise, he gets absorbed.
आखण आँख न रज्जियाँ, सुन न रज्जे कान, अखी देख न रज्जियाँ, गुण गायक एक वन. भुखियाँ भुख न उतरै, गल्ली भुख न जाए, नानक भुखा तां रज्जै, जा गुण कह गुणी समाए.
Bhai Gurdas Ji too corroborates what Guruji says. The eyes are not satisfied with beholding sights and exhibitions. The ears are not satisfied with hearing praise or blame, mourning or rejoicing. The tongue is not satisfied with eating what affords pleasure and delight. The nose is not contented with food, with good or evil odors. Nobody is satisfied with his span of life, and everyone entertains false hopes. But the Sikhs are satisfied with the Guru, and there is the true love and delight.
अखी वेख न रज्जियाँ, बहु रंग तमासे, उस्तत निंदा कान सुन, रोवण तै हासे. सादी जीव न रज्जियाँ कर भोग बिलासे, नक न रजा वास लै दुर्गंध सुआसे. रज न कोई जीविया कूड़े परवासे, पीर मुरीदा पिरहड़ी सच्ची रह रासे.
No one to this day has ever satisfied the mind through his or her senses. As Guruji tells us, one can only satisfy our hunger for pleasure by adopting the quality of praising the Lord. Then one can merge into the Lord, tasting the ultimate pleasure. O Nanak, hunger is relieved only when one utters the glorious praises of the praiseworthy Lord.
नानक भुखा तां रज्जै, जा गुण कह गुणी समाए.
Let us learn from the experience of the simple-minded Sadhu Singh. Kabir, O wretched man, you shall be drowned through undue regard for the opinion of many men. Know that the fate which has befallen your neighbor shall also come upon you.
कबीर डूबे गो रे बापुरे, बहु लोगन की कान, पारोसी के जो हुआ तू अपने भी जान.
Chapter 55. Becoming Guru Ward is the only relationship. Babaji had deep regard and affection for the Sangat of Talwara. At every meditation camp, men and women from Talwara would come to perform Kirtan and Katha at Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. Whenever the Sangat of Talwara invited Babaji, Babaji would definitely attend any religious occasion. If he had to stay the night at Talwara, he would stay often at the home of Pai Joginder Singh or Pai Harnam Singh, affectionately called Bhagatji. In the office where Pai Joginder Singh and Pai Harnam Singh worked was a senior engineering official named Sardar Anar Singh Ji. He was their superior officer and worked for the Irrigation Canals Department. Sardar Anar Singh was a zealous atheist, and if he saw a baptized Sikh, he would bombard him with vague and absurd questions about Sikhism. Sometimes he would come over to the office of Pai Joginder Singh or Pai Harnam Singh and pose irritational questions. Most of his subordinate officers, who were Sikhs, avoided any discussion with him as he was becoming a headache to any Sikh who worked around him. One day, Anar Singh came to Babaji and started asking him irritational and logical questions. In order to put off any argument, Bhagatji replied, "I don't know much about logic and religion. If you want to know more about spirituality and logic, then why don't you accompany me to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda? Baba Harnam Singh Ji can answer your questions as he has experience of these matters." Anar Singh replied, "I shall go and meet your Babaji. However, you have been going to see him for so many years. Why can't you answer my questions? Are you wearing these kirpans only for show? See, you can ask any of my comrades, fellow atheists, whatever question you like, and they will answer them there and then. I will go and see this Babaji of yours, but I will go alone." With these words, Anar Singh Ji left his office and Bhagatji breathed a sigh of relief, thanking God that the encounter was over. Bhagatji told us that they would be filled with trepidation at the sight of Anar Singh because firstly, he would stall the office work with arguments, and secondly, it was very difficult answering his questions, which were often obtuse and absurd. When one could not answer Anar Singh's questions, then one would feel rather small. After some time, the annual meditation camp came around in August. The annual camp was in full swing, and one day Anar Singh Ji set off from Talwara and came to the Gurdwara. He sat in the congregation for the whole morning session. In those days, Pai Vadava Singh Ji from Patiala, he was an early devotee of Babaji, used to give a discourse explaining the order of the day taken from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Anar Singh Ji listened to the whole session, had langar and set off back home. As he was leaving, Bhagatji, who was in charge of the cloakroom, saw him and in astonishment came over to greet his superior officer. Bhagatji greeted Anar Singh Ji and asked him why he was leaving so soon. Anar Singh Ji replied, "I was here to see your saint and now I have heard him as well. I was leaving now to attend to my duties." Bhagatji asked, "Where did you see and hear Babaji?" He was sat amidst the congregation listening to a discourse on Gurbani. He has just gone straight back to his hut. Anar Singh Ji replied, "The man who was explaining the Guru's order, was he someone else? I took him to be the saint. I listened to his explanations and was now ready to leave." Bhagatji explained, "The man who was narrating the meanings of Gurbani is Sardar Vadava Singh Ji. He works in the language department at Patiala University. He is a very pious and noble Sikh and is an honoured devotee from Babaji's earlier days. He is highly regarded and is performing exemplary, selfless and honourable service for the congregation." Bhagatji then offered Anar Singh to come and meet Babaji if he wished to do so. Anar Singh agreed to meet Babaji as that was why he had come to Rampur Kheda anyway. Bhagatji took Anar Singh Ji to Babaji's hut, which was above the kitchen. When Anar Singh entered the hut, Babaji was sitting on the bed. He bowed in respect to greet Babaji. Before he could bow his head, Babaji caught hold of his folded hands and said, "Welcome, Sardarji, you have graced us with your presence."
During this exchange of greetings, Bhagat Ji introduced Anar Singh Ji to Baba Ji as his superior officer at work. Baba Ji asked Anar Singh Ji if he would like something to eat or drink and then invited him to grace them with a visit to the Gurdwara in future as well. As Anar Singh has often told us, when Baba Ji caught hold of my hands, I felt a sweet sensation intoxicate my inner self. This sensation lasted for 2 days, and this was the first time in my life that I had experienced anything like this. The annual camp was due to finish on Sunday in 3 days. Anar Singh Ji came early to the Gurdwara the next morning. He sat attentively listening to the discourse in one corner of the hall until the session finished. At the end, he exchanged good fateh with Babaji and quietly left for Talwara. Partly due to his past good deeds from previous lives and in part due to the spiritually cleansing effect of sitting with the congregation, the seeds of spirituality germinated within Anar Singh Ji. He underwent a drastic change in his lifestyle now. He got a gutka, that is a prayer book of daily prayers. Arising early in the morning, he now started to recite his prayers daily. He would bolt himself in his bedroom so that no one would know he was reciting his prayers. He kept his transformation so secret that even his wife did not know for the first 6 months that he was reciting prayers. Suddenly, the absurd and obtuse questioning stopped. His office colleagues were spared the routine humiliation inflicted upon them. Anar Singh started to consult other Gursikhs in order to get spiritual upliftment. Bhagat Ji too thanked God that he was now spared the questioning and the taunting of his beliefs by his superior officer. Anar Singh's wife met Bhagat Ji once and could not help but ask, "What spell have you cast over my husband? The atmosphere at home has changed completely. Before, when my husband came home, there used to be an air of tension and awe in the household. Now there is a complete reversal of the situation. He comes home, has tea, and bolts himself in his room. God knows what he does in there. His nature has totally changed." Bhagat Ji shrugged and replied, "You know Sardar Ji better than us. We have done nothing to him. Whatever he does, he must be doing for the better." 6 months passed, and Anar Singh was now reciting his prayers regularly. In the meantime, he read books written by Bhai Veer Singh Ji as well as other religious scriptures. Whenever he came across anything that was doubtful, he would come to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda without telling anyone and discuss his doubts with Babaji. Through his discussions, he would cleanse his doubts about spiritual matters and then quietly return home. One time he requested Babaji, "Please pray for me in the feet of Sri Guru Granth Sahib so that I too may get glimpses of the Holy Guru." Babaji listened carefully to him and replied, "Anar Singh Ji, we shall pray at the feet of Sri Guru Granth Sahib, but with what words will I plead in front of the great Guru? What is your relationship to the Guru, and what words will I use to describe your relationship to him? Should I address you as a devotee of the Guru or his Sikh? You have yet to become his Sikh." Guruji defines what a devotee is. A true devotee is one who has surrendered his body and mind to the Guru and does what the Guru asks him or her. The Lord's slave is he who embraces Guru's service, dedicating their mind and body, making an offering of these to the Guru. Sevak ko gur seva laga, jin mantan arab chadaya Ram. And he is said to be God's attendant who keeps God close to his heart. Dedicating his soul and body, he places them before the Lord and roots out ego from within. So sevak har akhiye, jo har rakhe urtar, man tan sompe aage tare, homme vichon mar. To become a servant of the Lord, one has to surrender all your body, soul, wealth to the Guru and submit to his will. Thus shall you obtain the Lord. Tan man tan sab saump gur ko, hukam maniye paiye. He who surrenders becomes a true servant and is accepted by his Lord.
Such service the Lord renders to him that he surrenders his soul to whom it belongs, he who is pleasing to the Lord. Becomes acceptable in the Lord's court, such a slave obtains honor in the Lord's court. ऐसी सेवक सेवा करे जिसका जियो तिस आगे तरे, साहिब पावै सो परवान, सो सेवक दरगह पावै मान. Guru Amar Das Ji defines a Sikh as, he alone is your true disciple, friend, kinsman and brother who walks in the Guru's will. So Sikh sakha bandap hai pai, je gur ke paane vich aave. Guru Ram Das Ji describes the daily routine of a Sikh. One who calls himself a Sikh of the Guru, the true Guru, shall rise in the early morning hours and meditate on the Lord's name. Upon rising early in the morning, he is to bathe, cleanse himself in the pool of nectar. Following the instructions of the Guru, he is to chant the name of the Lord. All sins, misdeeds and negativity shall be erased. Then at the rising of the sun, he is to sing Gurbani. Whether sitting down or standing up, he is to meditate on the Lord's name. One who meditates on my Lord with every breath and every morsel, that Gursikh becomes pleasing to the Guru's mind. To whom my Lord and Master is kind and compassionate, upon that Gursikh the Guru's teachings are bestowed. Servant Nanak begs for the dust of the feet of that Gursikh who himself chants the Naam and inspires others to chant it. Gur Satguru ka jo Sikh akhave, so palke ut har naam tyave, udam kare palke parbati, isnan kare amrit sar nave, updesh guru har har jap jape, sab kilvik paap dokh leh jave. फिर चढ़े दिवस गुरबाणी गावे, बहंदिया उठदिया हर नाम त्यावे, जो सास गिरास त्याए मेरा हर हर, सो गुरसिख गुरु मन पावे, जिसनो दयाल होवे मेरा स्वामी, तिस गुरसिख गुरु उपदेश सुनावे, जन नानक धूड़ मंगे तिस गुरसिख की, जो आप जपै अवरा नाम जपावे. After uttering the above-mentioned divine words, Babaji said to Sardar Anar Singh, "Can you tell me now on what grounds should I pray to the Almighty in order for Him to bless you with His vision when you haven't yet created a relationship with Him? You have never become a Sikh of the Guru nor his servant." Sardarji was an intelligent man and understood what Babaji was trying to say. He pleaded, "Please give me more time to rectify this shortfall and to strengthen my relationship with Vaheguru." Sardar Anar Singh had a deep yearning to establish his discipleship of the Guru by being baptized. He was eagerly awaiting for that day he could be baptized thus, becoming a Gursikh and creating a relationship with Vaheguru. Baisakhi was fast approaching. Sardar Anar Singh decided to be baptized on this day. Anar Singh met with Bhagaji and asked him, "Please, can you arrange to get some kakars for me because I wish to get baptized and establish my relationship with the Guru." Bhagaji was astonished to hear this request from Anar Singh. Bhagaji gathered the kakars for him with great pleasure and handed them over along with a beautiful sword secured with a gatra, a belt for securing the sword. On the appointed day, Anar Singh Ji was blessed with Amrit and joined the fold of the Khalsa. A few months later, Babaji was attending a religious function in Talwada. Anar Singh Ji discovered that Babaji was visiting Bhagaji, so he came over to meet him. Seeing an opportune moment, Anar Singh made a supplication to Babaji. "I have taken Amrit and established the true relationship with Vaheguru just as you requested. Can you now do an ardas in the feet of Guruji on my behalf? Please ask Guruji how much life I have left to live." Babaji listened patiently to Anar Singh's request and said, "Sardarji, please return in the evening. I will do a ardas on your behalf at the Guru's feet. Whatever Guruji commands or tells me, I will pass his message on to you. Anar Singh Ji stayed a little while longer and after having some refreshment, left happily. In the evening, Anar Singh returned to meet Babaji. He sat with the congregation and Babaji to recite Rehras. After prayers had finished, Babaji took Anar Singh to one side and said, Guruji has asked me to tell you that, O brother, deem death to be hovering your body. In this manner, as is the fish, so is man. Death's noose like a hook befalls him unawares. Pai re, iyon sir jano kaal, jo machi tyo mansa, pave achinta jal rahao. What will you gain by asking about death? Death is inevitable, as Bhagat Kabirji tells us. Day by day, hour by hour, life draws to a close. The body withers away. Death walks around like a hunter, a butcher. In what way, in which direction should man escape? Din te peher te kariyan, aav kate tan chije, kaal aheri, fire badik jyon, kaho ho kavan bid kije. Anar Singh, death hovers over our heads, laughing over our shoulders. Man is blissfully unaware, for death hangs over man's head. But the beast does not understand this. Involved in the strife, pleasures and pride, he does not remember death. Mirtak hase sir upre, pasua nahi buje. Baad saad ankar mein marna nahi suje. Even now, Sardar Amar Singh, if you have any doubt, Guruji has said that you can ask him without going through me. On hearing this, Anar Singh replied, How can I ask the great Guru my questions when I cannot see Guruji at all? Babaji replied, Nurture the vision and eyes with which one can see the divine Guru. Those eyes and vision which Gurbani tells us about are different from the eyes we use to see our world. Nanak, different are those eyes with which my spouse is beheld. Nanak, se akhdiyan biyan jinid dasandro maa piri. In order to see the true Lord, our Guru has shown us the path. Make awe of God your feet, His love your hands, His understanding your eyes. Says Nanak, in this way, O wise woman, you will be united with your bridegroom. Paike charan kar pav ke, loyan surt kare, Nanak kehe sianiye, iv kanth milawa hoye. The path you have joined will lead you to glimpse this true Guru. Moreover, it will remove any vestige of doubt and answer all your questions. Guru Arjan Dev Ji guarantees that the Lord converses with His devout saints. There is no weal, no woe, neither birth nor death. Bhagat sang prab ghost karat, te harak na so na janam na marat. There is no need to worry or become impatient. Surrendering our intellect to the Guru, we must endeavor to remain ever hopeful and await His grace. The omnipotent Lord is benevolent and forever giving. He will heed your supplication and in His benevolence grant all your boons. Always remember the words of Bhai Veer Singh Ji. Surrender yourself before Him. Like a carpet, lay your mind in His feet. Lay your mind without compulsion, surrender and wait. As the earth awaits rain from heaven, so you too wait the shower of His blessings. Vichja vahan dulije darte vichya raho man, vichya raho. Jor na koi, hat na rati, apa peta tarke baho. Tarti jiਵੇਂ vichi tar asha, mehra mi udika vich, mehra mi vasavan wala, ape tratsi tera shaho. Sardar Anar Singh developed an awe of death in his mind. His mind became aware of the uncertainty of death. This awe turned the mind towards devotional meditation. Apart from his daily nitnem, Anar Singh would continuously recite Guru Mantra, remaining ever hopeful of the Guru's grace. He had now started amassing the wealth of Naam, much like a miser amasses worldly wealth. He would not let anyone know of his inner state of being or his spiritual state. Even if he went to pay his respects at the Gurdwara, he would bow discreetly and silently slip away from the Sangat. Whilst walking or moving about inwardly, he would immerse himself in Naam Simran. When he retired and returned to his village, Harnam Singh would spend all his time in meditation of the Vaheguru and make his time fruitful. By Harnam Singh's own admission, his mind did not wander, nor did any doubts arise in his mind. Even though he moves about in this world, his mind remains free of worldly attachments. His inner being remains immersed in constant gratitude and acceptance of the Guru's will. All these boons and state of spiritual being were obtained after being baptized. So, dear friends, if we have forged a relationship with the Guru by being baptized, then we are extremely fortunate and worthy of praise. If we have not joined the fold of the Guru, then to whom shall we appeal? Who will render assistance in our time of need? Who will emancipate us? Who will hear our pleas of deliverance? Because daily they beat and plunder me, in front of whom should I complain? Mare lute neet neet, kis aage kari pukar jana rahao. If we have joined the Guru's family by being baptized, Guruji will heed our prayers. He will render us assistance in every possible way. Bhagat Kabirji says, raising my arms aloft, I complained to my Guru, and he did save me. Pause. Upar pujakar main gur pe pukarya, tinhon liya ubhari rahao. And taking my arm, you have pulled me out of the blind well of worldly attachments and mammon. Says Nanak, the Guru has broken my bonds. He has united me with God from whom I was separated. Baham pakar kad line apne greh andh koopte maya. Kaho Nanak gur bandhan kaate bichrat aan milaya. A mortal without a Guru is like an orphan. Such a being is not accepted in this world or hereafter. We too should forge a true relationship between the Almighty Lord and our soul. By coming to the Guru's shelter, that is, being baptized by the 5 beloved ones, our present world and the hereafter will be blissful and free of strife. You shall be born repeatedly, die and reborn again. You shall suffer much punishment on the way to that distant country. Jam jam mare, mare fir jamme. बहुत सजाए पिया देश लम्मे.